Alright, hello and welcome to another episode of Diplo Strats. You may not be familiar with the map you're seeing right now, and that is because this is a diplomacy variant. It's a massive diplomacy variant. It is called Imperial Diplomacy, designed by Flare and Elisha. I hope I've gotten everyone there. And I was involved in one of the first playtests of it. And today, myself and Ezio, hi Ezio,
Hello.
we're going to be going through this playtest that I was in. So, Ezio, any immediate thoughts on like the map, the board? I've also realised I
Yeah, it
am
looks
not
remarkably
streaming
reminiscent of the actual world.
to you. Absolutely. So we're going to be recording this in a slightly different way to usual because we have to do this off of images. This was all hand GM'd, so massive thank you to the the GMs who went ahead and did this all in Paint.net or Inkscape or something. So we're going to be having to jump from image to image, so I'm just going to be streaming my screen to Ezio here so that you can see exactly where we're talking about. Ezio, are you seeing it all right?
Yes, I am seeing it all right. So
Perfect.
before we talk about any of the specifics of what I think about the map and what I think about the different countries on my initial instinct here, we need to go over some of the major rule changes. The first of which I think we should talk about is the different supply center requirements for the different countries on the right side of the screen.
Yes, absolutely. So, there are quite a lot of diplomacy variants out there, and a lot of the bigger ones have these sorts of, like, very disparate powers in terms of their starting power, right? So, on this board, you'll see, for example, Ayutthaya, which is the power in Siam here. They start with 4 supply centers, which is not very many. On the other hand, you have powers like, for example, the Netherlands or Spain or Portugal, who start with massive amounts of SCs just spread out all across the map. So we can see exactly how many SCs they have up here on the scoreboard. Dutch have 16 to start with, right? Portuguese have 16, drop down a bit. French have 12, and then if you get to the very bottom, like Japan starts off with 4. And because of these massive disparities in starting power, these powers have different victory conditions. So a small power only needs to get to 28 supply centers to win. A very large power here, so for example the Netherlands, has to reach 64. So they have to they start with an advantage, but they also have to achieve much, much more with that starting advantage, right? Now, that's not where the complications of the victory conditions end in this variant. There are a lot of well, there's different ways that this game can end compared to the usual, and I think a lot of it is like quite prototypey because this was the first playtest. But I'll go ahead and talk about them now. So the ways this game can end, there are 3 ways. The first is called Armistice, and that is just all of the players agreeing to call a draw, basically, to end the game where it is. Except only 80% of players actually need to vote for an armistice in order for it to go through. So it's a little bit different from your standard diplomacy draw. In normal diplomacy, you would need 100% everyone to declare that they want a draw. And quite importantly, the leading player doesn't necessarily need to vote yes in order for the draw to go through, right? If everyone else sees that the leading player is getting too strong, they can just declare an armistice with 80% of the players. So that might have some implications later on. Second way the game can end is Imperial Unity, and this is like a winner's draw. It's halfway between a win and a draw. It is every player who has achieved their victory condition, provided there's a certain gap between them and the players who haven't achieved their victory conditions, they can declare, hey, all of us, we are just going to declare that the game ends here with us as the joint winners. That is what Imperial Unity is. There are very specific conditions for this, but I'm not going to go into the exact ones because we're probably not going to be looking at exact counts of everyone on this board as we talk through it. And finally, you have the equivalent of a solo, which is called a Pax in this variant. In order to achieve a Pax, you need to be at the top of the leaderboard, you need to have achieved your victory condition, and you need to stay at the top of the leaderboard for 3 years in succession. Once that Pax timer has started, people can't vote for an armistice anymore. So if you want an armistice, you have to do it before the person is threatening Pax. Other thing, during this game, for quite a lot of this game, I thought the phrase top of the leaderboard meant that they had to have the most SCs. That is not actually the case. It was judged by percentage of the way towards their victory conditions. So, for example, a Dutch player on 64 SCs and a Japanese player on 29 SCs, so just above their victory condition, the Japanese player would be considered above the Dutch player on the leaderboard because they are a bit above their victory condition, whereas the Dutch player is at exactly 100%. So that is all of the different victory conditions for this game, or end conditions. A little bit complicated. They won't come into play until much, much later. But Ezio, do you have any thoughts on them off the bat?
On just the victory conditions,
Yeah, just the ending conditions.
I think the ability for 80% of the players to choose to end the game, if they so choose, is utterly ridiculous. But other than that, they all seem fine. You've got to come up with weird ways for variants to be somewhat recognizable for the world. I don't think for a game you want the top two powers to be overruled by if there's in a 10-person game, 88 other people to say, we're done. Bye-bye. So I think that part is one that I take issue with, but the rest of them are fine. Like, be the biggest. I do think that the smaller powers are going to have a huge advantage in this, because if your win condition is much easier to accomplish by having only 28, they're going to be more compact, so there's going to be fewer people who can target them. If the Dutch Empire gets close to triggering its win condition, as people, I don't think we've shown everyone the entire map, and it's important to take a look at it, just how spread out these big powers are. The Dutch, the Portuguese, the Spanish, even the French and whatever. They have tons of neighbors, and so as they get closer to triggering their win condition, they will be able to be attacked by everyone. Because to get to 64 supply centers, you have to be spread out. Whereas these smaller ones only get to 28. I haven't done a count of this map the way that I've done counts of centers in diplomacy to figure out where the 17 are. But I suspect if Borneo gets all of Africa, Borneo wins. I suspect. And there just aren't that many countries that border Africa, that are in Africa. So you can win this game being Borneo. Also, I targeted Borneo specifically because that was the country that Meme was playing in this game. I don't know if you mentioned that.
I was going to shortly, but yes, this was the power that I played in this game, Bornu. It's not Borneo, because... but this is...
Sorry.
No, that's fine. But yeah, I picked this power right here. And I will talk a bit about why, but first off, I am going to talk about some of the other special rules here. I should say I agree completely with everything Ezio said there. I think a smaller power has a pretty large advantage in getting that Pax at the end of the game. But so, a couple of other things that you might not recognize on this map. First off, these ocean provinces, right? So these look very weird compared to a standard diplomacy board. These are what some larger variants use to try and prevent stalemate lines in the ocean. Because one of the big problems with huge variants is quite often that the oceans, because they obviously don't have any SCs in them, right? You don't want to have too many provinces there. They end up being like these very large provinces that are very, very easy to hold in a line because you then have a lot of smaller provinces behind them that can back them up. And in order to prevent that stalemate problem, they introduced these, I can't remember what the official name of this is, but I'm going to call them high sea provinces, where you have a bunch of smaller provinces inside the larger one, and these all essentially function as their own province that is adjacent to everything around the North Atlantic Ocean and adjacent to all of the other provinces in the North Atlantic Ocean. So if, for example, you want to go into North Atlantic Ocean from Strait of Belle Isle over here, you would order Strait of Belle Isle to North Atlantic Ocean 1 or to North Atlantic Ocean 2. You would have to select it specifically. And another player could bounce you out of there, just like they could with a normal province, or they could go into a different North Atlantic Ocean province, and you could just bypass each other without ever interacting with each other, right? It's an interesting little fact, but because I'm playing Bornu over here, we are going to be mostly focusing around this area, which means they won't come into play a huge amount in what we're doing. And there are 2 more special rules in this variant that you'll need to know. We will get to the end of the rules explanation very soon, I promise. But first off, coring. So most variants this size are build anywhere, because honestly, it's really tough to just build in your home supply centers when you're attempting to control a massive area, right, across the entire map. That's not the case with this one. This one is not build anywhere. You can only build in your homes, but it does provide a method for you to be able to build away from your homes, and that is called coring. In order to core, it's a special order that you can give your unit instead of any other order that turn. You need to be sitting on one of your own supply centers that isn't already a home supply center. You then order unit core. So for example, if I had a unit in House Estate and I wanted to core that, I would issue Army House Estate core. And then you need to do that 2 turns in a row without anyone tapping that unit. If anything attacks that unit, the coring is cancelled. If you try and support hold that unit during that time, any support holds have failed. All support holds are on coring units are counted as invalid. So it's really slow to do because you have to do it 2 turns in a row, and it's very easy to disrupt if your enemy is near you. So really, it's only viable if it's like inside your empire and not on the edge, which I think is a really good way to handle it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how coring comes into the game later. Basically, if you're fighting on a front, you cannot afford to be coring on that same front, really. And that makes sense, like, historically as well. It would be pretty hard to draft units in an area that is under active conflict.
Yep.
Yeah, so the final rule, the special rule to this variant, is something called the vassal rule, which is a bit of an interesting one. Basically, if at any point another player controls your capital, which is the one marked with a special symbol here, everyone has their own capital, then you can choose to vassalize yourself to them, provided there are a certain number of SCs above you. So this vassalization, it does a couple of different things. The most important thing it does is it means that if that player wins the game, you then rank above all the other players at the end of the game who aren't vassalized to that power. Which is, it might come in later. Slight spoiler alert there. But then the other interesting things that it does, it takes away a quarter of your units and it gives them to your overlord. So you will immediately have to disband a quarter of your units, and your overlord will be able to build units equal to a quarter of your supply centers. And that is rounded up, so you can end up with 0 units if you have less than, if you have 1 supply center left. The other thing, the Overlord is no longer able to take your supply centers, which is probably the most useful part of the vassal system, right? If your Overlord then comes into your supply centers, they cannot take them even if they're standing there in the fall. And importantly, it doesn't work the same way in reverse. You can still take your Overlord's supply centers, but if you ever do that, your Overlord has the option to immediately cancel the vassalization. And you will be booted out of their empire, basically. And that is pretty much it. So the vassal system is a super interesting one. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on it, Ezio?
Yeah, it is definitely worrisome in that I expect the end of the game will look crazy with people intentionally throwing to the person they expect to win. And due to the nature of the smaller powers needing a smaller number of centers to win, if they can get a larger power to vassalize themselves because the larger power realizes they can't win or is losing a war, then it seems like a very easy way for a small country to vassalize a 20 center. And you're not going to be small, but let's say you're only on 20, and then you get a 20 size Dutch Empire to vassalize himself to you. You gain 5 SCs, and suddenly you're now at 25, and then everyone's like, oh, uh-oh. So, um, yeah, I expect there's going to be some issues there, um, because the benefit of being second place is a significant benefit. So,
Yep.
yeah,
Especially if you're, like, pretty unlikely to be in contention for that PAX anyway, which is probably the case if you're, for example, if you're Netherlands and on 20 SCs, you're like a huge amount off your victory condition, right? So
yeah.
that really becomes your only option for going up the scoreboard.
That said, I would think I'd prefer the mechanic if it didn't add points to the Overlord's SC count. I think the addition of having a vassal who will work for you is enough of an upside. Having your win conditions perfectly align is a big advantage because it means you can actually just coordinate openly and honestly with someone, which in diplomacy is a huge leg up. I think it'd be fine if it didn't give SCs to the Overlord, but since it does, I think it's gonna be busted. But we'll see. It's like this variant's got a lot going on. I have another rules question before we can get into actually talking about the game. I notice there are many sea provinces with supply centers on them that are handled with the circles around them. I notice a couple of them in Japan and a couple of them in the East Indies that neighbor each other. My question is if an army can walk from, for example, Kyushu into Amani.
Yeah, so that is a really good question, and it is one I failed to ask at the start of this game, because I skimmed over the rules a bit too quickly. I assumed an army would not be able to move between these because there's sea between them, right? In actual fact, you're correct there. You are able to move armies from these provinces to other island provinces or to adjacent land provinces, just like you would with any coastal province. So where that's going to be very interesting on the first turn, or like it was interesting in my plans, is this unit in Fernando Po. I kind of assumed, oh, that's just going to be stuck there until they get a fleet there to convoy that out, right? But
Yeah,
in actuality, it is not. It can move immediately onto the continent. It is just treated like a coastal province.
sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so in this game, when you were signing up, you got the option to input on a form what powers you preferred to play as, and I figured I'm just happy to be playing this variant. Like I haven't played a variant in a long time. I actually hadn't played a diplomacy game since like 2022 maybe at this point. So this was my first one back in for a while. I went ahead and take the I don't have a preference button, and what they did with that is they assigned powers, people powers based on their preferences, and then they got everyone who didn't have a preference into a chat room and said, hey, these are the remaining powers, pick out of these, right? And basically all of them were the regionals. So all four of these African regionals were on this list. The This one here was on the list. I can't actually remember what the name of that power is. I think Austria was on the list. Basically, all of the colonials were gone. Sioux was on the list, Athabasca, Inuit. I think this one was there. It was basically all of the small regional powers, which is interesting because these were the ones, Ezio, you were just saying you think have the best chance of victory, right?
Yeah, yeah, I did. In general, I will say I think the Ottoman Empire in particular looks really good. Um, but the small ones I think do have this huge edge. In general, I like the Ottomans in particular because if I were to pick a country to play, I would pick the Ottomans. If I could pick one on the entire board, I like being big at the start, not being at four is fun, and I like being concentrated, which they are. I like how dense their control over the Mediterranean, all of those centers in the Black Sea. There's tons. I would love to play the Ottomans, but I do think all of the small countries are perhaps even better than the Ottomans because 28 is a lot less than 48. So,
Yeah, is it for? It is 48 for the Ottomans. Yep.
yeah.
That is. Yeah, Ottomans feel like a probably the strongest like colonial in inverted commas power, just because all of their holdings are so condensed, right?
Yeah, they're
Whereas
not
you
really colonial.
you look at Netherlands, something I forgot to mention here as well. Pax can only be achieved if you hold your capital at the time that you got there. And actually, that's a super important point. Because if you look at the Netherlands here, they start with 2 units in Europe and their capital is in Amsterdam. So they have to hold that in order to survive. And actually, they have, in order to win, even. And they have really good holdings elsewhere. Most notably here in Indonesia, right? This looks like an area that can go very well for them. But the fact is that if they don't manage to hold this, none of that matters. So that kind of contributes to why I think Netherlands is probably the worst power in this variant. I don't know how much of the map you've looked over, Ezio. Do you like agree with that or not?
What was the quote that I was agreeing with? Sorry, I was getting distracted by realizing there's no Germany on this map. And those are not in fact a German center, and those are just supply centers up for the taking,
Yeah,
which makes sense, right? Because this is before Germany exists.
I
Yeah.
was just saying, in my view, Netherlands is probably the worst power on this board, specifically because you have to hold Amsterdam to win.
Yeah,
Like,
they have to hold Amsterdam and they have to get up to 64 SCs.
yes,
So, yeah, I think they are not very good for that
yeah.
reason. Yes.
So a quick note about this map. I mean, obviously, I shouldn't be talking too long about this because we do want to get into gameplay at some point. This is set in 1642. There are some creative liberties taken with that exact date. For example, there is a Polish colony on the east coast of Africa, on the east coast, west coast of Africa, here in St. Andrew Island. There is also a Polish colony in New Courland over here, which I think the designer said they did exist at some point. They did not exist at this time, but they put it in because they thought it would be interesting to have that power there, which seems completely fine to me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll see a few other like historical inaccuracies along those lines that just make for more interesting gameplay. And also, one other rule I forgot to mention at the start: you will see a couple supply centers here with the color of the power, but not in the like. This is the core of the supply center, but not actually colored that. These are pre-cored centers, so they don't belong to that power. But if that power controls them, they count as a home center. So Chilcotin is one, Philadelphia is one. There's one in Sweden somewhere, Trondheim. There. Again, they won't massively come into play for us because there are none in Africa, and we'll be primarily focusing on Africa here. So, is there anything else you want to mention before we jump into talking about Bornu specifically?
Uh, I think we should start talking about Bornu and Africa specifically. Yeah. Um,
Yeah. So,
because there's a lot. Like this Africa board, if you just include Africa, we could talk about for a long time, because Africa's not exactly small, right? Have you counted how many SCs there are in Africa?
so I did during the game because I needed to achieve the victory condition, right? My victory
Yeah,
condition is 28 centers. I think I calculated I could do that with about two-thirds of Africa, so yeah, there are a
yeah,
lot of centers here. This is basically equivalent to a standard diplomacy game, maybe even a larger.
yeah.
Uh,
A standard diplomacy game is 34, right? And
yes.
so if you can get to 28 with two-thirds of them, then there are for sure more than more
Yes.
than that. So, there's a lot to talk about in just the geography of Africa. Um, but I think we should just start talking about how this is going to feel, because there are the four regional powers, right? There's Congo, there's Assyria, there's Borno, or no, Bornu. How do you pronounce
Bornu.
it?
Yeah. And then
Bornu?
there's Ajuran over here on the right.
Yeah. And so all of you guys are going to be in some level of competition for Africa itself. The way that I would expect this to go sort of naturally is for you to I ally with the person sort of diagonally from you. So as Borno, I think your natural ally is yeah,
This is
them,
Ajuran. Yeah.
Azuran. And then I would expect Congo to want to work with Assyria. But what's mucking this whole thing up are the colonizers that exist, the Ottomans and the Dutch, and in the south of Africa, the Portuguese.
Yep.
Um, because they're gonna have a lot of units running around. As you're talking about, the Dutch have two supply centers they can build from and can contest quite strongly that rich SC core of Ghana, Lagos, Benin, and then potentially push into you if we're not careful. And in the south, obviously, the Portuguese have a ton that are going to make Congo's life miserable. And then if the Ottomans choose to go south and contest the rich Saudi Arabia province area, then Assyria's going to have a rough time. So basically, I think you're in a great shape. Yeah, I like it. I'm a huge fan of this spot because I think the least you have the most potential for growth and the least issue with the colonizer powers.
Yeah, I agree completely. And like when I was looking at all the trash countries was what they called them, the ones that no one wanted. Um, I like looked at Bornu. I was like, why did no one select this? It looks so incredibly defensible, right? Because not only have you got your four supply centers in like a very close pack here, but there's only five provinces around that. And this specific, like, it's a little bit hard to explain without showing the units in this position, but it means that if you just stay in these four supply centers, right, and you just decide, hey, I'm gonna support hold myself and stay here for the rest of the game, in order for any of these people to crack even one of those supply centers, they will need at least four units around you. So, for example, if the Ottomans wanted Bilma, they would need to have a unit in Tuareg to cut Najimi, they would need to have a unit in Fulani to cut Kanem, and then they would need to have Tedda and Wadai to support themselves into Bilma. And even then, it's not guaranteed because you can just take the guess of cutting Tedda and Wadai with Kanem and Najimi, uh, and then they can't get in. So I just looked at this power, I was like, this is so incredibly defensible, this feels like OP, right? And on top of that, I don't think there's anyone with a huge reason to try and push into that core, especially considering how hard it is to take. So I was just like, okay, I'm taking Bornu. That is me done. I don't need fleets. I'm just gonna stay here in the middle and try and take Africa. Um, I absolutely love this position.
Yeah, I agree. What was your strategy from the outset? Were you trying to work with your fellow African countries to say, hey, let's make peace for the first couple years until we actually deal with all of the colonial nations? Or did you instead try to work with some choice colonial nations to crush the other African countries?
So that's a super interesting one as well. Because I had uh, initially my strategy was okay. I'm going to align with. We're gonna see. I don't think it will hold for very long, but I'm gonna see if we can make like a four-player uh, alliance between all these regionals here to kick out the colonials or at least weaken the colonials in this area, because I think that makes a lot of sense to do. Right? Obviously, you're going to be competing with them later on, but the thing about colonial powers, for example, the Netherlands or Portugal, if they get a stronghold in an area, and if they're doing well somewhere else on the board, they can just use that area somewhere else on the board to pump units into your land that they don't then I'm trying to think how best to describe this, that they wouldn't be justified in having if like the board was just Africa, for example. So if the Netherlands, for example, take Ghana, Lagos, Benin, and then have like a safe spot in Indonesia that they've taken a lot of centers in but don't need many units to hold, they can just funnel all the builds from Indonesia into these two home centers here and pump out far more than 5 units onto this front, right? Despite only having 5 centers here. And Portugal is kind of the same down at the bottom here. So that was the thing that like immediately worried me. I was like, I do not want someone to be able to do that on this continent. So regional alliance seems to make sense to deal with that. But then you get talking to other powers, and some people are more communicative than others, right? And so your, as happens in every diplomacy game, your initial plan ends up going a bit out the window. But that was my initial thought. I'm curious whether you would have done the same thing.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely not.
yeah.
Um, no, I would 100% have worked with either Ottoman or the Dutch, depending on who seemed more communicative, and worked with them to try to defeat one of these countries, either Assyria or Congo, potentially both. Um, I'd have used my reasoning that these major powers are unlikely to kill me, and they're going to be engrossed in wars elsewhere. Like, it's just gonna happen. And if they think that their front on my end is safe, is one of those fronts that they can pull resources from, there will come a time where I will be able to kill them. Um, and so I can work with them, bide my time, grow, get up to a nice safe 10, 12 supply centers or whatever, figure out which centers I need, and then make it happen later. But I think that these African countries are rivals. They will kill me. They will try to eliminate me because they don't want us to deal with us later. So, no, I would have worked with these bigger countries as much as I possibly could have. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's completely justifiable, and it makes complete sense. It represents a difference in our two playstyles as well. I think, in that you're often thinking, "How do I get bigger?" Right, which is it's kind of what you should be thinking in a diplomacy game because you're not going to hit the win condition without getting bigger. But I tend to be a more balance of powery type player where if I keep everyone else on the board kind of counterbalanced and just slowly make gains, I will end up on top eventually. The problem with that balance of power playstyle on a variant like this is that there is no way to keep, for example, if I'm Bornu, I can't really keep Russia counterbalanced, right? There is nothing I can do
Yeah.
to affect them there. But I did kind of play that way anyway. I played a bit more balance of powery than immediately caring about my own expansion. And you're definitely going to see that as the game goes along a bit.
Yeah. There's huge value in not being the biggest, right? Not being at the top of the leaderboard on that percentage towards win condition because you don't want people to view you as a threat. So even if you're not trying to balance the game board, it's optimal often to simply not grow as much as you can. So yeah, it's a very solid strategy. But I think that's a great way to start. So you started off negotiations reaching out to your other your fellow African regionals to say, hey, let's try to like were you like coordinating tactics with them at the start, or just like, hey, let's be friends, let's kick back the colonizers, Wakanda forever type stuff?
Yeah, so I was a little bit more subtle with it because like I didn't want to immediately be like, oh, let's create a group chat and then work with the assumption that this is happening when other people might not want to be doing that, right? So in my opening discussions, I kind of just said to all of them, hey, my immediate thought is that the colonial powers are the biggest threats to us. I think maybe we should be looking at ways that deal with those, right? But I didn't outright propose anything along those lines
Sure.
off the bat. The negotiations went a bit interestingly with these powers. So, for one, Ottoman, off the bat, messaged me 1 minute into the game. So they were
Perfect.
just like waiting at game start and to message absolutely everyone. Because I also assume I as Bornu, I'm probably not the first person Ottoman is going to message, right? They're probably going to message, like, I don't know, this one, I forget what this one is called, Persia. They're not called Persia, but whatever their name is, they're probably going to message Austria, like immediate neighbors. But this
I think
person was
the
very enthusiastic.
Safasid
Yes, that's
Empire.
correct. This Ottoman player, they had really good press and they had really fast press. They were like off the starting line immediately, and like part of me was like, oh, this person is going to be really good at communicating, and part of me was also like, oh my god, this person is a massive threat immediately because it's not just me they've messaged like this, right? They've messaged everyone like this. This is before they know anything at all about me. So I was immediately like a little bit, I'm not sure I want the Ottomans to gain much land near me.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm doing exactly the opposite, man. That's, yep. Difference in play style. No, I'm working with them. Yeah, let's go. Instant, let's do this.
Yeah, see, this is the really big difference in playstyle, right? It is like if I come across a clearly amazing player, my immediate response is, "Oh my, I don't want you to be as amazing as you clearly are, so I'm gonna try and limit your power a little bit." Whereas your response is, we're both great players, we can decimate this part of the board together.
They're gonna be a useful ally. They're going to achieve their goals. Like, and as long as we can make sure that our goals are aligned, this is gonna work out well for me. Um, so yeah, but that's great. No, it is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Because that is terrifying. Because like I said, I thought they were a very strong country to begin with, because they're so dense. Um, yeah, no, this is it's reasonable to try to keep them in check.
Yep. So other powers I negotiated with, right? Congo was not very communicative, but I said to him, "Hey, we've got a two non-SC buffer zone between us. How about I just focus on the north, you focus on the south, and we'll keep this area secure. I'll probably need to go into Fulani because I've only got so many ways I can open, right? But I'm not planning to come any further south than that." And they were like, absolutely fine. But they didn't really want to discuss much more than that. They were like, "Okay, you
Sure.
leave me to my thing. I'll leave you to yours."
Okay.
Then over here, Abyssinia was really nice off the bat. They immediately said, I don't remember if it was immediate or like a bit into discussion, but they said, "Hey, I'm gonna let you have Darfur and Ujuku." I was like, "Okay, yeah,
Boom.
that's fine by
Sold.
me."
Yep. Done.
I will absolutely take that. That sounds incredible. uh, and like, of course, the nice thing about this is even if I do take Darfur and Ujuku, the fact that they've not blocked me from there means I actually have a really good angle of attack on them, right? So I can
Oh
just
God,
go
yes.
straight in. Um,
Yeah.
so
I don't think I'm making a prediction. Abyssinia does not last long.
It's an interesting prediction. It may be so. In this intro negotiation, I was also trying to like judge whether Abyssinia and Ajuran were friendly with each other or not, because I think there is an argument to be made with these powers that they should align with one another, right? Because they can form like quite a strong core between them and go in different directions. And if they throw everything at each other off the bat, they're probably going to be decimated from different sides, right? Especially Abyssinia. Like, Abyssinia is just going to get crushed if they throw units south. Ajuran, I guess not, but they also have 2 fleets off the bat, so they kind of... They have an advantage to going elsewhere, right? They don't really have enough units to cash in on these supply centers if Abyssinia just collapses. That's my view on it.
That my view is that Abyssinia doesn't want to go to war with me because they will get crushed if they go to war with me. That's correct. I will go to war with them, and they will get crushed. Yes. And I see that I can try to get the Saudi Arabian centers because naval control over the Arabian Sea and the Gulf is looking good for that whole area. So my instinct would be to send my fleet north, send my army up after it, to get the army in my... I can't pronounce that center name.
Yeah.
But I would send my fleets up that way, try to take the Arabian Peninsula, and then push on to Assyria with Ottoman and your support. And then I'll take whatever, 1 or 2 centers from them with Saudi Arabia, and then I'll push south. But I want them eliminated.
That does make sense.
My philosophy in these global... I've played a couple of these bigger diplomacy variants, and my heuristic is that I must kill my neighboring powers in order for me to win. That's just a thing that I've seen. The winners gobble up their immediate neighbors, and so like they don't kill all of their doubly adjacent, like the neighbors of their neighbors. Those can sometimes survive. They can come to agreements, but I haven't seen anybody be successful with the like I'm gonna work with my immediate neighbor and win that way. It's possible in this variant due to these smaller SC victory conditions that sort of alliance works, and I haven't fully felt the ramifications of that. But that's why my instincts here are so just, no, I'm going to kill these people. They must die.
I mean, yeah, it does make total sense, and I'm definitely going to have to kill some of these people in order to get to 28. There is...
Especially because you're landlocked.
Yeah.
You can't do anything. Like,
it's like, in order to make a fleet, I will have to core a coastal province, which this was actually something I was thinking a lot about in the first year. I was like, could I maybe convince Netherlands to let me have Lagos and core it? As I did talk to them about this, and they basically said no. So
yeah, but okay, we'll see how well that lasts.
The problem
they're not going to give you Lagos, but
yeah, the problem with coring any coastal province, right, as a landlocked power, is that in order to core a province, you need it not to be tapped for 2 consecutive phases. So if anyone has a fleet anywhere near you, they can just sail on up and go, nope.
Yeah, it's like, even if you're trying to core in both Ghana and Lagos, if they have a fleet in the Gulf of Guinea, they can tap Ghana. Lagos got 1 turn in there. Then they can use Gulf of Guinea to cap Lagos while Ghana starts the core, and so their 1 fleet can actually stop both centers from coring. So you would then need to have 3. You'd also need Benin and have all of them trying to core simultaneously, and then one of them would succeed. Ugh, it's just...
And you have to... That takes, like, so many turns of lost momentum, right? Because you're having 3 units trying to core something for 2 turns, which then only one of them succeeds, and you can't immediately build in that center because you've had the unit there from coring it. So
and it's not building time. You have to move it out. You can then only build 1 fleet. That 1 fleet can't dislodge them from the Gulf of Guinea. So you sit there raging at the world. Yep.
Exactly that. So my thought was, okay, well, if Netherlands isn't going to let me call Lagos, I'm probably just going to play as land-based power for this entire game. But yeah, we were talking about Abyssinia and Ajuran. I did get the impression that these 2 were probably going to work together because they did sound quite friendly about each other immediately off the bat. And then Ajuran sent me a really interesting. Like they'd taken a screenshot of Africa and they'd filled in a bunch of provinces with the colors of the 4 regionals, right? They'd got
Yep.
the same idea that I had about regionals working together, but then they said, "Hey, if we split it like this, everyone achieves their win condition." I'm like, that cannot be right. That doesn't make any sense. And I was counting things, and I realized they've included non-SCs in this, right? As part of the number. So
This
I had
was
to,
Azuran?
yeah. So I had to go and talk to them and say, hey, you know that non-SCs don't count towards the victory condition, right?
No!
Yeah.
No, you don't tell them that! No! Oh my god, no!
Is that?
Oh god!
I
No,
assume
you
you
let
would have
me
just
roll with
said.
it.
I assume you would have just said, no, oh yeah, let's do that. That's great.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. Because look at all of the non-SCs that they get. They get Gala, Cinemo, Kisama, Turkana, Moana. Like, they get tons of these things. They can have them. Yes!
God,
No!
I would have felt so bad pretending that because like it's clearly a newer player to diplomacy, right? Because you know
Oh,
that
yeah.
as an
Oh,
experience, well, as someone who's played basically any diplomacy at all, you know that only SCs matter. The non-SCs are just for positioning. So immediately then I knew, oh, hang on, Azuran is a new player.
God, you're such a good person.
Well, you say that. I'm not a good person if I don't feel bad for someone.
That counts. Okay, actually, maybe you can, like, take them under your wing and use them to, like, hey, I know I can tell that you're a new player from this one. Let me give you some advice about how this is gonna go. And we'll work things out here. And then you can, like, give them orders and get them out as a vassal real early. That could work.
Well, in this case, after I told them that, they kind of went, "Oh," and then they stopped talking to me for a while. So
Yeah.
it did not work out very well. I maybe should have just gone along with it, but yeah, that was how it was to start off here.
Yeah.
Other
All right, well,
negotiations, with the Dutch, they were kind of like, obviously they were not very happy with the idea of me taking Lagos, and my immediate plan here was, okay, well, since I'm being gifted Darfur and Ujuku, right, I may as well
yep.
just attack the Dutch as well, because I've got enough units probably to do that. So my first plan was Dutch will probably be my focus point for this. I talked to Ottomans about a demilitarized zone in Tedder, so that by itself determines my opening, right? Because I only have one opening that demilitarizes Tedder. And then I talked to Poland as well, finally, and Poland was very like, I'm happy with you doing whatever as long as I just get to keep my colony here. I'm gonna take these 3 centers and maybe Timbuktu. I was like, I do not think you are going to take Timbuktu. I think that will go to hopefully me, but I'm okay with you kind of hanging out here until I have enough units there to kill you. Not that I said that, but that was my thought, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that kind of brings us to the end of I'm gonna say 1901 because I can't remember what the
Yeah.
actual
Let's
year
call
is.
them 1901.
So
1642, I think, is the starting year for this one. But
are you good for me to move ahead to the end of
yeah, let's
spring?
see some actual moves. You've only been
Yes.
talking for an hour. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yep. Okay, so
At least there's a lot of new stuff to talk about, unlike our normal, whatever, 45 minutes talking about the most boring 1901 you've ever seen.
that is absolutely correct. Right, so this is how the first turn went over here, which is honestly it's pretty much what you'd expect, right? The Polish went for Great Fulo, which I was kind of hoping they'd go for Dakar first, but this makes sense, I guess. It's the harder one to take. Abyssinia coming into Sanaa is because they said they were going to focus on taking Kawara, which obviously they can't do now, but they can bounce the Ottomans out, which is something. And yeah, as far as my opening goes, it's basically the only opening I could do that that involved Tedder being demilitarized. I'm wondering if there's anything that stands out to you here. I guess I should pan down as well.
So I was I would have expected um the unit in Marig?
This one,
That
yeah.
one? Yeah. Oh, this works.
Yeah,
Yeah, this works
because
much better. Never
this
mind.
can
Yeah,
just
that
fall
borders the
back
center
into
too.
the...
Yep, yep,
Yes.
yeah, nope, that's good. So then everything's as expected. Um,
Yep.
man, it's a good thing that Assyria just gave you um Darfur and the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I could absolutely have taken Uijoku regardless, right? I can just support into it if they're coming this way.
Yeah, but
But Darfur was never going to be mine if Abyssinia didn't let me take it, because they can
yeah,
just bounce out.
so nice that they just volunteered it. I don't think they can afford to piss you off by like bouncing.
Yeah,
And it means that there's just going to be immediate tension between all of the other powers because all of them are bordering um Bun Euro.
Bunyoro, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to zoom
Um
in more on this?
yeah, thanks. So
Yeah.
I can read stuff even though we can't. Yeah, because there's tons of tension there right now. And is Congo just gonna take the Luanda?
That's an interesting one, right? They're certainly positioning to do so, although they also have the only unit adjacent to Sao Tome, so
Yeah.
the fleet probably goes there. But they do have this army here now in Melange. We're gonna pronounce
Yeah.
so much stuff wrong in this video.
Yeah.
um,
Is there's a unit in the can you show me where St. Helena ended up? Did that end up in the Angola Basin?
this one. It ends up
No,
in
it
the
didn't.
Cape Basin. So
Okay,
it's
yeah,
going
it's
for
going
Zahosa,
down there.
which
Yeah.
makes sense, right? Because Portugal can't reach that in the first year.
Yep,
There's this province between them.
for sure.
Yeah. Uh, I'm wondering. I like. We're probably not going to talk very much about other things that are going on the map. I'm just slowly scrolling over it. But honestly, I wasn't paying a huge amount of attention to the rest of the map at this point because, like,
Yeah.
what can you do about the rest of the map, right?
I think
It's-
the only relevant part for us is going to see if Portugal appears to be working with um Holland or not. Because if
yes.
we expect them to be going to war, then that will affect our diplomacy. And then if Poland goes to war with Holland, then that would also be very impactful for us.
Yes.
So we would need to like, if we were trying to win this, we would keep an eye out for that. And then the Ottomans, obviously. If the Ottomans get engrossed in a war up in the north, fighting over whatever, Austria, then they can't mess with us too much. But um, yeah,
Yeah. No, I agree completely. And interestingly, it looks like, at least from here, right, that Portugal and Netherlands seem to be happy with each other. They're not really conflicting over anything here. They're all going for their own supply centers. Uh, but then there's an interesting thing about this map, which is that there are a lot of easy neutrals to claim, right? So I
yeah,
think that kind of encourages people not to attack anyone in the first year. Because why attack someone when you can just double by not attacking someone and then decide later? Um,
yep.
so we're not gonna see much conflict until the second year, I think.
Yep, makes sense.
But yeah,
Again, very standard for these huge maps. It's not super standard considering how big some of these countries are already. But it's almost always in these huge global diplomacy variants where everyone starts off at 3 SCs, but they need to get 60 to win or something. That like there's tons of neutrals that just sit there and gobble gobble gobble.
yes.
So
So, for example, I'm gonna quite comfortably double in the first year here, right? Assuming that Abyssinia doesn't bounce me in Darfur without attacking anyone or infuriating anyone unless I just bounce the Dutch House of Lagos. Which, actually, if I recall negotiations correctly, I think I myself and the Dutch just agreed to bounce Lagos regardless because they wanted to take Benin. So it, I
Sure.
didn't end up annoying anyone here.
Yep.
Oh, the Ottomans can bounce me out of Agadez. I forgot about that.
Yep. But or they could take Berbers.
Yes, exactly. It's like if there's a free SC for you to take, and the alternative is just annoying someone without taking an SC, there's a pretty clear choice there.
It's so it's not as clear. Um, in in a normal diplomacy variant where both powers are the same size, then it obviously you're right. Denying yourself an SC to deny somebody else an SC is just terrible because both of you growing is the same value. But an extra unit for the Ottomans is much less relevant than an extra army for Benin
For
or
Bornu, yeah.
Bornu, yeah, Bornu. And as a result, if the Ottomans like imagine if the Ottoman and Abyssinia agreed, hey, we're actually just gonna kill you. Bounce them out of Darfur and
Agadez.
Ujuku.
Oh, they
And
can't.
I'll bounce them
Oh,
out
they can
of
actually. Yes.
Agadez. Dutch is gonna kill their stuff in the west. Hassa, whatever, isn't gonna last. You're gonna be on five centers. They're gonna build in Tripoli and Cairo and just march on you. And like, it's the only way to kill you. And if they actually wanted to kill you, bouncing you out of Agadez is a much better move, I think, than taking Berbers because they can build still. Um,
Yeah.
Obviously they're not gonna do that, but like it might actually make sense if you want to just remove a rival early on. Um,
It does absolutely make sense. Yeah. I.
but obviously, they can work with you instead. There's no need to do it, so it's totally fine. But if you have a strategic reason where, as a bigger power, you actually just want to eliminate a smaller one, because you're bigger than them, you can just do that. Um, it's something that I would be really, really tempted to do as one of these bigger powers. I'd have to look at the board to find a good example of where I would want to do this. Um, Maybe as Russia trying to kill Sweden, maybe as whatever Poland trying whatever. I don't know, but like the idea of slowing down my own growth to improve my strategic position by eliminating a nearby rival is, I think, a very potent move to do because you don't want to be the biggest on the board, but you do want to have fewer enemies, so something like that could work. But
yeah.
I don't think it makes sense to kill you because you're so defensive, as you pointed out. There's not enough gain here. Like again, they have to get an army into Fulani. Like, come on.
Yes. Exactly. Like if I'm aware that someone is going to attack my homes, I can defend them very easily. Right. The point at which it's best to kill Bornu, I think, is if they've got a lot of units away from home. So you can slip in a unit when it's undefended. For example, if there's nothing here and you manage to get into Tedder, or if the Dutch get into Fulani, for example, that's a much more effective attack than if you slow them down and then press in. Which
Yep.
is different to a lot of. Well, actually, that is quite often the best way to kill someone in diplomacy. It's why Austria-Italy alliances often end when Austria walks into Venice after Italy has moved all their units away, or end when Italy moves into the Austrian home centres at the
Yep.
same kind of time. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You can, as a bigger power, you can afford to give up one extra unit in order to cripple someone else, right?
Yeah, like imagine if Ottomans had just moved into Tedda at the start.
Yes, I would have had to fall back with two units, which or take a. Actually, do I have to fall back with two units? I think I just grab as many SCs as possible and build at home. Right?
Yeah, I agree, but I would bounce you out of Agadez in that world, right? Move to Tedda, move to Agadez,
Yes.
bounce you there, you build, and then like, yeah, everything's annoying still. But point is, they didn't choose to do that. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna have a great game. But like, just
Yeah.
the point is, look at how crippling this minor inconvenience to the Ottomans. Because from the Ottomans, it's like, yeah, I got 10 units. One of them can be inefficient, sure, but I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I wish this would have been a you choose what units to build where. instead of being stuck with like whatever fleets and armies they chose to give you at the start.
Oh yeah, I could have built a fleet on Lake Chad. Incredible.
Yeah. Also, why do you have like the Chad province? It's just so tilting. Like, it just because I wasn't defensive enough.
Yeah, it is true. If you end up in a position where you're getting surrounded, you well on these sides, right? You can just move a unit into Chad and back it up even more. Like this power is so ridiculous on the defensive front.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do have a clean. If we're done talking about the moves from here, because I think the moves this turn aren't as
Yeah.
relevant as the position. I do have a clean map for the next going into the next phase. Well, as in for this phase. So these are the positions after.
Oh, cool. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
So from here we can talk about where people might move to, but then I guess there's not all that much to talk about this phase either. Because, like, I'm just following through with what I've been told is fine, which is going into Darfur and Ujuku, right? If I was being a bit safer, maybe I should still have supported into Ujuku because of this unit in Turkana. But yeah, I'm not.
When they're offering you centers this early in the game, especially when they have as many neighbors as they do, they cannot afford to piss you off because if they bounce you out of either one, I assume you're just gonna say, "All right, good luck." Build in the east and then just push on them. So
Yep,
watch them die.
agree
Yeah.
completely.
So I wouldn't expect them to bounce you at all. Oh, Sitamel borders a the capital of Assyria.
Oh,
Sitamel is one
oh,
south
this one,
south.
yes, it
That one.
borders the Home SC. Deborah Burhan, I think that just sounds like someone's name.
Yeah,
But
also
yeah,
the fleet in Kisa
Kiss Mayo, I
Kismayo
think.
is a fleet, and it therefore can't take Burundi.
No, but it can take. Oh, it could take Kilwa, except that the Portuguese can just bounce them out.
Yeah, but the Portuguese could take Burundi themselves instead, and then
Yes,
they use their fleet to
so
take
clever.
the other one. So that'll work out. But oh man, they're screwed.
Yeah, this is a bit of a. Well, I mean, they might not have the doubling first year, right? But they have chances to take stuff. It's just this is probably not a power I would give to a new player. It feels a bit too complex to. I don't know. On the standard diplomacy board, I would ideally give a new player either Turkey or England, right? Because you only have a few people to negotiate with off the bat, and you have a few like very immediately obvious targets like Bulgaria or Sevastopol if you want to be particularly aggressive. Or on the England front, you've got Belgium and Norway. This power, it's complicated to find a route that works well for them, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, the fact that Sidamo is adjacent to Deborah Burhan means that Takana might be forced to just move back. Um,
yeah,
I guess we'll see on that front.
yeah. But Congo is probably moving to um Bunyoro anyways, so
Yeah.
it doesn't even matter. Oh, everything's sad.
Well,
Ooh, there's a fun bit. Congo in the south is gonna talk to the majors. One of them could support them into the other center.
this is absolutely true, and it is going to be very key in what happens next turn. But
Yeah.
yeah, so Congo is adjacent to both Netherlands and Portugal, so. And because Congo's unit here isn't in a supply center and the other two are, right? There isn't any way that Netherlands and Portugal can really coordinate against Congo right now. It's just a
Yep.
case of inviting Congo to help them against the other one if they want to be.
Yeah, we'll see if they offer it, but I might still beg whatever. Just walk into Luanda is the point. That's the key.
Yeah, just
You get
support
support.
yourself in? Or.
Just
Oh,
ask
yeah, yeah, sorry.
Holland for support into the place whilst you walk into Luanda.
Yeah.
I'd be really tempted to support myself in there anyways. If I'm not working with them, just kill them. But I don't know. more growth
Yeah.
is good.
Should be
How much do
noted,
you want to bet?
Guinea rice can be tapped from SAO3 here, although that would mean SAO3 isn't doing anything else. Although, I don't actually know what else SAO3 can do here in terms of going
God,
to a center.
it's so much strategic stuff, dude. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
um,
Anyways,
so, do you just want to go ahead and see the moves here, or is there anything else you want to discuss in terms of...
yeah, I want to see some moves, so we can start getting a sense of what alliances look like and how people are doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this next turn is going to be fun, especially in Congo. I do want to go and look at Congo first, because this is fantastic. It was like the first thing I saw when I opened this phase when I was playing. I was just like, well done, Congo. You're a legend.
That's a bit much, Mr. Congo man. Ah, no. Oh God. Sorry, I looked at the new player.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
That's,
no. All right,
so...
well, we'll get back to that. Sorry, first Congo. So you can see they clearly accepted the Holland support, but also took their home test seat.
Yeah, and not just that, it looks like they also negotiated with Portugal to attack the Netherlands, because Portugal offered this support here, right, into
Yeah.
Ndongo, which Congo didn't take. They took the Netherlands support to kick out Portugal, and at the same time stabbed the Netherlands. It's
Yeah,
incredible.
the question is why?
They want centers, I guess. Like, but then they could have just taken Sao Tome for free, so they didn't need to stab Netherlands here.
Yeah, but I like stabbing that I like either stabbing Netherlands and crushing them or working with the Netherlands. Right? Like pick one of the two majors to work with and work with that one. I love that. I was talking about that as my initial alliance idea, right? But to piss off both of the majors over there, because the majors are working together, there's like you it is possible when you have 12 fronts neighboring with people to work together with somebody on one front and against them in another front to say, hey, we both hate Congo. We can work together here to kill them, and we can negotiate on just that. But the rest of the board we can still fight. But fuck Congo, we'll kill them. Um, they're gonna kill you. You're gonna die like this. I pick one of them, make them your ally, attack the other.
So the interesting thing here is this like support situation, both of them supporting against the other. Netherlands actually goes pretty all in on Portugal this turn around the board. They go, for example, to Guanabara Bay. More importantly, they take a Portuguese home centre over here in Ceylon, which at the time I was like, okay, this is kind of a world war, because everyone that I was talking to was like, either I'm close to Portugal or I'm close to Netherlands. For example, Spain, very pro-Portugal power. France was working very closely with the Netherlands. So it's like, is this conflict going to like ripple across the board in some way? It seemed to be the big talk of the turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's Congo playing both sides.
Exactly. I love this move so much. I mean, I hate it from like a strategic point of view. I think it's terrible, but it's also like, oh my god, Congo, you're
It's the
amazing.
memeiest diplomacy move ever, right? We love it.
Yes. The sad thing for Congo here is, even though they kick out this Portuguese unit, right? Portugal can actually just retreat it to, say, Matamba or Matupa, and then build another unit in Benguela anyway, despite not taking this center, right? They can fund it from somewhere else. So that might end up being a bit painful.
Oh, and worse than that, Portugal can also build armies in Maravi and Beira.
Yes.
And so they can start flooding. They can put pressure on Burundi. No, it's Portugal, I think, is the power I would have worked with here. But whatever. Good luck, Congo. This is amazing news for you, by the way.
Yes.
Because you can now honestly work together with both of the majors, right? Because they're going to want to be begging you for support against the other one. And you say, yeah, absolutely. Help me kill Congo. And once Congo is dead, I'll help you against the other one. And then both of them will say, oh, what a great idea. Wouldn't it be nice to have the major country in Africa on my side to then kill the other one? That's amazing. And so you can sit there bartering, and both of them will presumably be happy to do because they hate Congo too. Like, oh man, I would be so happy to be in your position here. Oh my God.
Once again, this like represents the difference in our thoughts. Because when I saw Congo doing this, I was like, "Oh hell yeah, Congo! Keep doing that. Give it to the colonials down there. I'm gonna leave you alone and let you get on with it." Because I figured like Congo isn't gonna win this war, right? But they will hold the Portuguese back for a considerable amount of time. And because Portugal is one of the biggest powers on the board, and also at the time I thought PAX required you to be at the most supply centers, right? So in order to stop
Yeah.
PAX, you want to stop the biggest powers getting to their win conditions. It's like, okay, I'm really happy with this. I will just let you do your thing and conquer the north while you're doing it, and then hopefully you lot will still be fighting down there by the time I'm ready to come along.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, I see this as just extreme weakness. Um, and like, yeah, they're on a knife's edge. Imagine if I just give them a little push.
Yep. Uh,
And make allies while doing it, man. They're gonna love me for it. They're gonna love me for growing, dude. They never like it when you grow. They always get pissed. But anyways, great.
yeah. I
Yep.
mean, I think your point of view is very fair. The
I hope so.
so the other thing to talk about in terms of my relations with powers this turn, like up until this point, I was thinking Netherlands is probably going to be a good place to attack here. I saw this world war developing with the Portuguese. I was like, hang on, my previous thought was I need to kick out the colonials because they can use other areas to fund this area, right? But then I got into your line of thinking from earlier, which is, what if I become the area that they're funding things from? So I go ahead and say to Netherlands, hey, I think you're gonna need assistance in this war. You need allies in this world war. I'm perfectly happy to be like a very close ally to you in Africa, but I want to see no army builds in here, like ever.
Yep.
And they were pretty happy to accept that. And that's like really great for me because no army builds mean I can stab them whenever I want to, basically.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think the negotiation makes perfect sense to say you are a naval power in this region. I'm a land-based power. The coastal provinces, the supply centers are yours. I'm not gonna be able to contest those because you can always bring in fleet support. But I would go one step further. I would also mandate no cores. I would
yeah.
say you can take these centers easily with your 2 unit production a turn, but no coring over here. You're gonna be safe, but we don't need to supply more troops onto this front. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I actually did include no coring as a condition. I can't remember, but I vaguely remember having thoughts about coring and thought, okay, they don't need to core here. This is fine.
Yeah, let them core elsewhere.
Yeah. So yes, that's that. I think that was part of my strategy. I don't remember exactly, so you might see them starting to core here, but I don't think they core anything anytime soon.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
like,
they're not going to core anytime soon.
if they were going to core, they would have to core Benin, I think, because otherwise it's quite easy for me to like tap them. I guess Ghana
Yep.
is kind of safe, but yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Point is, I like the idea. I like that negotiation to say, hey, we can work together on this one. Just as part of the ally thing, I would say, hey, let's go kill Congo.
Yes, I mean that
And then
would be
talk to the
doubly great with
Ottomans,
this, right?
hey, Assyria, let's
Be-
kill them too.
I actually really see what you're saying there because if you get the Dutch to say move any army away from here, so convoy an army down into Kinshasa or anything, that just makes them so much more vulnerable here. And because they've made that deal not to build any armies here, you get an even easier stab on them later.
Oh God, yeah, it's gonna be a brutal stab. But honest to God, I would actually work with them until Congo was basically dead.
Mm.
Because I really value killing the rival powers that are regional enemies to me. Um, I really like. I would not actually just go for an insta stab on them, depending on how juicy they made it. Like if I could get 5 SCs from them, I don't need their help anymore. But it's I really would actually like Congo to die. I do value that.
Yeah,
So
it makes sense. I did not.
yep.
But yeah.
So that's again totally fine. It works. Like your strategy is, I assume, gonna work well. In this
Well,
board.
let's hope so. Up
Yeah.
here, something important to note: Assyria didn't bounce Ottomans out of Hawara. I can't remember the negotiations behind this, but I think Abyssinia told me that they weren't going to do this because they didn't want to annoy people. I think Ajuran's move into Sidamo might have caused this, and we haven't talked about this yet, right? This is just
No, we haven't
painful
talked
to
about
look
the
at.
cluster. Yeah, we'll get there in a sec.
But yeah, so Ottomans get into Hawara, they get into Berbers, they're getting kind of a strong line up here. They get Sicily as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they look like they're allied pretty closely now with um the the Safacid.
Cephalus, yeah, here.
Yeah, the Caucasus. They've also demilitarized the area. Um, so yeah,
Yes.
things look solid over there.
Should be noted, this attack into Russia is exactly what you were talking about earlier, right? In that it's better for them to just use their units to cripple someone else, because this isn't actually gaining them anything. They don't get
Yep.
uh, Georgia in this, so they were getting a supply center either way, but they do stop Russia from gaining. And actually, this is a really painful turn for Russia because they guess horribly on this front, right? Trying to yeah.
Russia's dead. Oh, there goes Russia. Sweden, let's go crushing. Oh yeah, Sweden.
Yes, so Sweden gets into Arkhangelsk and Novgorod here, and in return, Russia manages to get a non-supply center, which, as we've discussed earlier, is not very helpful. uh, and at the same time, Poland starts moving against them. Yeah, just kind of painful all around.
Yeah, all right. So Russia's not going to be a real power anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, but yeah, we don't care about Russia. That's too much other nonsense. Point is, Ottomans are going to be growing up there. They are going to be at least a little bit of a war. I would expect the Ottomans. Ah, geez, they have too many good moves to make. We don't know what they're going to do. Do you know if they're going to work with you against Assyria? Are you offering to work with them against Assyria?
Yes, I think at this point we were talking about working against Assyria together, and honestly, at this point, I was also thinking, despite Assyria being quite nice to me, it probably makes sense for me to just throw everything against Assyria here on this front, and try and take them out quickly, because I do have this pretty decent position against them, and Ottomans can help.
Gave you the position to kill them.
Yes. And Ajuran is still in Sadamo, so Assyria has to defend themselves on this, well, they don't have to, but they're probably going to send units to defend themselves on the southern front.
Yeah.
Although, yes, Ajuran's start, they weren't going to get Kilwa anyway. Portugal chooses to go in and try and bounce them. But up here, this is painful. They go into a non-supply center instead of taking one and getting a build.
Yeah.
And it's not.
And then they held with Chiasimau.
Yes.
And then they moved into the province they were holding, so there was never a chance of that move going through. They didn't support Congo or Ajuran into a place to get an ally.
Assyria, yeah.
By the way, that Bunyoro reminds me of Belgium. In real diplomacy, right? I don't think that's a center you want to take. I think it's a center you want your neighbors to take, and then you support each one of them in to get an ally. So
I agree completely, and I should say I actually do have a version of Belgium for myself in this game, which ends up being Timbuktu, because you see that's between 3 different powers here. And if any of those one powers gets in, they're then vulnerable to being kicked out again by the other two powers working together, right? They can't really back themselves up there. So
Yeah.
this ends up having some interesting negotiation around it.
Yeah, of course. It is going to feel different because it's not three regional powers fighting over it, right? Obviously Prussia with their one unit and the one supply center in the area, they're not a major power here.
That's Poland, yeah.
So I'm not too worried about them taking it. Like, I would much rather let Ottomans or us take it and work together to solidify our alliance over it. Um, but it is similar for sure in that same three power dynamic.
Yep.
But it just the what was the name of the province in that between Assyria and Azuron?
This one, it's Bunyoro.
Yeah, Banyora or whatever. That one, like, it's three regional powers that are all locked in, and like you need to make an ally with one of them to kill it because there's going to be this annoying war. So,
Yep.
yep, that one just screams poisoned province. But oh well.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd even want this province as Congo because it's so far out of the way. Especially if you're attacking the southern powers here, it feels like it's better just to keep your units in this area and then come south. Um, but
Yeah, I mean, it's who doesn't want a center, man? You can just build back in your capital if you take it.
it is true. But it just feels like it's going somewhere that isn't in my sphere of influence if I'm Congo, right? It's just
Yeah,
a
but like, okay,
one
imagine
unit.
imagine if they were working with Portugal and they had fully stabbed Holland here, and then they were going to work with Portugal to kill Ajuran.
Okay, yeah, that
Imagine
would
if
be
that was their
huge.
strategy. Like, think of how good Congo looks in that situation. How quickly they get massive. But
That makes sense.
instead, nope, we're just gonna we're stabbing both of them. Let's
Yep.
go.
Oh
With the
boy.
World War, it might just work out, honest to God. So,
Yeah. Um. Okay, so I think the only other thing to point out in terms of Africa is that Portugal and Spain are working together here to land, but then these are all fleets, so it's not a particularly big concern right now, at least not to me.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like focusing on the landlocked stuff, take all of the landlocked provinces. And so it does mean that there's going to be some tension between us and the Ottomans for later, but that's for later, I think.
yeah, so this is actually a really interesting point, and it's something I was thinking about a lot here, which is that these provinces I'm happy to take, right? If I do go to war with the Dutch, which I've agreed not to do, and I'm probably not going to do anytime soon under my strategy. But I would be happy to take these because these are all adjacent to one sea province, right? Whereas if you look in the north, taking something like Tripoli or Tunis, you're then forced to dedicate like at least 3 units in order to just hold that province and never get any further because you can't really push any further because it's adjacent to so much of the sea and you can't do anything in the sea. So my strategy was very much at this point I am going to almost entirely focus on the landlocked provinces, as you were saying.
Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I love it. I think that's a really good way to think about it because, right, whatever four of those provinces are just,
Jeez.
yeah, it's exactly what you described. There's only one sea province that neighbors them. You don't have to be defending from a ton of different attacks. They can't support themselves in anywhere. The fleets really can't take it. So, yeah,
Yep.
that's great. Look,
Okay.
I'm happy with your position. I'm loving it. I think we know what our builds are every turn, always. It's all armies. Um,
Yep.
I don't think we need to core anything anytime soon because we want to keep growing and we have a nice situation. Like, yeah,
Yeah. I think there were some powers who started coring in the second year here.
yep,
I might be mistaken, but like at least in my view, I feel like you shouldn't core anything until later. At least just because. Well, okay, as like a massive colonial power, I guess 1 unit not doing anything isn't a huge deal. But like, if you're Bornu here, you don't want to spend a year coring like a province here and take 1/8 of your entire force out of action for that entire time, right? It's
yeah.
only really useful if you haven't got anything else to do with that unit.
It's for you since you're so consolidated. it's really not that useful because it's like one turn to move from any of your provinces to any others. Like Agadez can't quite make it to Darfur. Like you can't quite, but you're really still close. It's not that much of a travel time. Whereas for the major colonial powers, if they want to get a unit into Brazil, if you're Portugal um or the Netherlands, you just can't freely flow units around. And so if you want to increase the flow of troops into one of these fronts, you need to core.
Yes.
Um, and you're bigger, so it's less of a percentage lost, right? You're wasting 1/8 of your total units to core, whereas they're wasting 1/20 or less because they're growing more than 4 in a turn or whatever.
Yeah.
So like for these major powers that are on many different fronts, if you expect to like invest a lot there, if I'm like the Dutch, for example, I would really probably core the West, the Indonesia. I would try really hard to make that be my power base, because there's so many SCs and I'm the major player in the region, and I'm gonna want to keep pushing units out of there. Stuff like that is a reason to core. But for these regional powers like the standard diplomacy nations, where I think coring on turn 2 is not reasonable.
Yes.
But obviously, right, like you described how once you have your coastal, you're gonna have to core there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, are we good with moving ahead to the clean map here?
Yeah,
Well, I
oh
guess
yeah,
it's
clean map for
build.
sure. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. I mean, I was already talking about moves for next
oh,
turn,
this
but
is actually the retreats map, I think, because they were a separate retreats map to the builds.
sure,
Although
yeah,
we
they gotta
don't
do
really
retreats,
need
it's
to
fine.
look at retreats. It's just this unit, I think. Maybe
Yeah.
something somewhere else, but like probably not. Oh, the
Oh, there's that
Portuguese
one, yep.
unit. Yeah, this is important. So Portugal can build in like Maputo and move up here and build here at the same time, and suddenly Congo is in a problematic situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so something actually really important to note here is that the Netherlands doubled. So they every single. Oh no, they didn't quite double. Sorry, they didn't take anything with this. But I remember
Yep,
that
they're
they
like
did.
31 or something.
They did get by far the most centers on this turn, and everyone was going, "Oh, look, the Netherlands are really strong." But my impression was that the Netherlands were not actually all that strong because of the alliance structures that I was hearing about, especially the fact that Spain was working with Portugal. Because, if you look at this area, Spain plus Portugal makes for a sad Netherlands.
Oh yeah, like I completely agree. I'm not at all worried about the Netherlands soloing or the equivalent of soloing in this game because they're so spread out. Every country on the board can kill them somewhere. And
Yes.
so it's like if even if they're at POX, right, they have to be at the top for 3 turns, right? 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah, so like once they hit there, be like, all right, look, Netherlands, I don't actually hate you, but I have to take a couple centers off of you because I can't let you be a PAX. So look, you understand, I'm just gonna do this for a little bit, but we can work together in a second. Like even then, I wouldn't be really cared because it's just like roll your eyes, fine, but making peace with them is even better because they're not at PAX yet, so
Yeah.
they're not soloing.
Absolutely. So obviously not that much to talk about on the retreats map. This is
Yeah,
builds.
and now we can see
Oh, this is
builds.
not
Wow.
builds. Wait, this
No,
is
it's not.
this is a
This is the
clean map.
colored map. Yeah, clean. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, do I have a builds map? This is the builds map. All right. But I think we can skip the clean map, right?
Yeah, we can see the clean map and just go to builds because the
Oh, these are
builds.
the this is the scoreboard for that year. The
Cool.
the VSCC percent is what percentage of the way they are to their victory condition, which is calculated in a bit of an odd way, in my opinion. It's from the starting point to the victory condition instead of from 0 to the victory condition, but it doesn't matter very much, right? And
Sure.
this AVSCC thing is including vassals, so it's exactly the same as the
Okay.
other one here. So builds. Uh, we have another army here, which I was a little bit sad about. I was trying to get Poland not to
Yep.
build more armies, especially since
Yep.
they got bounced out by Portugal. But they were very insistent that they have 2 armies in Africa. But
Well,
On the
I
plus
guess we
side,
have our next target.
yes. On the
Done.
plus side, Netherlands, 2 fleets, no
Netherlands
armies there.
fleets, Ottomans 2 fleets.
Yep,
Congo built a
3
fleet.
fleets actually
Oh
from
yeah,
Ottomans. That's
3 fleets. Oh yeah. Woo, hoo, hoo, hoo. Let's go. We're partying. Oh,
I
this is
was very
great.
happy to see this. So yeah, Congo building fleet here to try and get Sao Tome, I assume, but otherwise armies. And we can see that army I was talking about that can come up to Matupa and
Yep.
attack.
Yeah, and Portugal building armies, it makes us happy for the short term, sad for the long term, but short term gains is where it's at, baby.
Yes. uh, yeah, and Abyssinia building in the south. It's like this turn was a gift to me in terms of builds. Everything
Yeah,
except this unit here was exactly what I wanted, pretty much.
yeah, I mean, technically, Abyssinia could have built a fleet.
This is true. I would have preferred a
Honestly,
fleet, I
maybe they were
think. But
supposed to if they want to go to war with them, but
yeah, it's it's a weird one. I think
yeah, I actually would have built
Ottomans
a fleet.
said don't build a fleet to them,
You
which
think Ottomans said that?
I think so. Like,
But okay, Adon doesn't even border the Red Sea. I don't know. I would have really wanted to build a fleet there to take the Gulf,
mhm.
so that I can make progress. But oh, Ottomans can support.
Ottomans
Yeah,
can
then the
support them
Ottomans would
into
have to. So that's
Dora,
the
yeah,
idea.
yeah. Um.
All right.
So
So after
yes,
builds, what were your negotiations like? What was your diplomacy going?
I'm trying to think exactly how it went. It was primarily talking to Ottoman about attacking Abyssinia together, right? Which
Yep.
they were pretty happy to do, despite having built a fleet here, which I think is a bit suboptimal if you want to attack Abyssinia. But it is something that I'm quite happy with because it means that I get more of Abyssinia, right?
Yeah.
Um, so the other negotiation, I can't remember whether it was this turn or next turn, but there was a huge discussion between myself, Ottoman, and Poland, basically, over Timbuktu and who would get Timbuktu.
Yep.
And eventually, I think we settled on, okay, Poland, you can have Timbuktu, provided you don't build any more armies in Africa, which they were not
Sure.
happy with. They were like, I want to build more armies in Africa, so but because both myself and Ottomans were saying it, they didn't really end up with much of a choice, right? uh,
Yeah, it's the like if you build armies in Africa, like the combined might of these two countries are gonna crush you. Like, yeah,
yes. Yeah,
because
yeah.
the Ottomans also border Poland in the north. This is a relevant part here,
Yes.
right? They can't risk that the fight over Prussia building armies in Africa to escalate into a war for Warsaw. Like
Hmm.
they, yeah, completely agree.
Yes. Although I think during the next turn, the negotiations on this turnaround, because I remember that I go in at some point, but I can't remember what exactly triggers that, and I remember that
Yeah,
the agreement with Poland only building, not building any armies here, does indeed stay in place. So,
cool.
if I go ahead and show the moves here, unless you've got anything else to say about builds.
Yeah. Just one of the things. Do you remember if like how your negotiations with Holland went?
Oh yes, so this was. It's kind of interesting in that the Dutch player was not very talkative at this point, which was a little surprising to me considering how
I
much they'd expanded. Right? you
Yeah, my assumption is that they have to. How many players are there in the game? I forgot to ask that at the start.
a lot. 17, I think. I
Yeah, so they
oh
have to be
yeah.
talking to 16 other people, and they're the biggest country on the board, and they're locked in a war against Portugal. And so I suspect their negotiation with you are, look, I'm gonna get these coastal provinces, I'm gonna only build fleets, we're gonna work together and be okay, is about as much as they can reasonably do.
Yes.
Um,
I think they did want me to come south against Congo at some point, and I basically said,
yeah.
hey, I'd actually prefer it if you work with Congo here because I don't like how much strength the Portuguese will have down here if they're just left to consolidate, right?
Sure.
But I don't know if that opinion actually had much of an impact on anyone, especially since Congo was basically not talking to me either. They did occasionally say, like, hi, yeah, sure, or to things I was saying, but they were more sort of,
Yeah.
okay, you've got your half of Africa, I've got my half of Africa, we'll focus on our own and stop interfering with my politics kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it's funny. Did they move into Cola?
No, they didn't. That
But it got
starts...
colored in.
oh,
Mm.
yeah, okay, so the GM in this game likes nice borders. So we might see some misleading stuff from time to time on the non-SCs. I remember in particular New Zealand, which I think is the most stupid province on this entire board, because it's adjacent to South Pacific Ocean, right? So it essentially functions as a South Pacific Ocean province, except it can only go out to this one. Uh, so there's no reason to ever be here, right? At some point, it just gets colored in Japanese, for some reason. I think
Yeah, sure.
because
They
the
get a lot
GM
of
was
islands.
impressed that Japan got down here or something. But yeah,
Sure.
so yeah, things get colored in from time to time.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
But it does. This is one of those instances where, like, that being their color, it might affect the negotiations because they're like, hey, I can move into there. It's fine. But if you move in there, it's not. Whereas that should be DMZ. Nobody's allowed in there.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, we definitely had an agreement that like neither of us go in here. So
yeah,
yeah,
that's a good
it was
agreement
kind
to
of
have.
fine.
Again, here just our philosophies are coming at odds here because I view um Congo as the prime target here. They've pissed off both of these people. Holland is begging you to attack them. I suspect if you reach out to Portugal, Portugal would also beg you to attack them. Um, and so I would want to attack them as well. I would need to be careful with Portugal, but I suspect I could convince them to reduce their army production and slow them down to say, hey, I will attack them, but I need to be able to control stuff afterwards. We need to be able to demilitarize it, and you can start the negotiations now. But that's contingent on you actually attacking Congo. Whereas if not, they're just gonna get big and whatever. But I would love to attack them. I would love so badly, but whatever.
I mean, yeah, I absolutely see it now. At the time, I
Yeah,
was like, it is
let them
just a
fight.
very different
Fight.
mindset
Keep my
thing.
hands clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally get it.
This is completely unrelated, but I do want to mention it because it's kind of hilarious. The Portugal player I did so there were a few players in this game who I did recognize. There weren't very many of them because I haven't played in years, right? And
Yeah, and it's on VDIP, not WebDIP, so.
this isn't even on VDIP. This is just in its own Discord server. Which, by the way, I'll link the Imperial Diplomacy Discord server below because I think they're looking for more people for future playtests. But there were a few people in there I recognized just from my days of running tournaments on virtual face to face whatnot. The Portuguese player I did not recognize, and at some point they just started talking to me about the Cicero AI and my videos about that, and saying, hey, I'm a really big fan of the channel. I saw your Cicero AI's videos. Could you talk through a bit about that? And obviously I was super happy to talk about that because it's something I spent a lot of time on and I enjoy talking about. And then later, I found out this guy is actually just a sock puppet of someone I do actually know very well. And he figured as an icebreaker and like as a thing to get me on side, he could just get me talking about that, and then I'd be like super friendly towards him.
It worked, didn't it?
It absolutely did work at this point.
Yep. Yeah. Not like if he was anonymous but you weren't, what a great way to make you, oh man,
It was incredible.
suckered. Yeah. Good diplomacy players are really good, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like stuff like that you don't usually see in these commentaries, right? Because we're not usually commentating from the perspective of someone who's been in the game. It's just like, and it doesn't even have a direct impact on the board at any point. It's just like something that's made someone a bit friendlier towards someone else. But like, this is what good diplomacy players do. They pull any string they can in order to just make you friendlier with them so that they can do more at a later time.
Yep.
It's brilliant.
Establishing trust, getting good communication is a huge deal in diplomacy, and if you can do that by complimenting somebody's YouTube channel, that works. If you do it by whatever. Hey, I'm a huge fan of your recent whatevers. Yeah, no, it's great. So, awesome. I think let's look at the moves then for this next turn. And what we're trying to do, right, is we're trying to go against Assyria is the main plan that we have here.
Yes.
Working with Ottomans to make it happen.
Exactly.
All right, let's see it.
All right, so...
How subtle are we about this war?
This is the clean map. I'll get rid of that. So...
We're not very subtle.
Not very
no?
subtle is the answer. And Senar starts coring, which I think is one of the more questionable decisions. Although I guess you kind of need to hold that there, right? Just because Darfur is threatening it. So actually that's kind of fine, because you don't really have anything else to be doing with it. But, like, this is just... I don't like coring as a small power for the reasons that we talked about before.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sorry,
yeah.
go on.
Yeah, I guess it's technically better than a hold, because you're not supporting it anyways. And you can cancel the core next turn, right? He's not locked into coring this next turn.
Yeah, he can do anything
Yeah.
else.
So it's like, it's fine, but whatever.
Yes. So... it's a bit of an intuitive way to attack, maybe, moving into Nubian and Nuar and leaving Darfur undefended, but it's because Bilma can just move into Darfur on the next turn, right? So this is still useful against Senar here.
Yeah, and if Ottoman wants to give more pressure on, right, if they don't want to use Hawara to attack Senar this turn, then getting into better position is useful.
Yes.
And Nubian is actually a better province to be in than Darfur, because Nubian, paradoxically, is a little further away. Like, it works pretty nicely. I would have... Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I like it. This will work. Like, you're in a great position here. They're gonna get crushed. Like, done.
Yeah. So I can go into Ujuku from here and Darfur, so they're both very safe. Important to note here, Ajuran is supporting Congo into Bornu, so there's some potential that they work together here. But Congo only really has the one unit, right? It's very isolated. And I still have my agreement with Congo, so I'm fine with that.
Yep.
So on this side, this was some super interesting negotiation here. I think Timbuktu here, we had still agreed to give to the Polish, but I said, hey, you can take it in the fall, so we'll bounce here for the first turn. And then this move into Grunchi, I talked to the Polish, and I said, hey... Well, so first I talked to the Dutch, and I said, hey, do you mind me going into Grunchi so that I can get a better position on Timbuktu, right? And they said, sure. They literally just said sure, and nothing else in response to that, which...
Yeah. Dude, they got so much going on.
Yes.
Right? Like... Right? How many people are on your tribe on Survivor? Right?
Usually, like, well, the biggest ones would be, like, 8 or 9, right?
Yeah, right? And, like, those are already the full-time job, to just sit there and talk to these 8 other people. But they're on the 16-person board. Like, they got 60 people to talk to, man. They agreed. They're like, oh yeah, go for it. Do your thing, man. Yeah, I'm here for you. Let me know if you need anything. I just can't talk to everyone. Like, they're doing their best, man.
Yeah.
But it ticked you off, didn't it, right?
No.
You wanted them to be talking to you. It didn't?
I was really happy that they just said sure, because I was worried that they would think that this was aggressive towards them, right? Because I'm putting 2 units on Lagos.
Oh, good.
But they just went ahead and said sure. And I was like, okay. And I put these orders in knowing that this would greatly annoy Poland because I'd promised them Timbuktu.
Yeah, of course.
And then towards the end of the phase, I can't remember what got it started, but there was a discussion that happened with Poland, and they were trying to convince me to attack the Netherlands. And I was like, hang on, I wonder if I can use this to get my preferred orders in anyway. So I just went to them and said, hey, well, in that case, do you mind me going to Grunchi here? And that took like three, like I say 3 pages. The page size doesn't really correspond to anything here, but it took a massive amount of just talking back and forth before they were happy with it. And that parallel was just amusing to me, right? Because this move is like basically nothing to Poland. It controls Timbuktu a bit, yeah, but it's also very much necessary if I was going to go against the Dutch. And
Yeah,
yet,
for them to say, I want you to attack the Dutch, but you can't use Grunshi.
yeah,
Like, they're like, oh, you have to move into Igbo immediately. Like, no.
yeah, but so it just amused me, the parallel between that of having to spend so long trying to convince the Poles that this move was fine when the Dutch just went, sure, go ahead.
Oh, yeah,
Immediately.
exactly. No, I completely, yeah. It's a good parallel. But for the record, I'm really happy that we're in Grunshi because I think we're gonna end up in Mali.
Yeah, I think that could very well be the case. So my negotiation with these two powers at this point meant that both of them were happy with me going to Grunchi at the end of the phase, despite the fact that they both thought it was for completely different reasons, right? The Dutch thought it was for Timbuktu, and the Polish thought it was for Lagos. And, like, going into Ashanti, I guess, would be the prep step for this. But in both cases, I'm, I was in that state where I think it's probably going to help me take Timbuktu because I want to stay allied with the Dutch here. But I can still go both directions, right? Because the negotiations been that way.
It's
really
just so
nice.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yep. Just wonderful. And the Ottomans did a real turn here.
Okay, so the Ottomans,
right?
when you said did a real turn, you actually haven't seen what all they did this turn, but...
Oh, but because I can look at the board and I can tell just from the south because I saw them taking Marrakesh from Berbers. And because you bounced out of Timbuktu, Berbers is still safe, so that's clean. They also walked into Adam in the south in Saudi Arabia and took the Red Sea.
Oh, yes.
So they were hella aggressive. Mecca's gonna cover Hawara in the south. So even if Sennar gets captured, which you can take now, they're not losing Hawara. So their south is big, and with all their fleets, right, they're going off all after Spain, yeah?
Yes, exactly. So the fleets are attacking Spain here. They are allied with Austria still, so they have Naples guaranteed, I think, from this position. Because this has to retreat somewhere back.
Chaos, but whatever.
They have Marrakesh guaranteed because there's nothing adjacent to that except Regibat, which is on its own, right? I don't know why Spain did this. I think this was a terrible move going out this way, because it doesn't accomplish anything, right?
Yeah, it gets them to like Central Bay if they want to get there for some reason.
Yeah, but they could. I mean,
yeah, I agree. Whatever.
But then at the same time, Ottoman also goes all in on Safavids over here, right?
Stab their ally. Oh man, that's a brutal stab.
And they bounce them out of Riyadh at the same time. So
wow,
they're just going ham everywhere, right? They get into Dagestan, they've stabbed this power, they've stabbed this power, they've stabbed Spain at the same time, right? And they're winning everywhere. This is just insane.
Well, they truced Russia. I'm confident that's what caused this whole thing. Because you see Russia pulls out of some place, but they do this while moving into the Black Sea. Exciting.
Yeah. So they can still just take back his...
Maybe they got Russia to concede that. I suspect that's what happened.
That makes sense.
They're like, hey, look, I'll just control all of the SCs in the Black Sea. That's my home, but I won't push any further, and I'll also turn on... the Safavids. So that seems reasonable. Cool. Good turn for the Ottomans. What a good ally to have. Man, I'm glad you're working with them.
Well, so my reaction to seeing this was, wow, okay, this person needs, like, some counterbalancing, right? Because they successfully stabbed everywhere, and they're growing a ton. Like...
Yeah, but they're locked in a naval war with Spain. They're good. Anyways, great.
So I assume your reaction to this would have been, hell yeah, my neighbor's getting big. This is a great thing. I will keep working.
I don't consider the Ottomans my true neighbor, to be clear. That's the thing. Because they have a couple of borders. Like, they are a neighbor, but they're not. Their attention is so clearly focused everywhere else, right? They're an effective player who's doing good moves, and they're attacking my enemies as well. But they built all fleets. They're not really in a position to hit me that hard. And none of these wars that they've started, they're starting to go okay for them, but they're clearly not going to defeat Spain anytime soon. Like, okay, they're going to take Naples. Sure. But, like, how long it's going to take before they can take Valencia or Gibraltar or Barcelona? Like, oh god, it's just going to take ages,
Yeah,
right?
that's kind of fair. But, like, also,
So,
they are winning on every front, right? There's no way they get pushed back by any of these powers, is the important thing, at least from my perspective. So I'm like, yeah, it will take them a while until they're ready to attack me, but at the same time, they are getting quite significantly ahead on the leaderboard by doing this, and they've shown they're willing to stab basically everyone and anyone, right, who it's in their interest to stab. Which
whatever, dude. You could
clearly
be a little scaredy cat, and you can stab your ally because they started doing too well, and you couldn't keep up because you were sitting there being scared.
Okay. Look, it makes sense from a balance of power perspective, right? If this was on a standard diplomacy board and you were like Austria and Germany was just dominating the West, you would absolutely send units into Germany.
No!
No.
No! I don't! It's Germany! Guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna collapse! They're Germany!
See, this is
You know what happens when
that's
you stab
Germany
Germany's Austria?
wins.
You die. That's what happens. Because then you grow a little bit, and you're in 8 center Austria, and then Turkey and Italy are like, oh no, Austria's really big, you gotta kill him. And then they kill you. No. Bad. You don't
I
stab Germany's
disagree.
Austria.
Look, okay, they'll say it's the mid game though. Like, obviously you don't send all your units against them immediately, but like making an alliance that makes sense, like an AIR or something, and crushing Turkey at the same time, you can absolutely send units against Germany.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
if
yeah.
you,
Killing Turkey as Austria, I agree with. Yes. That's a good idea.
but you
I
wouldn't send
agree.
units against Germany.
Maybe. Maybe you send a unit into Bohemia, or like you get Russia to park a unit in Silesia. How about that? Does that count?
I guess. Look, okay, so I'm not going to disagree that you're probably right in this circumstance because it's a massive map, right? So me counterbalancing Ottomans is just screwing over Ottomans and isn't changing that other powers will be getting far ahead. So I'm kind of crippling my own growth in order to cripple one other person's when it's a 17 center board. But that wasn't really what was going through my mind at the time. What was going through my mind was this person is incredibly stabby, incredibly good at the game, and no one else is going to counterbalance them. I guess I should be the one to do it.
Yeah, somebody does have to slow down the Ottomans. I did point out that I thought they were a very strong power as one of my initial things because they're so dense and they have so many directions they can go. If they win on all their fronts, they are going to run away with it. So yeah, we probably shouldn't let them win here too. But like, do we not take Sennar? Are you gonna go so ham into you're just gonna like walk into Tripoli?
So,
Like,
I can't remember exactly what my orders were on this next turn. I mean, we've basically already revealed I stabbed the Ottomans, right? This is something I do. But I think the initial plan was that I support Sennar into Hawara and then take Sennar behind them.
you dot them?
Well, no, as in it was an agreed thing with them.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, you dot the Ottomans?
But this is exactly it, right? I thought about this, and then I thought, hang on, that's actually not the best way to approach this because this center isn't all worth all that much. But yeah, it's absolutely a dot regardless, right? Even if I go for Tripoli, that's just a kind of worse dot.
Yeah.
But it does slow them down a bit, right? So totally worth it. God, the more I'm talking about this, the more I realize I'm like,
God, I would love to
absolutely
play a
wrong.
game with you, Meme, where we each take turns controlling the same country. Where we have one turn where like we go super slow, and then one turn we got. Anyways, it'd be hilarious. All right, I
Who
love
gets
it.
spring and
I
who gets
love it.
fall? I think you end up getting fall in that case because you're the person who see dot take dot, right? Uh,
I can resist dots. I just like right the strategic. I want to work with. Anyways, it's great. This is hilarious. I love this. I'm so happy that this goes well for you.
oh boy. Okay, so we've got the blank map here. I think there is one phase in this game that I didn't have a blank map for. So, oh wait, this is actually the retreats. Okay, well the retreats don't
Yep.
matter very much.
Yeah, the retreats never matter. All right, that's fine. Cool. All right, here's the blank map. We're ready to go, and we like
We've basically
we
talked about
thought
everything already, right?
how many centers do the Ottomans have right now?
After this turn or right now?
Or at the start of the turn, right? Like, how many did they have? It was like whatever, 15 or something, 18,
17.
17. Yeah, we thought the 17 center Ottomans that we were previously
Well, it's not
allied
like they
with.
can do anything to me, right? They built fleets.
They're attacking our enemy. We want them to keep attacking our enemy. We want to kill our enemy.
Okay, but on the flip side, if I take one of their home supply centers here, they're stuck in Tunis, right? They're probably also stuck in Cairo because Sennar will bounce them out of Hawara. So they won't be able to build anything in response. You
True.
see how amazing
Yes.
that is?
Yes, we take Tripoli. We have to throw. Didn't we talk about how we were ignoring Tripoli because holding it's the biggest pain in the ass?
Yes, we absolutely did. I was not expecting to. So this is, I should note, the initial plan was supporting Sennar up to Hawara. I think it's coming back to me now that at some point I realised, hang on, if I take Tripoli off them, they can't build anything this turn in Africa. So instead, Abyssinia can just bounce them in Hawara. I can take Tripoli, and then I'll be positioned to like go up to Berbers and stuff.
Yeah, you also like move into Chamba or something.
Yeah, I think that was the plan here, because I think I talked Poland into just letting me have Timbuktu at this point, so I go in from
Because you're
British.
attacking the Ottomans or something.
Oh no, so I did not tell Poland I was attacking the Ottomans. They were working together up here, right? So it's like this entire mission was just between me and Abyssinia. No one else. Oh wait, no. Sorry, it was between me and Abyssinia, and also I think Spain knew and the Safavids knew because they were the ones encouraging me to do it.
Yeah, they're obviously at war, so.
Yeah. So, but outside that, didn't go any further. But yeah, this is an important note about information flow, by the way, because I am quite a lazy messenger at this point. Like, back when I was in university, I used to send messages to everyone constantly. These days, I send messages to my neighbors, and I do not bother doing the whole, okay, I'll trade information with, like, Russia over other things, even though it's... I clearly should be messaging those powers, right? I just think it's not worth the time investments.
Yeah, it is worth noting is specifically this landlocked country in Africa, it is so much less relevant
Yes.
because you are just so independent from much of the board. Whereas with if you're on the coast and you plan on going into the oceans, like if you're in Africa and you plan on making landfall in South America at some point, you need to be talking to at least somebody on South America that you can coordinate with.
Yeah,
But
that's absolutely
you're
true.
not going to do that ever. So you have your neighbors, they're what's relevant, and then your neighbors' neighbors, right? That's relevant too, but like
Yeah. But in this game, I was basically being a very lazy messenger. I was messaging my neighbors, and then I was also returning messages to people who messaged me, right? And
Yep.
That actually wasn't very many people, except
yeah, because nobody cares about you.
this power up here, Inuit. Inuit was like the kind of player who messages everyone all the time, right? And he was constantly going, okay, this is how things are going up here, how are things going in Africa? And that's the kind of thing that, like, I was very happy to be getting the information from him because I honestly found out some really useful things from him about the alliance structures across the board. But at the same time, I was always incredibly cagey with what I told him about anything, because I figured if he's talking to Bornu like this, right, the power on the other side of the map who you will never interact with, anything I say to him is probably going to get relayed to someone else across the board, right?
Yeah.
because he's
Yeah, any
talking to everyone.
information you feed to him, right, is the misinformation that you want spread.
Yes,
And
exactly.
so,
Um,
or the actual honest information you want spread. But I would start spreading, like, if you want to worry somebody, right? Like, oh yeah, I heard that um in the south, Congo and Syria are really worried about Ajuran, and so they're going to work with Portugal to take down Ajuran or something. Like, that's the type of information you spread.
yes.
Obviously, you have to be careful about it because once your information is proven to be false, like, he stops
Yeah.
listening to you. But
This is
works better
true.
in Survivor when information is never proven false.
But like, I remember at this moment thinking about him like, okay, I'm gonna be very, very cautious about him, but I also think this is like, it's not a great strategy to be talking to everyone in this way, because I think everyone is going to be thinking, hey, anything I say to this player might get leaked because they're talking to everyone, right? I actually have to take that back in the post game because I think it worked out very well for him. He had very good relationships with people across the board, just because no one else across the board was talking to him, them, right?
Yep.
But yeah, it's a bit of an aside there. I don't think there's a huge amount more to talk about in terms of the blank map here. So do you want to?
Yeah, let's
just
see the
move ahead?
step.
Yeah.
Let's see
Okay.
the critical, brutal dotting.
This is the important bit. It didn't even work. Oh my god. So he told me after the game, or after this, I think, that like he didn't have this in until the last minute of the phase, where he was just like, actually, I should probably cover that. But he never expected me to go for this because, like, why would you expect someone to go for this?
This is terrible. Yes.
I was so annoyed. I was like, what? Who covers Tripoli here? So I stab him and I don't even dodge him. I get a 0 dot stab.
You go for a dot and he even blocks it. That's hilarious.
It was so
You
horrible.
deserve it. That's what I say.
Okay,
You deserve this.
so I am at least positioned fairly well against him, and Poland did let me into Timbuktu here in favor of coring Great Fulo, which was something I wasn't too happy to see, if I'm
No, you're
honest.
bouncing that core. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
finishing.
that is
Yeah.
absolutely my thought here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am at least pretty decently positioned against his centers. He can't hold Berbers, right? He doesn't even have another power there to help him hold Berbers. So that's something. But yeah,
Why?
not a very effective stuff.
We gained one supply center this turn. We grew, right? We went from 4 to 8. And with our 8 units, we moved a bunch of them around to the left and the right. We were getting ready to attack Syria. We didn't do anything. I give this turn a D minus. This is the worst. This was awful. We pissed off a useful ally. Oh my god.
Uh,
No.
so this the really annoying thing to me was if I'd have just stuck with the initial plan and supported Abyssinia into Hawara and taken Sanaa, that would have been like far superior to any of this. Because he like bounced himself in Tripoli anyway. So yeah, he was gonna get a build there, but like, it's whatever. I would have got a center this way, and he would have
Yep.
lost one. Whereas this way, he didn't lose anything.
Yeah, and he like gained a gajillion yeah.
Yes. Actually, the Safavids managed a much better turn against him here by saying to him, "Hey, I'm gonna let you vassalize me because I don't think I can win this war." And then he just went into the capital and didn't attack them anywhere else, and they went, "Okay, I'm gonna block it." Just that was a pretty decent one. My attack was not very decent.
But hey, you got into some position in that fall turn. So maybe you can take something in
Hell
the
yeah.
spring, except oh wait, we gotta tap Great Fulo because we can't let them do it. Whatever, we'll see the builds. Like hopefully Netherlands sticks to their plan of only fleets, and maybe Poland doesn't build another army because they don't want to antagonize you further.
Yeah.
Maybe it works out.
So other things to note here, I guess there's very little progress being made down here by anyone. You can see the number of red arrows. I think this is just kind of suboptimal tactics on Congo's part, especially attacking Netherlands and Portugal at the same time. When Netherlands and Portugal are like fighting everywhere, this is the one place where like they're not fighting because they both have to fight Congo. So, yeah, I was still advising Congo at this point, hey, I think you should use this Dutch unit in Kwanzaa to your advantage. I think you should work with the Netherlands. But he was not taking my advice.
I mean, I think for what it's worth, I think your advice would be good, but honestly, I think you're so much happier with this.
Well, yes.
Right, the one power that you don't want to win is Congo.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? Like, I would be giving him... If I thought that I could make Congo lose this war by saying anything, I absolutely would. Because that is... Yeah, we don't want him to win and then just turn north and kill us. Like...
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Good news for you, he's clearly not winning.
Yes, this is true. The other thing to note, Netherlands, I don't think we actually discussed what was going on here at all, outside of me saying I was going for Timbuktu. They threw, like, this support for Hauser to Grunchy. I think this was a very hopeful support. There is zero chance I'm moving out of Hauser while he has an army in Lagos. And I think after this I try to negotiate an agreement where we both move out of them, but I don't think we actually end up agreeing on anything.
Yeah, it makes sense because both of you, right? It's like it's a supply center that they can just walk in and dot, and furthermore, it's like if you lose Hausa, he has a walk into your capital, and if he loses Lagos, you can walk into Ghana and Gold Coast and stuff. So
yes, yeah.
Like if you think of Portugal as like a 5 center province in this area, then Lagos, it's an important place for both of you. So I assume you're not going to DMC it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much
Portugal,
everything.
Netherlands. Sorry.
Nah, that's fine. I think that's everything. Other thing to note, Spain convoyed an army into Tangiers, so they are attempting to do this, but this was an arranged swap with Portugal for Canaries.
Yeah, trying to get armies in position to fight against the Ottomans.
I think they're still working solidly together over here against the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah, clearly.
Yeah. Although they're losing a bit down here to whatever this power is. But yeah, so... shall we move ahead to the next phase?
Oh god, it's some tribes in South America that I can't pronounce. Yeah, anyways, yeah, let's go to the next phase. Let's see the builds.
It's the Mapuche Teluchi tribes.
I just can't read that font.
Yeah, it is a bit of an interesting font choice on here. Most of them are kind of clear, but some of them are a
Wait,
little...
Japan still... Oh, sorry, I was looking at the start. Which is my map that I have on the side. And I was like, Japan's still at 4? They didn't grow in turn 1? What happened? And then I'm like, oh, yeah.
So they're actually, like, Japan is having a bit of a painful time at the moment, because they're getting attacked by the Chinese powers here. But I think they do still manage to grow this turn. Like, they got dotted on the first turn by someone. And so they managed to get it back here.
Cool.
But yeah. So, next turn, well, the blank map. Is this the blank map?
Or retreats, maybe? There's probably some retreats somewhere.
This is definitely the retreats, yeah. I think at some point in this game... actually, no, I won't say that yet. That's a spoiler. Okay, so, oh my god, why do I have so many blank maps? Where's the... Where's the builds? Okay, this is
retreat, then blank map, then here's where people are...
Yeah, so this is the scoreboard for this turn. Portugal up at the top, and Abyssinia down at the bottom with just 5 here. And I'm at number 8. It's not terrible. But yeah, certainly
Netherlands with 4 disbands.
Yeah, that was a bit of a turnaround in in how well they were doing. So builds. Here we go. I get 1 build. Look at that beautiful build in Canem.
Yeah.
Like, I built
and
in the south
Tripoli.
here, because these units feel a bit roadblocked, right? You can't really build in Bilma because Tedder is not necessarily going to move.
Yep.
So yeah, and really annoyingly, this army in St. Andrews Island. There's a whole story behind this army in St. Andrews Island, which was this like annoyed me so much because
Yeah.
Poland had told me, "Hey, I'm gonna stay on 2 army builds, right? I'm gonna stay on 2 armies in Africa. I'm not gonna build any more armies in Africa." Despite the fact we kind of agreed to give him Timbuktu in response, in return for this, he did agree to let me have Timbuktu, and still said, "Hey, I'm gonna stick to 2 armies in Africa." And I checked in on him during this build phase and said, "Hey, are we still good on this front?" And he said, "Yes, sure," and then built this. And I'm like,
Yeah,
why?
I mean, it's just like...
Why lie to me in builds?
It's because he's going to war with you. Like, that's just... He's talking to Ottomans. He values Ottomans over you. He's looking at the situation. He's like, you can't beat the Ottomans, and if he just keeps churning out armies, he's gonna be able to beat you eventually. Like, he's coring Great Fulo. Like, he's made his intentions clear. It's he wants to conquer Africa, and he's insane to try to do it this way. I don't like the strategy, but whatever.
I
Man's gonna do what the man's gonna do, and it's not gonna work.
hated
Man,
it
wouldn't it
so
be great
much.
if you had good negotiations with other colonial powers and could leverage your good relations with their other neighbors to say, hey, he's relying on these builds, let's kick him out of Africa here, you can go and take his home. Mr. Ottomans, my great ally and good friend with which we have coordinated so effectively against... Oh, wait.
Excuse me, I think you'll find I have amazing negotiations with 1 colonial power.
Yep, it's so great that you're gonna both sit there holding units in Hausa states and Lagos instead of using them to attack your mutual rival. Yep.
Yeah. Oh god. So at this point, yeah, I was just really annoyed with Poland, mainly because
Yeah,
I
because
wanted
they
an excuse.
declared
right?
war. That's a war. There's nothing else that army's gonna do except attack you.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also just wanted an excuse. If they're stabbing me, they can at least say, "Oh, I'm building in St. Andrews Island because da 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 da." Do what any
You wanted them
diplomacy
to lie to
threat.
you.
I wanted them to lie to me because, why?
Yeah.
Well, they lied to me anyway, right? Or tell the truth to me. Say, "Okay, I'm building in St. Andrews Island because I'm going to attack you." Don't say, "I'm not building in St. Andrews Island," and then build there. Because what was I going to do in response to you saying, "Hey, I'm building in St. Andrews"?
You're gonna build in your capital instead of the other one.
Okay, yes. So it's sort of justified, maybe. But,
Yeah. Maybe it moved your unit a turn back.
This was just so frustrating.
Yeah, but look, you haven't actually committed to attack him yet, and maybe you will. Maybe you won't, but no reason to literally declare war. Now, of course, you're gonna tap Great Fulo. You can't give him a second place to just sit there churning out armies every turn.
Yeah.
Ugh, so annoying. But man, this is why I hate this, trying to slow myself down to slow down the balance of power thing. Reducing the number of neighbors you have is the best way to make peace.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think I probably should have just committed fully against Abyssinia at this point and taken as many centers as possible, because, I could always send these units against Ottomans later. They were never going to be able to attack me full force.
Yeah, well, and not never, but you would have had, whatever, 4 years or something before they could start moving troops, probably, depending on negotiations and how things move, but whatever. But, I felt like you had enough time to finish a rival and then send more troops to the west to knock out Poland to get them crushed, or Congo or whatever. But I consider now Poland a regional rival at this point based on what they're doing. So I want them dead too. But
yes.
yeah, I don't know. I just felt that the Ottomans were a naval power. They're big. They're in front 5 wars elsewhere, and they're I don't know. I felt the way about the Ottomans that you feel about Congo, which is they're not an immediate threat to me. They're stuck elsewhere. I don't have to worry about them, right?
Yeah. No, I
think it's just that.
So I'm going to go ahead to the blank map here, because this will be better just to show things, I guess. But no, I absolutely see that, like, it does make sense, especially if they're just pumping out fleets. It's probably better to just leave them alone. And actually, to some extent, this army in St. Andrew's Island changed my diplomatic approach this turn quite significantly, combined with Ottomans basically saying to me, hey, look, I know you can get Berbers, right? There's nothing I can do to stop that, so you can just have Berbers. I need to fight the Spanish up here, and I think it's better for both of us if we just attack Abyssinia together, and, you know, clearly Poland is going to come for you over here, so it's in both of our interests to back off from each other right now. Obviously, he can't really back off from me, right? It's me backing off from him. But I was like, okay, yeah, that actually does make sense for me here.
Which saved your game. How nice of him.
Yeah. So at this point, I'm thinking, you know, actually, in terms of alliances I want, Abyssinia hasn't lied at all or stabbed anyone, right? So they feel like a great potential ally, but just in terms of the position, I think it's better for me to work with Ottomans now. So I do.
Yeah, I think you can take Senar and walk into Nuer at the same time. Get yourself in good position. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So that was my thought with negotiation here. Maybe the most tenuous part of all of this is just, how the hell am I going to break this, right? So I was talking to Portugal and going, hey, Portugal, can you please, like, send some fleets here or something? You can have this stuff. I just want Fulo. And they were like, oh, I might do that at some point. Like, Poland is doing
3
quite
units
well
in the
up
South
here.
Atlantic?
Yeah, this is...
One of them surely can be spared.
I was really hoping so, but they were, like, being very, very wishy-washy with me. And I was like, okay, that's not coming. And one thing that emerged when I was talking to Poland as well was that the reason Poland is putting armies here and not fleets is they have an agreement with Portugal as well, never to build any fleets in this area. Like, okay.
But then why are they building in this area?
Like, yeah, I was like, well, surely you can just pump your units into Europe then, or, like, into here.
Yeah.
Well, okay, they couldn't actually build another unit here because that's their only core. But
yeah, but this might be a case where, like, they were just growing too fast for their own good, where they were, like, maybe doubling or almost. They were growing enough where they were filling all of their actual mainland supply centers, and rather than just doing what we were saying and building and flooding the builds elsewhere, like, I have to build here, so they ended up pissing you off and are going to lose their centers as a result.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's but, like, this area is just super defensible anyway, right? Because there's one center that, assuming you don't have anyone attacking you from the sea, there's one center here that just can't be cut. There's another center here that the enemy can only get one unit adjacent to in Mande.
Yeah, without a fleet, you literally cannot take Dakar and St. Andrew Island.
Yes.
Right?
So...
They support hold each other, and you're in Fulo and Mande, and you can't actually break it. So you need a fleet from someone to break.
Yeah. So I think I was trying to convince Netherlands to be that fleet. I can't remember how much they were biting it, because I was also going, hey, look, you can convoy into Mande at the same time, right? And, like, move SAO to here or something. But I don't
I'll be in Timbuktu and Tukalor, therefore I can hit Fulo and cut it, and you can get this one, and then we'll break them.
Yes.
So yeah, I think it's a reasonable pitch, but it's tough because, like,
I think they didn't bite. If I recall correctly, they were just not willing to move these armies away, which was
reasonable,
upsetting. But yeah, it was what it was. Is there anything else you want to talk about here?
Nope. I think we can go on to the next phase.
So let's go ahead to the next turn then here. And that agreement with the Ottomans that I had, that I take Berbers and back off from them, suddenly not looking so good. Any thoughts on this?
Do do. Um. Well, flip-flopping has its costs.
Yeah. Like, I really hated this because it looked like it was kind of ineffective, but actually like, I was really stupid to move out of Tedder here. I should have stayed. Like, there is no reason not to just keep a unit in Tedder. If I'm moving out of Chamba, I'm moving out of Nubian. This doesn't threaten Ottoman at all, so I had a fine excuse to stay here. I just got greedy and wanted more against Poland, right? And suddenly
Yeah.
I am in
Whilst
pain.
committing a lot to Abyssinia.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you moved into oh yeah, the move out of Ujuku, I guess is necessary. Yeah, I don't know. Like you committed to an attack against Abyssinia, but um yeah. Nah, this looks pretty shitty.
Yeah, this is very painful. So good news, Netherlands did agree to move out of Lagos this turn. I'd forgotten that, but they also didn't go against Poland. Like, they were very reluctant to go against Poland. They were
Yep.
just moving against Congo. So it's something, but it's not very helpful. And this is just painful because I've got nothing to cover these two home centers right now.
Yep,
um,
you can walk into either one of them.
Yep, and I don't even take Berbers. Huzzah! I can take Berbers by supporting Timbuktu up here and then moving Agadez into Timbuktu to cover against Poland. Poland abandoned the core here and went for the core on Dakar instead in order to move into Mali. But it's still really a really painful position, just all over.
Yeah, Kana moving into Fulani, it's like I guess it's the natural place to move it out to if you
Yes.
want maximum flow, but I'm not sure if it needed to go there as opposed to just like going into Wadai.
Yeah.
But
It's more
either way,
like...
you'll be okay. Like it's a one army. They're gonna take. You're probably not growing this turn, but you're not disbanding because you're gonna take stuff. Um,
Yes.
probably.
I've
You
got
might even take Gondar.
Sonar guaranteed. Yeah, I can probably take Gondar if I want to, and Berbers is guaranteed, except for the fact that it's that it
Compatible with
leaves me in a
stuff
pretty
and
painful spot here. Yeah.
yeah, but like again, it's like I think your position is unfortunate, but it's not that bad. You are such a defensible power. Um, and Ottomans do struggle to actually kill you. Um, here's a fun thing where I would be really tempted to not like to not tap Tripoli, and there's no self-bouncing he can do there. Yeah. So I suspect he's gonna cover it. Nah,
Yes.
I suspect he's not gonna cover it actually. I flipped immediately.
Is that
Yeah.
because you think that he's gonna like he's gonna assume that I'm going for Berbers with Chamba or helping something against Berbers with Chamba?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think taking Berbers, right? Because if I look at the tactics, I'm pretty confident you can take Berbers from Timbuktu and use Agadez to cover Timbuktu, which gets you a dot guaranteed, no risk. Um, well,
Yeah.
first we'll see if he disbands Marrakesh. I assume he won't, but maybe he will actually disband Marrakesh.
So do you want to look at retreats, or is there
Yeah,
anything?
retreats actually
Okay,
is a relevant thing here.
right. So here, yeah. So he
Yeah, of course
moves
he does not.
to Riff, which this whole thing up here, he like abandons his entire front from the Spanish, and I think it was, if I'm recalling correctly, I think the Spanish like basically pieced him out in the same way that I did. So he pieced the Spanish out by saying, "Hey, you can have these, and then we'll have like a solid border. You've just got fleets here, so you can't threaten anything more of mine." And we'll be fine. Like, except with them, he was telling the truth, and with me, he was not.
Yeah, Spain is a real significant power. And that war, he's not going to gain much. I don't think he's going to gain much from here either, but
Yes,
we'll see.
I agree. So I did actually. Well, he has talked a bit after the game about why he was thinking this way. And he also said he didn't think he was going to gain very much out of a war with me, but he did think it was necessary to like reduce my power level because the way I'd stabbed him and the reason I'd stabbed him, right, makes it made him feel that I would stab him whenever he was getting powerful, which is
Yeah,
absolutely true, to be fair, right?
yeah,
So,
yeah,
so he needed to like hamstring me and make sure I wasn't the major power in Africa. Uh,
yeah, because you're always going to be a thorn on his side.
yes,
And
exactly.
so, yeah,
So that ends up being totally fair, I think.
yeah, he read it correctly, and he has to weaken you to do it. It's just tough that he did it because you were going to be annoying, but I don't think you were going to like go full war for a long time. Whereas now it's like going to be all out war basically.
yes.
Um, and we'll
So
see because maybe Spain's done, but I don't know if Spain's done. I haven't looked at the stalemate lines in like the Naples area.
yeah, well, there are four Ottoman fleets here, right? And there are three Spanish fleets. So it's a bit tough for Spain to push any further. And even if they get into Tyrrhenian Sea, these are all defensible with one unit, right? You need to
Yeah,
get something into Ligurian. So it
and
kind of makes
Austria is at
sense.
war with France. It looks like.
Yes. So this is going to be. We're not going to be looking at Europe all that often during this game, but this is basically the defining thing of Europe was Austria is at war with France. Eurasia is always at war with whatever the other one is. These two stay at war for the entire game, and the people in Europe are kind of just throwing their loss in with one of or the other. Netherlands is on France's side, Poland is on Austria's side, despite this. And
And Sweden's
Ottomans,
just growing.
yeah,
Up
uh,
Sweden.
Sweden doing quite well, though they do lose Archangels back to the Russians here. Um, so yeah, I'll move to the clean map a second, assuming this is the clean map. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm curious, what would you do from this Bornu position? I know it's a lot of units to like put you on the spot about, but if you're having to defend yourself against an Ottoman unit that's coming into here, and these Polish units are approaching your border as well.
Um, well, I mean, as you were trying really hard to get somebody else to annoy um Prussia
Poland, yeah.
from Poland, sorry. Yeah, getting extra pressure on them is a huge priority here because my concern is um that they are going to keep on growing and just keep pumping out units and like they're gonna eventually just be a huge pain. If they're working together with the Ottomans, like
Yeah, they are
I
doing
don't
so
think
here.
I think long term I'm gonna lose this if they both continue to churn. Um and so it's like the strategy I want to ignore this army in Teta because I mean I can't defend it, but even if I could, committing 3 units to defend all the centers next to it sucks.
Yep.
Right, just like it just an army gets into Burgundy, right? If you're France, you can't you'll get there eventually, but it's gonna get a dot. But I can't cover everything, so I won't. Um, I do like I wish that the Ajuron player were better, so I could work with them to coordinate against Assyria and actually finish Assyria quickly. I don't think that's gonna happen. So here I need to go back to Assyria again, head in hand, and say, "Look, I just got stabbed.
Yep.
I suck. Um,
Uh,
I'm a terrible player at this game. I don't deserve to be here." Um,
but don't take Senar back. I need that still.
but
uh,
if I lose Senar, I have to start disbanding, and actually we need to kick the Austrians out because they're gonna kill us sooner rather than later.
yep.
Um, so hey, I'm really sorry. Please be merciful. Um,
Yeah.
I would be really tempted to support them into Bun Euro as my way to make peace.
But then you. Oh, yeah. I guess Congo can't really commit anything against you. Um,
Yep,
that is true. Uh, but
that's my way to
yeah,
say, hey, I'm
I
really sorry, but we can work together on this one. And then you get your center, but we need center, and we need the time against the Ottomans. We have to like hit Hanwara. I'll support you in. I don't think it's gonna work this turn, but you can use this as an opportunity to move your fleet into the Red Sea, where suddenly we actually have good position against the Ottomans. and you can like convoy into Mecca and stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think I mentioned Red Sea when I was talking to Abyssinia, but my thought process is exactly the same as yours outside of that. Oh, and outside of, I would never think, hey, the best thing to do is to make another enemy in this position, so I
oh
definitely
hell yeah! But it's
wasn't
Congo.
thinking
Congo
about
can't do
Bomb
anything.
Bureau.
Yep.
Fair, I guess. But yeah, I absolutely did exactly the same thing. I said, hey, Abyssinia, I was an idiot to attack you. Look, I got stabbed. I was basically thinking, hey, there was no way I was going to make progress against the Ottomans, so I had to turn around, but he stabbed me, so now we're back in back in this together, right? Everything's fine, nothing's wrong. And Abyssinia, I think, actually went along with it because they didn't like the Ottomans very much.
Yeah.
But I didn't pitch the move into Red Sea, which, looking at it now, I absolutely should have done. Like, that is such a key move here.
Yeah.
But I said, hey, yeah, I'll support you into Hawara, please leave me Sennar. I need to take Sennar and Berbers so that I can get a build at home, and then I'll just send one of my units back, and we can, like, knock the Ottomans, and I can knock the Ottomans out that way. I think I might send Hauser back at this point as well, because I'm thinking that Igbo is going south.
Yeah, trying to demilitarize with the Netherlands is great. And then also, right, here's one of the pitches. The Netherlands wanted us to attack Congo, right? I could
Yes.
pitch, hey, I'll attack Congo. I'll do better. I'll get Assyria to attack Congo also. But I need something from you, including get Ibido south or getting a unit into St. Leona Rise and actually pressuring uh whatever, not Prussia, that is.
Yes, that's Poland.
Poland, yeah.
But yeah. So I also want to point out, on the last turn, Poland cored Dakar, right? And moved to, or did half a core on Dakar, and moved St. Andrew's Island to Great Fulo. I am so lucky that he spent the turn coring Dakar instead of supporting his unit out here. Because if he has 2 on Timbuktu, I can't guarantee Berbers anymore, right? I have to support hold myself, or I lose Timbuktu, and then there's no way I can guarantee a build.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a very long-term strategic thing where he wants to have more army production in Dakar, and maybe it cost because it was
Yeah.
big.
And the nice thing is, now that he's half committed to coring Dakar, he's probably going to finish that, right? There's no
Yep.
massive reason to, like, do much more, so I can guarantee that he's probably just going to support himself to Fulo here and not do any,
Yeah,
like,
I would
messing
actually
around.
tap Grunchi, but whatever.
Yes, I think I actually did look at the possibility of him tapping Grunchy. I might actually go to Grunchy here, I can't remember.
Yeah, I would
Pretty
expect
sure.
to bounce you out of it because I would like when I play, I'm assuming everyone else like starts making peace at like when like in this position. I would assume you're gonna work with the Netherlands here, and that Hausa's coming west. And if Hausa comes west, Fulani probably covers Hausa as well. Like I would
Yes,
start assuming these things are gonna happen, but whatever.
that makes sense.
I would tap Grunchi 100% here if I'm Poland,
Right, well, I'll
and
go
because
ahead.
I know
Oh,
Poland's gonna tap it,
sorry.
I have to go there myself. But
Oh, I actually don't tap Grunchy. I thought I did here,
yeah,
but I clearly do not, so I send everything north. um, but Poland
you
goes
what?
for
You attack
Timbuktu.
Gondar?
Oh, I do attack
You
Gondar.
don't support him into the thing?
Wait,
What happened
okay,
to
no, no,
make
no, sorry.
peace? And I'm
I
so
think
sorry.
I,
I'm a useless. I'm a worm. I'm a
I think
weak,
I was
pathetic worm.
actually potentially thinking about the wrong turn here, and this turn I did not make up with Abyssinia. God.
You wouldn't have even taken it. It would have been so good.
Okay, so actually, this is like a defensive moveset, right? Because if Ottoman and Abyssinia are working together, this is the only thing that makes sure that I keep Sennar, or at least get a center. Because if he
Don't
goes in from
support
Gondar,
yourself in.
he
That makes it aggressive. You can have Sunar support the Assyria into Hawari whilst you tap Gondar. You're still defensive.
yeah, this is that makes sense. But I think actually I was lying all of last turn, and I was thinking of, as in, to you when I was commentating last turn, because I was thinking of the turn after this, when I do actually talk to
Sure.
Abyssinia more.
Yeah,
But
because
this
now he
turn I
builds
was
an army in
just,
Cairo and can defend himself. Ugh.
yeah, that's painful.
Ugh. God meme. No, you're too slow. This would needed to be a turn ahead of time, man.
uh, yeah. I think this turn I just assumed Abyssinia would work with Ottomans because I just stabbed them. I can't remember if like I think I made attempts to talk to them, but it didn't go anywhere.
God, it would have been so brutal if Abyssinia had stabbed this turn, because he would have
This is
gotten the Red
true.
Sea, would have taken Huare, he would have been able to call. Oh my God!
God,
Actually, it's maybe a good thing that he didn't, because I don't know if he's gonna build a fleet in Mecca. I assume, by
Michaela,
the way,
yeah.
that Ottomans can build infinite everywhere, because
Oh,
I just
here,
assume they're
I
winning
see.
on all fronts.
Yeah, they are very much winning on all fronts. Yes, they are taking a ton of this. Oh, and this is the turn that Safavids just decides to actually get vassalized. I forgot about that because they
Yeah.
thought they were losing by too much, so they just throw stuff to Ottomans. Um, I think it wasn't just that they were losing by too much; it was also that they were getting attacked by India here and by Russia here. And they're like,
Yep.
why should I be throwing everything against Ottomans if you're just gonna take my centers behind me, right? So a very fair thing there. So yeah, Ottomans do lose some centers up here, and Spain actually blows up Rif, which is it's so I'm really happy that they blew up Rif here, right? Because it means
Yeah.
Berbers is just infinitely protected. There is
Yeah. It's full
nothing
safe
there.
now. It's wonderful.
But I do lose Belmouth, and obviously this is not as good as it could have been. That being a bit of an understatement. But yeah. Any other comments here?
How's Congo doing in the south?
Okay, so Congo does blow up the Dutch army here, which I remember. I was like, look, Portugal is getting really strong. They managed to take South Africa here. They're getting Mauritius as well. And they're advancing on Congo. So at this point, I was messaging Congo going, you need to work with the Netherlands, right? We should make a coalition of like Bornu, Netherlands, Congo to like hold Africa at this point, like because we're all on the back foot right now. And I think I even set up the chat room of the three of us, hoping that Congo would respond because they weren't responding to my messages, but they didn't. They were doing their own thing. So they take
Well, at
the
least Portugal got bounced out of the Congolese center,
yes,
so
this is true.
Congo's still building.
So Congo, they're doing okay on SC count, but I think their actual position is not amazing yet.
Oh, I mean, with the Netherlands getting into Lopez Bay, um,
Yes, and
starting to crush, with Portugal advancing, yeah, I mean, Congo's strategic position is gonna collapse, but because they're at war, right, Portugal and the Netherlands, it's gonna be slower than you might think. I assume they're still at war everywhere, right, based on what I can see here.
yes, yeah. So Netherlands is very much losing. In fact, they have to. I don't know if this was a stab, but they went into their ally center here just to keep their unit counts up.
Yeah.
But basically, everywhere they're in significant trouble. Here, they were losing to Ayutthaya, and like they don't really have any safe place except for this right now. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess their home centers are not under much threat right now either.
Yeah.
When I say home centers, there's a lot of home centers. I mean their
But
capital.
yeah.
Yeah.
Their actual capital.
So yeah, and something to
Not
note as
looking too
well.
good for the good guys.
Yep. The primary antagonist Ottomans here is not. They are doing too well, and my friends are not doing very well.
Yeah, the good news is that the Ottomans are doing so well. I think they're actually going to get a coalition against them pretty soon. I
Well,
have a feeling that they're going to be the first one with the vassal. They're growing a ton. Yeah, I expect them to
Yeah,
Wait, Austria lost the war to France.
So actually, Austria, I think, tried to peace out France on this turn or something and go after Ottomans for exactly the reasons you're talking about, and France just went in behind them. So it and Poland attacked them at the same time. So
Yeah, but it's like Austria can't really. It looks to me like Austria can't hold now for long.
yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Ooh,
Um,
Poland made a good stab in Sweden here, getting into the
oh
Baltic.
yes, I forgot about
Yeah,
this. This was Poland did very, very well against Sweden on this turn, or they did pretty well against Sweden. And
yeah,
after this turn, there starts to become some discussion about a coalition against Poland, which I'm obviously like, yes, yes, do that, please.
yeah.
It
Work
means they
together
can't
against
build here.
Poland because yeah.
Yeah,
Poland and the Ottomans are allies, and they're both crushing. Like the rest, we need to start working together against them, and that's a good pitch against Abyssinia, right?
yes.
Yep,
Uh, right, so, shall we move ahead here?
yep,
Okay, so this will be retreats, I assume.
yep.
There aren't any that matter here. Oh, that coming off the board is. I can't remember
I
if it
think
had any.
it could have gone to
It can't have gone to.
Pena, but it could be rebuilt. I think it bounced out of
Oh, that
Koyane or
makes
whatever.
sense. Yeah, they can just rebuild that. So this is blank map, and then we have the SC conditions. Look,
Yep,
Ottoman at the top. Scary, big scary power. Please coalition against them. Thank you. Signed
yep.
Bornu. Um,
Portugal's very safely in number two, not
yes.
number one.
So here we have my build, which is in Najimi here, and like as mentioned, obviously Ottoman managed a pretty successful attack against me here, taking the one. But even the fact that Chad is there is just like my nation's home supply centers are so defensible. They're so incredibly defensible. It's even if even though I only have 2 units on my homes, I can still kick him out pretty comfortably, and then I might have to take a guess on where he goes after that. But it's
Yeah,
like, yeah, not a massive problem for me. It's
and
just
that's if he
taking up some
chooses to retreat
units.
to Chad. Like Chad is a scary place for an army because it's probably gonna get disbanded.
Yes, that's true. Although for a very large power, I suppose you don't really mind if one army gets forced. Um,
Yeah, obviously though, it's a strategic army. Like he's struggling to put units on this front.
yeah,
Like he's building armies wherever he can in Cairo, but and Tripoli's clogged. So if he loses that, he has no offensive pressure against you anymore, period. So
yeah. This is absolutely correct, and just putting armies in Africa is kind of difficult for him with these centers under threat. Which that one's not
which
under
is
threat
why
right
he's
now, but
such not a threat to us and why we should have pieced him out to begin with.
look, we've had that discussion. We can talk more about it later. Oh, I
Yep.
completely forgot to mention this, but I did talk a bit to Ottomans on that phase. I can't remember. I think he proposed it. He basically said, "Hey, I won't take Bilma if you don't take Berbers." And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah.
And then we
And then
both
you guys
took them
both took each
anyway.
other's centers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like it's that kind of deal where it's so obviously just like not reasonable for either of us to do that at that point that
Yeah.
you can't accept it, right?
It's
Well,
one of those things where you roll your eyes
yeah,
and
yeah.
you say sure, and then hey, if they prisoner's dilemma, great.
If they stick with it, then hey, that's a bonus. But I'm not going to.
Amazing. I just
Yeah.
spilled in Pillmon, he can't take an extra units. How rude.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, so I'm trying to think if there's anything else to discuss. I think basically everything I said happened last turn on the negotiation front in Abyssinia happened this turn, actually.
Sure.
So, unfortunately, it's after that fleet is off the board, and that fleet coming off the board is really painful because that was the potential continued attack against Ottoman, right? There's not really
Yeah.
any other continuation that can happen here. But yeah,
Yep.
so
Did the vassalization occur? So the Safavids, are they now vassals of Ottomans?
So the vassalization is a distinct order that you have to give on your order sheet. You say, I am now vassalized to this power, and the other power has to also rise on their order sheet, I am vassalizing this power, right, at the same time. But it has to be
Okay,
after you control their capital, so it can't happen this turn, it has to happen next.
sure.
You will see, if a country is vassalized, their country turns into a striped mess with the vassal owner's color. So you'll see that happen when it does happen.
Okay, great. Good to know.
But yeah, so we can at least move ahead to the blank map, I guess. We can probably move ahead to the moves, right? Is there anything you want to talk about here?
Just this war against the Ottomans, it's not going to give us too much, and I really hope we can get somebody to hit Poland in the west. We're really happy Poland didn't build a fourth army.
Yes.
Oh, did they finish coring the car? I forgot to, I didn't
Yes,
notice,
they
but
did.
I assumed so. Yeah.
So those two are both now cores, which makes me even more thinking, hey, Poland needs to get off this continent now.
Poland needs to go. And honestly, maybe Spain's our best bet to do this. Like,
yeah. I mean, they certainly have incentive to. We need a fleet there, right? It has to be either
and if
Dutch
we're not
or...
in a super time crunch, right? So the fleet
Yeah.
can get there later.
So something super important to note. I don't remember the exact phase that this happens, but Netherlands swaps out the player at some point, gets replaced, and the new player who comes in is someone who is much, much more talkative, and I work with a lot better, I guess.
Yep.
But at the same time, they're also someone who... I'm trying to think of the exact way to describe the vibes that they give off, right? They're like very honest to the point of they are clearly a good player and they are clearly considering stabbing you at every point, and they're not afraid to let you know, hey, I'm considering stabbing you, but it doesn't look like it's in my interest right now.
Yeah.
Right, so they're that kind of player, right? They're the kind of player that you don't trust, but you do trust as long as it's not in their interest to attack you.
Yeah, the best every player. Yes, that's great.
Yeah. So at some point, the Congo player will also get replaced with someone who's much more communicative and who I work a lot better with. But that's not happening yet, I think. So,
Yeah, the Netherlands swap out's huge because do they still have their fleet in the South Atlantic?
no,
No.
sadly.
Yeah, that got pulled
like-
into the South American front, I assume, because obviously they're at war everywhere.
Yeah, I have to say I do pity the person who came in to replace this Netherlands position because it is a lot to recover from.
Yeah, and if I'm taking over this position, by the way, right here, just based on the little that I've seen, my instinct is that you are a critical. This is my power base now. This is where I'm actually safe.
Yes.
And so you're therefore going to be far more valuable. And obviously France is a key ally up north. But like I would work hard to make these two alliances solid again. So that makes sense then that they would work closely with you.
Yeah, I agree completely. So, the... what else have we got? I think we don't have much more to talk about. Should we go to the moves?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so the moves of the next phase here. So here, I don't take Bilma immediately. I try and make sure that I can, make sure it's not anywhere that can be useful against me on the next turn. I don't know whether that's correct or not. I think it probably is. Oh my god, I was still misremembering about Abyssinia. When does that happen then? Apologies for the jumbled thoughts on this. But yeah, Abyssinia.
Yeah, I mean this game was a while ago. It's presumably a pretty long game, so there's lots of time going on.
Well, when I say it was a while ago, it actually finished 2 days ago. But this specific time was a couple months ago, I think.
Yeah.
So
No worries.
yeah, I do. God, what was I doing here? I was helping Spain into Tripoli, or attempting to help Spain into Tripoli. I was kind of lucky in that Spain decided, hey, I'm gonna try and keep fighting Ottomans, despite there not being a very clear route to do so, right?
Yep.
At the same time, I'm trying to force disband this one. It's not going to be able to be forced disbanded, but I'm trying to make sure it's limited in what it can do.
Yeah, and backing out of Sonar is a good way to make peace with Assyria, right? It's a center that you took from them, and you probably didn't think you were piecing. You probably thought you were going to bounce Ottomans out of Nubia, and you're hoping to keep Sonar by bouncing.
Yeah,
So,
that was exactly it, if I recall correctly. I think I thought that there
yeah.
was going to be a supported attack here, and I thought that this unit, like, there was probably going to be a supported attack into Sennar, so I'd bounce here, and then this cut would either mean that I get into Gondar or would prevent the unit getting into Sennar. But obviously didn't work out very well.
I mean, it's actually fine. I think making peace with Assyria is great. So,
Yeah. Uh,
yeah.
and this does position well to do that. Yep. So what else have we got here? Congo. Okay, maybe this is actually the phase that Congo switches out, because I think Congo started making effective moves on the phase where they switched out. But
Yeah.
yeah, they do still lose a unit up north against the Netherlands. But you know, the
But
previous Netherlands was preparing to go Igbo into Shiraz, right? I think. And this Netherlands sees that actually I should probably be keeping a unit adjacent to my homes here, and does the opposite. And that saddens me a bit,
yeah.
but it's like what it is.
Yeah, but like you're in Grunchi right now, right? And like if he's not an Igbo, you just walk into Lagos and suddenly
Yes.
the only safe place for the Netherlands is now cooked. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, so also annoyingly, I now have 3 Polish units on Timbuktu.
Yep.
Which thankfully I do have 3 Bornu units here to counter them, but it means I can't do anything else, right? So I can't keep helping the Spanish against Tripoli if I want to keep this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you want to talk about here? Like, any opinions you have on what's going on?
I see that Ottomans got supported into the Austrian capital.
Yes,
Um,
by Poland. And Austria is just fighting France now, right? Because France walked in behind them when they tried to turn around. So I
yep.
think this was preparation to being vassalized as well. Oh,
Yep. Ottomans are gonna vassalize another party.
so they tried to. This means that the flag here means that Safavid tried to vassalize themselves to Ottomans, and because there's no flag over the Ottoman capital, it means Ottomans didn't accept. They didn't put in the corresponding order.
Sure, Ottomans rather took centers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they went into Bandar Abbas, for example.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because like you can just conquer their land. Vassalization mostly makes sense
Yes.
for countries that are further away, like where you actually need them to like if for example someone were to vassalize you, if like England did, then you could build in Africa for them still and be effective, but Safavids don't really need it. Like the Ottomans don't get anything. So,
Yeah, that's exactly it.
jeez, the Caspian Sea is a good place to have a fleet. My God.
I think Safavids might have had one there earlier in the game, but like,
Yeah, they got disbanded because they just, yep.
yeah, exactly. It's a good place to have a fleet if you need to attack these provinces, right? It also feels bad because it can't do anything else ever.
Yeah, but like one fleet that's controlling 4 supply centers, including your capital, and great to convoy units through. Like,
Yeah, that's fair. It's like, I guess the parallels Black Sea, right? It is
yep.
exactly the same as the Black Sea in, well, not exactly the same, but close to.
The
Um,
Black Sea can theoretically make it out at some point if you need it, whereas the Caspian Sea literally can't. Um,
yep.
but even still, I would love to have it. I'm surprised that they don't make that sea. Uh, I forget the name of that sea. Not the. Is it the one to the east of the Caspian Sea?
This one here?
Yeah.
Or do you think
Surprised
that...
that's not a real one.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why their decision there. I mean, who would ever build a fleet there, right?
That fleet is a lot less useful, I agree.
You would also have to core a province in order to build there at all. Oh, I should
Yeah,
note
okay.
this was honestly really bad GMing. I think I want to protest. I did try and build a fleet here at some point, and I was told you're not allowed to. So why is this lake here?
It's, I think, a real geography thing, but whatever, it's fine.
These are coastal provinces. Look, they're
Just
definitely
build. Why?
coastal.
Like, you built that fleet to troll the GM, and you know it.
Well, yes, but I'm
Like,
still
just put
very
the army in chat, man.
very disappointed.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, shall we? Oh yeah, other thing to note: Spain coring a bunch of SCs in Africa here, which I wasn't extremely happy to see, but there's not really anything I can do about it, right? I guess I can tap Marrakesh if I really want another enemy, but with
Yeah,
Poland
but
here,
no
that
thanks.
seems like a bad idea. Right. So let's move ahead to the retreats here. There's a couple of them, but they're mainly in places that don't matter.
We don't
to
care
me.
about.
I guess this one is something, but it's
but
not really anything useful. This is clean map. So, do you have any thoughts on the clean map here or not?
Our position sucks.
I mean, fair, yes. It feels like that one unit getting into Bilma has just kind of collapsed everything, because it meant that I had to focus so many units here on making sure it didn't do anything, that now Poland is
More
in
than that,
a nice
like,
position.
yeah, that is annoying. I agree, but it's the bigger picture is that we now have three enemies that are all able to annoy us, and they're effective enemies. They're strong. They have armies that can push. Assyria can really keep going. They have a lot of units that can push us, and they're working closely with our other enemy. Like, yeah, I we need to get some of them on side. We've needed to get them on side for a little bit now, and maybe Assyria will flip, but they're not in position. All their armies are in the south. Like, they can't flip immediately. So it's tough. At least we're not going down supply centers this turn. At
Yeah,
least.
because I'm
But
gaining here, losing here, right?
yeah, but we're not building, and that army's not necessarily getting disbanded anytime soon. Um,
Yeah. Well, actually, so on the negotiation front, Ottomans reach out this turn and say, hey, I think I can do much better attacking Abyssinia here than attacking you, so if I take that army off, will you stop attacking me and we can go and attack
which I say,
Abyssinia
yes,
together?
absolutely, I love you.
Yes, I
Yes.
also said, yes, absolutely, I love you. So, primarily because I want that army in Bilma disbanded, right? I don't... like, yes, attacking Abyssinia is probably my best path here, but honestly, I would have said yes to anything that he said in return for disbanding Bilma.
Yeah, not that we're gonna do the thing that he asks us to, but we're gonna say yes.
Yes, exactly. It's like,
Yeah.
you take that unit off, and then I'll think about whatever you...
Yeah, and we'll
say.
even promise that we'll attack Timbuktu from Chamba. That's
Yes.
the deal. We'll attack from Chamba with support from the other two, because we know that that's gonna get bounced anyways, so whatever. It's fine. And if we do this, you'll disband from Bilma. Done. Deal. Excellent.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention as well, it looks like Portugal slipped through the Congo lines, which
Yeah,
is
maybe with a retreat or
a
something.
problem.
Probably retreat. Oh yeah.
Yep, big problem. But
Not as big of a problem as Congo winning, obviously, but still a problem.
yeah, I mean, Portugal winning, I think, here is worse for me than Congo doing well. Because Portugal, like, has the super secure position down here that I can't really influence, whereas Congo if they were doing very well, I can at least send units down to stop them doing so well, right?
Yeah, my argument is that Portugal's like the number 2 power on the board, and if they grow much more, they're also going to get a coalition against them.
That's
So
true.
they're going to be taxed. Like Spain's not going to agree to be vassalized, and Spain can hit them. Like the only reason Portugal's doing so well is because of the alliance with Spain, and they're crushing the Netherlands that were the previous number 1. But now that the Netherlands are not there anymore, Ottomans are going to get the swing, and then Portugal's at the time is coming. And I am much more worried about the Congo winning, building in their capital, and then pushing on us, as opposed to Portugal needing to push through Congo into us.
That does make
So,
sense. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Obviously, we'd rather they get stuck there forever, or until we kill them. But,
I oh, I completely forgot to mention this. So this is actually super important, what happened up here this turn. In that there was, like, board-wide discussions, like, even Inuit was involved in this, on coalitioning Poland after how well they were doing in Sweden. And I think Ottoman moves against them either this turn or the next turn. And there's, like, everyone, a bunch of other people, including Sweden, had agreed to jump in on that and basically, go against Poland as well. And they don't do it. They back out. So Ottoman ends up being the only person who attacks Poland. And I think
that's the dream.
yeah, it might have been this phase, because this might have been what triggered them saying, hey, I'll disband Bilma. But yeah, it's absolutely great for me, right? In terms of Ottoman is kind of now has a bad relationship with Poland. It might be the turn after this, in fact. But yeah, but it's also not great for me in that Poland has this area that they can pump units into, and if they are growing large here, they are absolutely going to pump units into here, right?
Maybe. But if they're at war with Ottomans at their home, I don't think they can afford to.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Warsaw is more important than Timbuktu.
Yes, that makes sense. Actually, I do want to check that real quick. So I'm gonna go back a couple phases to see. Yeah, this was
That looks like an attack.
They moved in, and they actually took Polish supports into Vienna at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they went in, and they went in alone, and I think that was what triggered them saying, "Hey, we need to work together."
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's great for me.
Right, the chaos of a 17-person diplomacy board means that people sometimes have to do other things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shall we move ahead to the moves here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, so moves this turn. I actually
Hey, look, we bounce.
do kill it in there. And they hadn't told me they were going to tether here, so I did just do this out of, like, a safety thing. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could retreat to Chad still and be annoying, but hopefully they disband it instead.
This is true. Bounce here, as expected, right? Unfortunately, Poland will have the ability to build there, and Ottomans actually back off of Poland up here. They go, I'm on my own here. I'm not going to win a war on my own. So they just run away.
Not effectively. So immediately back to being peace and work together against Russia.
Yeah. And Safavids frantically trying to vassalize themselves so they don't lose these centers, right? But Ottomans are like, I'm getting these centers. Like, there's nothing.
Let me take them.
About that.
What's better than having 1/4 of your centers? Having 100% of your centers. Ooh, Ottoman attacks Portugal.
Where is that? Sorry. Oh, here. Yes. That is, just with on one center, in fact.
Yep. I mean, it's the Ottomans, right? They're like, look, we're getting Saudi Arabia. This is ours. So, boom.
Yeah. But another important thing they did here is just convoy into Ajuran's provinces. And this isn't an Ajuran NMR. They're actually attempting to core these two provinces. I think at this point this player was like, this game is a bit more than I'd expected for my first diplomacy game. Which is very fair. I think if you're starting out in diplomacy, you should probably make your first game a standard map one. Because
Yeah.
17 powers is a lot to get into. And Ottomans just takes advantage of this and goes, hey, I can get another army into Africa this way.
Didn't even go for the capital.
Yeah, well, I think they probably knew that these were being cored because this was half cored, right? So this is the safer bet.
Yeah, it's the guaranteed one that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Congo falling back to try and defend Lunda actually lose an extra center here, which is painful for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
How
So,
did Holland do in the south against Congo?
okay, so they managed to disband Lopez Bay, which is actually pretty big, but at the same time, they're just they were covering Fernando Po without moving out of Shira with this, which is a good way of doing it. It means they don't make any progress anywhere else, but this is huge progress by itself.
Yep, that's big.
They do lose St. Helena to the Portuguese over here. So
Yeah, because both South Atlantic can support himself in. That's so weird. Yep, great. All right, awesome. Yeah.
I don't know what this move here was. That's not a valid move. But yeah.
Weird, yeah, okay.
Uh,
Spain finished coring Marrakesh. There's a bounce there, so no core in Tangier. Oh, Tangier was already cored?
Tangier was half cored, so that's gonna uncore on the next turn, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah. And they do manage to slip into Gulf of Gabes. Although they lose the Tyrannian at the same time, so this war is kind of a never-ending back and forth at this moment.
Yeah, Tyrannian is maybe worse to lose, actually, because Tyrannian borders a lot. But we'll see what the builds look like, because there's so much chaos everywhere. Like, who knows if they can afford to commit more to this front.
Yeah, I remember
Man,
myself...
I'd love to see, like, world-class diplomacy players playing on one of these, because...
Honestly, like, I think a lot of the players on this board are pretty damn good. Yeah, I mean, okay, so Ottoman was the one who stood out to me as this person is absolutely world-class, right? This player, like, the confidence that you have to stab 3 people in the same turn and actually win against all of them, right? Is huge, and their press absolutely matched that. There were a few other players who were very good on negotiation. The second Dutch player was very good. The Polish player was very good, although I think the Polish player was a little cautious in their tactics at points, which stuff like coring Dakar, right, instead of just moving forward. I wouldn't have done that. And I think their press at points represented that. It was a bit non-committal where it needed to be committal. But they were fantastic regardless.
Yep.
And I think actually...
I'm thinking of, like,
sorry, go ahead.
How good it is for, how hard players work to have armies in the East as France or as England to be able to influence other parts of the map. How Italy can, like, split between the West and the East to keep things in balance. Imagine a Netherlands or a Portugal who has units everywhere and is able to do things like that. And it knows just how much effort to push, where to pull, knows how this map is going to play out, and knows how to navigate it. I think it would just be gorgeous to watch.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I should just go to the like world champions and ask them to play a show match of one of these at some point.
Yeah, I think we'd want to get this play tested a little more to get the countries a little more balanced, because I think it would feel a little dumb to... yeah, anyways, but I think it'd be really cool if we could get, like, a sick game together and commentate that. Spend no end time. Just go.
Next 10-hour commentary incoming. That will be fun.
Yeah, or next 100-hour commentary. This game could go on for so long.
Yeah. Okay, so, I don't know if there's that much more to talk about. I was really annoyed that the Ottomans managed to get another army into these provinces, but at least they covered up their home centers so they can't build. At this point, I was like, I really don't like the Ottomans having 4 armies here, because like they had 2 armies in Africa before I stabbed them. So even though they've lost stuff in Africa since then, it just feels like my stab has been completely ineffectual in every way. It's just
You
made
said
things
it.
worse. Yep. Okay. Shall we move ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, so this will be Retreat's map, which I think the only important thing to us
Disband.
is this disbands. Although it only had the option to retreat to Chad, and I think if it had retreated to Chad, it would have locked us into eternal war at that point, right?
I mean, you would have been able to get it off the board pretty quickly. But either way, no, that's
Yeah.
great. We'll love to see it disbanded.
Yep, and then we have the blank map, and then we'll have builds. Oh, we'll have the here. This is the SC like leaderboard.
Sure.
This is kind of important because we're not seeing this on the board at the moment, right? We're not looking very much, but like the small powers who are doing very well, Ayutthaya, Inuit, I think Ming and Qing. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. I think it probably
I
isn't.
think just king, but
King. Okay, they're doing pretty well. So this shows the victory condition here, right? So Ayutthaya is definitely the most threatening small regional right now because they're 11 centers away from their victory condition.
yeah,
So, but Poland Lithuania is technically in first by 0.1%.
they're all the top of the board.
Yep.
But yeah, Ayutthaya. Can we go back to the board actually? I want to see
Well, we can
like
go forward to the build board. This is Ayutthaya.
oh,
over
build
here.
works too. Yeah,
There we go.
I mean, because the terrifying part here, right, is like who actually stops this, right? It has to be the southern China. I think I forget if that's Ming or King, but
This is
like
Ming, I think.
yeah, Ming. So Ming has to attack, and now Portugal needs to use their armies in India to hit instead of cleaning up the Netherlands. Like,
Yeah. I if I remember the board state correctly here, these 3 powers were working together at this point, so they're all
yeah,
in like a joint alliance that is doing very, very well. But yeah.
yep, it is. But like one of them was the smallest and is therefore winning the fastest.
Yep. Absolutely. Uh so yeah, in terms of builds, we see I mean, is any of this that relevant? This is relevant. Army St.
Yep.
Andrews Island. Um,
Oh, let's keep an eye on Dakar and see if there's ever a turn where Poland builds in both Dakar and St. Andrew Island.
yeah, because
That'll be fun.
if there isn't, the core was a mistake, right? But if there is, then the core was very, very useful because the double army build is huge.
Yeah, that's potentially relevant. So
Yep.
the cork might still be a mistake even if it gets used, but whatever.
Yeah, interestingly, I can move Tuareg to Agadez now and then have 4 on Timbuktu, so this isn't all that threatening to me from that perspective, but they can shift around and threaten Grunchi, and then I'm potentially in more trouble. Although to do that, they would have to be threatening the Netherlands as well, which I would hope would turn the Netherlands around a bit. But yeah, so
Congo disbands. I'm interested in.
yes, Congo disbands Fleet Soyo here. It feels like that's just giving up the north to the Dutch, right? But actually, the Dutch could have taken Kinshasa no matter what here. They don't.
Yep.
Congo doesn't have anything in position. And I think Congo has like decided to prioritize defending against Portugal here. And trying to take out that unit there. Which is perfectly fair.
I mean, but it's not gonna work, right? Because Pango just gets out.
Yeah, you would have to, like... How do you do this? You can focus it with these 3, right? And then shift these 2 up, but then Lunda
Yeah,
can be
but it just gets
evacuated by
ported
these
into-
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, well.
very tough. And
Or like,
I
yeah,
actually
fine, they
have a
disband. So
I,
yeah, sorry, keep going.
I actually have a border with Portugal now for the first time this game, I think, which I am not happy to see. I wanted Portugal not to get here,
Yeah,
but yeah, um,
yeah. We don't want them to be winning, but oh well.
I think like for fear of making myself sound like a moron again by getting the phase wrong, I think this might be when I negotiate with Abyssinia and stick with them, but I'm kind of tempted just to go to the next phase and see what happens.
Yeah, let's see when Abyssinia moves against Ottomans.
Yep. Okay, so why have I got another blank map here? Oh, that was builds, so then this is blank map after builds. Oh, okay, no.
Oh, the Ottomans attacked them.
I'm wrong. Oh, I do remember this phase. Okay, so the Ottomans at this point go to me and say, hey, you know, we really need to be working together. I know that I moved armies this way on the last turn, but I did disband Bilma, so we're working together and we're good, right? And I went, yes, sure, and they attacked Abyssinia. And I was thinking, like, my own thoughts on this was, Abyssinia has never lied to me this game. Ottomans have.
Yep.
Ottomans are clearly a very good player. I do not want to trust Ottomans, and B, I would be very happy to see Ottomans attacking Abyssinia without me going into Abyssinia, right? And then Abyssinia is going to take my side. So,
Perfect.
this is what happens here. Ottoman goes all out against Abyssinia, expecting me to do the same. Convoys even this army round into Mekelle, and I do not follow up with that. And this is also the new Congo here. It's definitely new Congo at this point, I remember, because they said, hey, could you tap Bunyoro for me? And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea to me. I'm very happy doing that. So,
Boom.
yeah. In fact, I think Congo at this point, like, talks in the chat that I set up ages ago with Netherlands and myself, and we actually do make this triple alliance here to counter Portugal.
Yeah, seems okay at this point, right? Portugal needs to get taken down a notch, and you guys can probably stay safe for a while because Congo's not beating Portugal anytime soon. So seems fine.
Yep. I didn't particularly like this move up adjacent to Hauser because he's putting 2 units on it, but like it's whatever, right? He takes 1 center if he stabs me. I don't think he's going to 1-dot me when I'm one of the very few allies he has on this board.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this is that's what's happening here.
Okay, now the Ottomans do vassalize the Safed.
Yes, so after they get the centers that they could very easily take, they vassalize when the Safavids are here, right? And I think that's like a good play. That's definitely a good play, right? Because you get one of their centers free by the vassalization, and they only have 2 centers, so it seems fine. You get to keep their units here as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and Poland and Ottoman working very strongly together all over the board at this point.
Is there vassalization for Sweden?
So Sweden attempts to vassalize themselves to Poland, and Poland doesn't respond. If I recall correctly, I think Poland said they just forgot to put it in their orders, but like it's tough to tell whether that's real, right? Because they can just sometimes they just want to be taking the centers themselves.
Notably, they didn't make any moves to take anything. It looks like.
Well, there is one here, which isn't strictly to take something, but they attempted to support the Dutch unit into Kiel.
But that still works, even if they're your vassal. Like.
Yeah, that's true. And the Dutch just attack here instead. So the Dutch do not trust the Poles here, even though they are not doing anything. Like they're not attacking the Poles here. They are over here. Oh, this is an important one. It's a part of the map we haven't been looking at all. But these guys vassalize themselves to Portugal at this point. And Portugal is
Wow,
actually
that's a
attacking.
huge coup for Portugal. Wow.
Yeah. It's it means they just don't have to like think about these people. Well, they kind of do, because vassalization only stops you from taking the
Yeah.
yeah. Um so but
Yeah,
like
the vassals could totally take a lot of Brazil.
yes, I actually
Mm.
talked about this with some people when I was doing this, which was like in the early game. I was thinking vassalization is totally a mechanic that can work against you, right? If you vassalize someone, they could just walk adjacent to all your supply centers because you can't break it until they take something, and then they can just go in, and there's not much you could do about that, right? But no one ever uses it like that this game, which is very sad. Uh, but yeah. Um, so, is there anything else to talk about here? I,
Hmm. Our position feels much better now that Ottomans aren't attacking us and are attacking instead our other enemy, Abyssinia, because we're likely now going to have only two enemies, the Ottomans and um Poland, and we are the ones now attacking the Ottomans. We have position against them. Like I'd have to look at the actual tactics, but we might be able to just take Tripoli this turn. Um,
we have three on it. They have four. So, well, no, they have
well,
three. You
Cairo
mean
left, right?
Cairo did leave? Yeah.
Yeah, and so they would have to use Gulf and Ionian to just support Tripoli, and they might not be able or willing to do that. Like,
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'd have to check the tactics, but it's like our position feels better. We're likely growing. Our centers are now very safe. We're very defensive, and maybe since the Dutch are attacking Poland in the north, we can get them into Ashanti or whatever.
I was really trying to get the Dutch to do something here and help me, but they
Yep,
would not. I
yep.
think they had some kind of agreement with Poland not to do anything here, like for basically the entire game up to this point, and they kept that agreement. So
Yeah,
they
I
are
mean, it
not
would
going here.
explain why Poland isn't in Mon doesn't move into Monday and then Ashanti, which they could do, right?
Yes,
If that's a DMZ between them, then they can't break it. So
yeah,
that's cool.
exactly. So yeah, I think something important here. The Ottomans' response to my doing nothing here is basically, oh, yeah, I see you were worried because like I threw a support hold on Nubian, but like hopefully now that you've seen that I've committed, you know that I'm your ally here, so you're going
Hmm.
to commit this turn, right?
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely, of course, buddy.
Yeah, I do say, of course, buddy, and then, well, if we look ahead, that was the turn that was missing the blank map. Okay, that's good to know. Um, wait, what? This is the same map. Hang on. uh, okay, there's the blank map. That was the retreat map. Okay, there. This is the next turn, and then I go into Tripoli. God. Uh, I apologize for the jank of this commentary sometimes. But yeah, I do go into Tripoli, I take Tripoli uncontested, and Ottoman is doing other stuff with their fleets, which is, like, probably a good idea on their part, right? Even if they are losing
Yeah,
Tripoli, it's better to reposition here and go forward rather than
yeah.
trying to
It's a little
defend it.
sad that you didn't also go for Yalo or Jalo or whatever.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm really sad I didn't go here. I think even the turn before this, I was thinking of going here instead of support holding Nubian, and I decided against it just in case. And like, if I'd have done that, I would have been in a really nice
you can
spot.
right. Huara is suddenly under a lot of pressure,
Yes.
so
So Abyssinia is on my side here now. They do like Ottomans are trying to support me in Sennar. I do not accept it. I support hold Sennar, and then Abyssinia is fighting back and manages to destroy the army in Mekele, which is nice for them. But at the same time, Ajuran at this point just decides to vassalize themselves to Ottoman and do everything Ottoman says from this point on. So that is a slight issue on the fighting Ottomans front.
Yeah, by a slight issue, we mean uh-oh.
Yep.
Because you went from a unit being practically a non-entity to actively working effectively for the enemy.
Yes.
So that's really bad.
Although them taking Kilwa, really nice for me actually, because I'm fighting Portugal now, and Congo actually invite me into Nagala to help
to
destroy
disband,
this
of course.
unit, which is again really nice because it means I can get my units involved here and potentially poke at these centers when I get the opportunity to, because this area was previously a demilitarized zone, right?
Yeah. Again, it's a thing where I was much more excited about attacking Congo much earlier in the game when we were less and we had fewer wars going on and we were stronger relatively. Now I do feel that if we go after Congo, I can expect Portugal to make progress against us. Like, I don't think it's going to go nearly as well, so I am less excited about dotting Congo at this point. I think here, the nice thing about playing it slow is that we can now choose to do a thing that we couldn't earlier, and we can now commit to the defense because we have more information. So,
Yep. 100%
yeah,
agreed.
I like this.
I wasn't planning to like immediately attack them or anything, but it's nice to have an excuse to have the unit there.
Yeah, it's always nice when a rival invites you adjacent to their home centers to say, "Hey, I want you there."
Yeah, although I still don't like this.
Yep, of course.
I think at this point, Netherlands said, "Hey, yeah, I can go into Mandy." Actually, when I was trying to get them to help against Poland, but they went in with the fleet, and like, what's the fleet gonna do?
It's gonna cut St. Andrews Island.
It can, yeah, but then how does that help? This is
in this position, it's not going to do that much, and that's the point. But notably, Spain also ended up in the Sierra Leone Rice, and so they could coordinate now.
yes, and I think I have Spain inside.
Whoa, we missed this huge stab.
This is actually, yes, okay, this is huge.
Portugal and Spain are at war.
I think that happened last turn, actually.
Yeah, like probably army built in Porto and Lisbon, moved into Merida and Seville, and then that's what caused this war. France also stabbed Spain. Okay, yeah, so Spain exploded.
Yes, and they got
presumably
attacked
created by the Ottomans.
Ottomans too. Yeah, I feel like there was a stab on this side as well. This is much less of one, I guess. But Portugal going up here, and Portugal's vassalized these tribes down here now, so this is also part of Portugal's plan.
Yep.
So yeah, looking quite bad for Spain, especially considering they're losing to Sioux as well in the... I think that's how you pronounce it. In the middle of the lands here.
Yep.
This is important to note as well, because it is actually quite relevant to what happens later in the game. Inuit is going to vassalize Athabasca. But this is kind of... this doesn't actually change anything much at this point, because Athabasca has kind of been acting as an Inuit vassal since the start of the game. So they were working together so closely, and these people were good. This person was kind of clearly the junior partner throughout, that this is just like a matter of them doing a thing that had already been done, kind of. So, yeah. I don't know what else to talk about here. Austria attempts to vassalize themselves. And Poland doesn't accept it.
Russia also tries to vassalize themselves.
And Poland also doesn't accept that, yeah. But in that case, they are taking stuff off of... In fact, they're taking stuff on both fronts. So I think these are pretty clear, deliberate, not vassalizing, right?
Yep.
Okay. This has happened earlier than I thought it did. So Inuit has managed to convoy units into this side as well. Like, Inuit's play through this part of the game has very much been I'll position a lot of fleets across the entire top of the map so that I can get anywhere, which is a really good play, I think, right? Especially if you've got as defensive a position as this, you can like get into places you're not really supposed to be.
Yeah, and it's like these fleet, they're the way that the board works. These sea tiles are so big, and the fleets are so small that it looks far less threatening than it actually is. Like, right? You don't expect like you literally on our screen, you can't even see the fleet that's able to attack
Yes.
Obdarosk or whatever, right? It's like, okay, sure. So,
Yeah.
especially when you're playing with people who are playing a map for the first time, there are those subtleties that it's a really good play.
Aye, aye. Right, so I think that's everything for this turn. Are you good for me to move ahead?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, so here we have retreats. Relevant one to us is Tripoli going to JLO. I think a bunch of Portuguese units are forced back here, but they still have a pretty strong position.
Yep.
And Portugal's forced back into the South Atlantic Ocean. So let's go ahead. This is blank map, but I feel like we can probably move straight ahead to the moves here.
Or this was the fall turn, right? So we can see
oh.
the percents of where people are
Yes, this is the builds. Okay, so here's the percentages. They're all quite close up at the top, actually. And this is the vassalization mechanic coming into play on the leaderboard here. So Safavid is considered to be above people who aren't vassalized to Ottoman, right? They're like coupled with Ottoman on the leaderboard.
at. Yeah.
So, and this is the same with Mapuche here. So Poland's still at the top, just about. But actually, I think the two more threatening powers are Ayutthaya and Inuit for exactly the reasons that you've given before, right?
Yep, they're so much smaller. They have to take many fewer centers, right?
Yep.
Ayutthaya has to take 7 centers to be winning. Inuit has to take 11 only, whereas Poland has to take 11, actually, still. So
Yeah.
Poland is probably more threatening than Inuit, therefore. But and the way that Poland has grown, Poland is so concentrated as well that Poland doesn't have too many possible rivals. So yeah, no, they're all scary. Ayutthaya is definitely the scariest.
Yeah. Important to note, like, the big colonials are not doing very well. Even Portugal, Portugal is, like, the best of them and is doing really well across the board. They have 44 supply centers, but they're still nowhere close to their win condition, right?
Yeah, they need another 20 centers.
Yep. It's just very painful for them on that front.
Yeah, they've gained, what, 28 centers? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're doing better than Spain, disbanding 7.
They're
doing much better than Netherlands.
Yep. Although Netherlands only had to disband 1 that turn, which is good on them. Netherlands is back to their starting SC count. So that's not a great sign for them, but hey, they're fighting to stay in this thing. So
the Mughals got eliminated.
Oh yes, they did. We didn't really look at that section of the map, and actually, if I recall correctly, that was like a pretty shocking turnaround because they were doing very well up until a few turns before they got completely eliminated. It was just a lot of powers around them focusing them. But yeah, so and especially this King Ming Ayutthaya alliance kind of ran over them with Portugal as well.
Also, based on this, looks like there's 24 countries in this game.
Okay, did I? Yeah, that makes sense. So I miscounted horribly before. But now there are only 23, so we are getting closer to my number.
Britain's doing terribly.
Yes, so Britain actually lost a fair bit of their home here, and they've lost their entire colony in the...
Okay.
And they lost...
France and England
well, they still have some colony here, right? But it's not very much. I think that's everything they own.
So, they only have 5 centers, so...
Yeah, they just lost their colonies over here as well.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
painful one for them.
Oof.
But happy days for me. I get 2 builds. So
Yeah, happy days. Be much happier if we had the army in Jalo instead of that being a retreat.
yep. And
Oof.
very sad to see Ottoman new army in Cairo, so they now have 5 armies in Africa,
Yeah,
despite being knocked back as much as they've been knocked back this entire game.
and there's gonna be that fleet in the Red Sea. Oof.
Yeah, this is just like it shows the power that a country that is quite powerful can just funnel into an area that they don't have much control of, right?
Yep.
This is something very specific to a big map. But yeah,
Yep. 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 Oh God, and they're gonna be flooding the Med too, so they're still gonna have. Oh man, that's so annoying.
yep. This makes me very sad. But I do have 3 units on Tunis, and they only have 2, so that is something. Even though JLo can cut Tripoli, I guess.
But I don't. I guess I don't even think we go for. You go. You're gonna go for Tunis here, really?
Well, so at this point, I'm kind of like I can't get that much more from Ottomans, right? But at the same time, I don't know if I want to stab Abyssinia with 5 Ottoman armies sitting here. This feels like a really bad idea. um, so where does my growth come from? Like, Poland put down a fleet, which is nice. So it did actually build into Car at some point.
Yep.
But do I stab Netherlands? Like,
I would vote resources to disbanding the Ottomans' armies in Jalo,
yeah,
trying to take Hawara. It's landlocked, right? But like we've established that trying to hold these coastal provinces is just not going to happen. We're going to lose more than we get from it.
yes,
Um, like I think that our analysis at the start of the game was completely accurate in that regard, and I want to stick to that. Um,
hmm
and so here's where I would try to say, hey, Ottomans, obviously you've been at war, but like this war clearly doesn't get anywhere for any of us. Um, I'm gonna disband your army in Jalo and army in Huala, and if you retake Tripoli with your fleet from Tunis, you can cover Tripoli with Algerian Basin. We'll be good. We're trading Tripoli for Hawara, and we can peace out, and we'll actually be done.
yeah. I mean, I kind of agree. I was definitely like my mindset at this point was I need to take off as many of these units as possible. I think I tried to negotiate them out. I tried to say to Ottomans, "Hey, can you please move some of these back?"
Yeah,
But they were at this point very like, "You will not take Cairo if you keep attacking me," and that was like the point that they were holding on. And I think they wanted to keep the armies there to make sure that like as a deterrent almost, right? So that negotiation didn't go very far, although Osman did again offer, hey, we can attack Abyssinia together. And I think at the end of the negotiations I probably said yes, and then didn't do it.
yep, very
So
reasonable.
yeah, if this is blank map again, shall we just go ahead to moves, or is there anything else you want to look at here?
Yeah, we could just go ahead to moves.
Okay, so moves here. So I go for Tunis with 1 unit. So this was a really interesting turn, right? Because everyone messaged me right after it saying, "Oh, so you've made up with Ottomans." So because they moved out of JLo, I moved out of Nubian.
Yep,
This looks so arranged, right?
it looks so arranged.
But this wasn't arranged. And these moves are terrible on my part. I don't know how I was like. I think I was just planning to cut Tunis and then defend Tripoli against the potential attack from here, right?
Yep.
And then somehow this just gets in anyway, and I get him from
Somehow
Nubian.
it gets in, you get in, and then like he could have disbanded Tripoli, right? If he
Yeah,
just has Tunis and Jalo support Cairo to Tripoli, or more likely Tunis and Cairo support. Anyways, that's great.
yeah. So this worked out
You made
incredibly
peace.
well.
Look, you guys are at peace. You can actually just peace him out. This works too. This is fine.
Yeah. But, like, I had allies. I had, like, Netherlands coming up to me and saying, hey, oh, so you pieced out Ottoman. Why didn't you tell me about that? I was like, I didn't. It was an accident.
Yeah.
But yeah, but this was an interesting phase. I think I did enter these orders, like, half asleep as well, so if they're suboptimal, I will blame that.
But, like, honest to God, I think you have pieced out the Ottomans. I think you've done it.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like it. It's,
No, like, I think at this point, talk to the Ottomans, you just say, hey, dude, like, we're good, right? Like, everything's,
yeah,
like,
don't
we're
mind me
actually just
standing
okay
here,
like this,
Tunis. This is,
right?
this is fine. Yeah, but yeah, no, I agree. I think from this position, it's probably a good idea to piece out Ottomans, right? This is
Yeah.
but yeah, Ottomans do attempt to vassalize Ajuran, and on this turn, Ajuran forgets to enter their orders, so they don't get vassalized, and all of these units hold, which is probably a good thing for me, right?
Yeah, great news for us, of course.
Yep. And at this point, we're trying to make progress here, and actually this was a moveset I suggested to try and get this one, because I thought they would think that we were going for Burundi, and it ends up being really bad. Like, Congo gets their army blown up here and doesn't take anything at all.
Notably, you couldn't have gotten Burundi.
That is true, but we could have gotten Mwanza if we tried for that. I guess it's kind of tough. Like, we could have gone... No, we couldn't have gone this way, could we? This is...
You could have, like, supported Batmunsi or whatever, and then just had Batmunsi support Lunda into Tamadega. Like,
I do not
if
know
you'd known what orders they
I
were
see.
putting in,
Bambisi, yeah.
yeah, but it's tough. Like,
yeah, it's a very tough one. But yeah, an important thing here is that we are all... Like, the three powers here, Netherlands, Bornu, Congo, are all solidly working together at this point. So, that is... Even if it's not making progress, it is a diplomatic achievement, at least.
yeah, and it's slowing down Portugal, so they're not gonna conquer you guys. So that's good.
Yep. So, anything else here? Do you have thoughts on...
I mean, you got it to Timbuktu.
Yep.
I'm not sure if you can get any more troops into the west. Obviously, it's not great to triple support when only one was necessary. Right, how great would it have been if you could have also gotten into Rage Bait?
Yeah. Rage Bait.
Like,
amazing name.
yeah, it would have been great to get into that territory, but unfortunately, it didn't quite happen.
But yeah, this is, like, this Polish position feels pretty inassailable to me, but I still want to hold Timbuktu, so I'm gonna attempt to hold Timbuktu. And, Poland gets into Mandi as well here.
Yeah, but here, now Netherlands has no excuse. They need to retreat into the Sierra Leone Rise.
Yeah, I think I did try and... Oh, wait, no. They need to retreat into Gold Coast, right? Because otherwise Poland can just walk in.
Yeah, but we don't really care about that. You want them in the Sierra Leone Rise?
I mean, we want them to, yeah. But they're not going to. In fact, we can see
Did
that
they say they were moving into, into Ashanti?
Yeah, so I think we worked that out together. Like, I asked them, please can you come to Ashanti to help me? Which I think they arranged this bounce here, right? Because it looks kind of arranged to me.
Not the Monday part.
Yeah, that doesn't look so arranged. This is true.
Maybe it could be if they wanted to be able to react. Where do they want to retreat to? But maybe not.
Yeah, they do retreat into Gulf of Guinea here, so able to defend Gold Coast. But yeah, that is... this Polish position is just too good right now. I'm still going to Portugal and begging them, please get involved here, but it's not happening. Yeah. So, this is blank map. do you have anything you want to talk about on this blank map or not?
Well, just like the high-level thoughts, it feels like our position is kind of cooked. Like we're no longer gonna win anytime soon. Um, and by anytime soon, I don't think we're doesn't feel like we're gonna make progress anywhere. Doesn't feel like we're gonna make gains anywhere. Um, Portugal is gonna start flooding into Africa from both fronts, the north and the south, because they have crushed Spain. So it's just looking all downhill.
Yeah, no, I agree completely, and I think this is where my playstyle kind of shows how bad it's been for this kind of game, right? In that trying to attack the Ottomans in this way meant I was spending so much time not making progress, that I've kind of been outraced by powers who are able to get centers elsewhere. So, for example, these guys, there's nothing I can do about Ayataya's growth, or there's nothing I can do about
Thankfully,
these.
they're getting attacked, so thankfully it's okay, but
Yeah.
not that okay. Oh God, because the king attacked the Ming.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, never
so
mind.
I can't remember if it's at this point, but I think these two start working together against the central China power.
Yeah,
And so this becomes even more of a threat, right?
but like it was already a game-winning threat. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, Portugal can attack now because finally Netherlands is dead. But
that is true. Portugal's doing very well here. um,
yeah,
but yeah, so I absolutely agree. It's just like my playstyle, I think, works, or at least the playstyle I was using works best on a smaller map.
yeah.
I need to be more
I
willing
think
to race.
yeah, I think it's really hard to balance. It requires really intimate knowledge of the entire map, of knowing like in real diplomacy, if you just try to race and you're England against Turkey, Turkey's usually going to win that race. You have to be really effective, and it like knowing when to balance. It's an important skill to have, but you have to know all of the powers. You have to know how they grow, what their weaknesses are, like if somebody is stronger than they appear, etc. And it's just really hard to do that when your first time in a map with 24 powers on the board. Whereas it's very simple to say, I can grow faster, make them respect me, or maybe they don't respect me and I just win.
Yeah.
Um,
Agree completely. I also kind of attribute the whole balance of power play stuff to like I haven't played a game of diplomacy in, well, okay, I played some games of blitz diplomacy like 2 years ago. And then prior to that, I think my last game of diplomacy was maybe 2019. So I've been playing a lot of other games in the meantime, like Genius and Survivor and stuff like that. And in those kind of games, you don't need to be gaining stuff yourself in order to
yeah,
compete for the win, right? You just need to be staying alive. And so I think I
yeah,
was applying too much of that kind of strategy to this game, where it's like, okay, I just want someone else not to be powerful. It doesn't matter if I'm expanding or not. And that was just wrong. um,
yeah. I think I that just makes a lot of sense because in Survivor, like treading water and making relationships is all that's relevant, right? As long as you're not making moves, no one's making moves against you, you're fine. Um, but obviously, diplomacy is the snowball monster of a game. So,
Yep. In diplomacy, you
yeah,
have to be making progress. You cannot just tread water for the entire game.
yeah,
So, let's move ahead to the next phase here.
yeah. We're gonna be doing a lot of treading water from here, I think.
Okay, so I think you said here it made sense for me to peace out Ottomans, right? I did not peace out
Yeah,
Ottomans.
but we can. They pieced. They didn't do anything to you.
I was like, I want to get all these Ottoman armies off the continent. Like, if I
They're mostly off the continent now.
So I figured for one, right, I'd accidentally gotten into Tunis. There was no way they were letting me stay in Tunis. So I was like, okay, I'll just defend myself here and attack here, which this probably doesn't work, but at least it keeps Tripoli safe, right, against this, and it cuts Cairo so Abyssinia can get in. My main thought here is, if I attack Abyssinia at this point, Ottoman is going to get strong again, right? And Ottoman very clearly doesn't like me very much, because I've just stabbed them 3 times in a row. I think they stabbed me before this. This whole game has just been us stabbing each other continuously. I need them to not be a power that has any relevance in Africa at all. And obviously they're going to have relevance here, but that doesn't matter so much. This area is actually quite important to me. Looking at it now, I'm not sure I agree with my past assessment. But that was my assessment at the time. I was like, I should work with Abyssinia because I know I can trust them, right? They've never lied this game. And I have lied to Ottomans a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's something, right? Like, having an ally you can trust is better than an ally you can't. So...
Yeah, that is indeed a statement that is true. Yeah. So,
yeah. We're gonna look back on this game with regrets.
See, I started out this game recording like a video journal in the same style as Media Wars. I actually have the first 3 phases, I think. I might link them in the description if people are interested. But I stopped doing that after 1902, well, not 1902, but whatever the year was, because I looked up my, balance of power play, and I was like, Ezio is going to get so frustrated by this, I need him on the commentary. So I hope you've enjoyed...
I'm glad I am so predictable. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I predicted you correctly. And I'm sure you're enjoying this, right? A huge amount.
I'd be enjoying it a lot more if you were the Ottomans.
If I was the Ottomans at this point, I would be going, why the hell is this guy stabbing me over and over again? It's not gaining him anything at all.
Yep.
But because I am Bornu, I am able to present my case in reasoned arguments. It completely makes sense for me to be attacking the Ottomans and gaining nothing, I am sure.
Yep. Dude, this makes me... I want to join that Discord. I'll hop in the next one. I'll request this faction specifically. Show you how it's done.
Hell yes. Oh my god. But we are at least making progress in the south. Actually, why does the Burundi unit get... I don't think the Burundi unit ends up getting blown up because this support is invalid. So this is not actually blown up. But this unit gets blown up, so we do make a little bit of progress here against the Portuguese, and Congo gets into Motupa as well.
Actually significant. Yeah, that southern army is the big one.
Yep.
That huge flank there. Yeah, so progress against Portugal. That's good. That's something, eh?
It doesn't do very much for me, but it is something, yep.
Yeah, and then Netherlands is going to now retreat into the Comoro Sea as well. From the Madagascar Supply Center.
Oh, here, yes.
Yeah, and so that's going to be something relevant. But the problem, I think, is that Portugal is now going to be conquering the ocean in the South Atlantic. Like, from what I can see here, Portugal's got all of this stuff. And so now... we're in... Wait, did that army in Monde get convoyed out?
Yeah, so I need to mention this, because this was, like... To me, this rang a lot of alarm bells. This was the Polish unit getting convoyed out by a Dutch unit and a Polish unit into Barbados. I'm like,
Hang on.
I think these two definitely have something going on, right? And of course, I'm pushing Netherlands against Ashanti anyway, and Netherlands' excuse for this was, he's got an army in Mandy, I'm convoying it out, this is good for us, right? And I'm like, yeah, I guess it's good for us, but like it's also showing me that you are But yeah, I didn't actually say that because I did want to stay allied with Netherlands at this point. Because, like, these two can have their agreement, sure, I just don't want them both attacking me at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is what that is.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if we could devote fewer troops to the front against the Ottomans and, like, actually attack these two fools, right? Like, what we were hoping for with getting the Dutch to pull all their troops away from our borders is working. Um, like, they're now down to 3 troops in this area.
Yep.
The Guinea Rise is around, and yeah, like, their point about Poland convoying out being good for us, that is true. We do like that.
Yep.
And so here, if we can get our guys like out of the Nubia non-supply center off of the Ottoman front, and if we can like have a turn where we actually move into the Hausa states and Fulani and Kola,
Yeah.
we time this while we like maybe can snipe Lago if we get lucky or something. Like we might be able to do a stab on Netherlands. Like this turn, right? If we had known that Netherlands was moving into Ashanti, um, and had stabbed hard, it would have been a pretty potent stab.
It would have been
Um,
1 dot, right? But, like, yeah, I
well,
guess.
dot plus position, right?
Yeah, the position
Because
is
we could have
pretty key.
also like gotten into House Estates and Fulani and Kola,
Yes.
right? This turn, we didn't have to support Congo against them. We could have said, "Hey, I'm gonna do my thing." But I think this is also fine because the position I think is going to get better. I don't think the Netherlands is going to be able to get more troops here, right? I don't think we have to stab right now. We can't afford to wait on this front.
Yeah. Um, no, I agree, yes. I think I actually make a really stupid decision in this build phase, though, which is that the Dutch basically say to me, hey, I can attack the Polish more efficiently if I put an army down in Gold Coast as well, because then we have 2 on this front, you've got
And
these
you say
ones there,
yes?
right? Yeah, and I do say yes. I should not have said yes
Oh
to that,
my
ever.
God.
Right? Because, like, the whole position against them is good because they only have 2 armies here. If they get 3 armies here, that is significantly worse. But yeah, I was like looking at this Polish position and going, oh please, I want to crack this so badly, and I think that overshadowed my reasoning for that turn.
Yeah, no, it's like again, when we talked about this position at the very start of the game, right? We had a strategy. We did the strategic analysis of what this faction needs to do, and we have just tossed that out the window.
Yep.
We've gotten distracted by stuff. And I think that has cost us dearly here because like well, they're gonna kill us. We're gonna die. That's the hilarious part. Is we're gonna find a way to die as these people. And that's the hilarious part.
I can't believe you don't believe in me. This is
I
ridiculous.
don't believe in this for no, not the third. No, why are they building another army?
Uh, I do hope the army build is this turn. Hang on, let me just check. That is not the build. This is, here we go. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So I will just go ahead and...
Okay, but one win con check, just the win con check. Who's winning right now?
Right, yes. So Ayutthaya in first place, 87.5% of the way to their victory condition. So 3
Yeah.
yes season.
Okay.
Inuit, 80% of the way to their victory condition, which is actually, they've exploded at this point a bit. Let me just zoom out a little bit to show they've got these. They've got into Norway as well. And they've got a whole lot of centers in North America. Obviously, it's, again, the victory conditions for these powers are relatively small, so they don't need to be as spread out as, like, a colonial power does. Inuit is relatively spread out, but they have that, like, the majority of fleet control in the north.
Yeah,
but,
all these oceans make their life really easy. It's great.
yeah, Ayutthaya also have a very strong core here, especially considering that Ming is going down to the King and Ayutthaya attack.
Yep.
But yeah, so Those are the strongest two powers. Poland at 77%, Ottoman at 73, and then we got Portugal still at
Yeah, with
64.
47 centers and still
Yeah.
60.
Portugal
Yeah.
needs to gain a lot to be relevant in the end game, and I do too. I am down at number 7 apparently now, which is a little bit more than number 7, I guess, if the vassals get their win. But 13 centers out of 18, I would need to still double, which doesn't seem likely at this point.
No, it seems tough for us to gain, like, even 10 more centers, let alone whatever the 15 we need.
Yep. So, shall I move ahead to the next movement?
Yeah, how long does it take before Netherlands kills us?
Well, the answer is they do it right now. So, Igbo into Hausa, Gold
We
Coast
don't even
gets...
defend?
I did not think they were going to move in here, because they only get one, right? Because I can then block them out of Hausa if they go in on the next turn, and, like...
Yeah.
It's a 1-dot stab. Admittedly, that
No, it's
1-dot
not.
is my capital, but
Yeah,
it is
it's
a
your
1-dot.
capital plus they start supporting and you're dead. You're cooked.
So I was really not expecting them to stab it. I thought that I thought that a 1-dot was not very effective in comparison to we could have like cracked this whole Polish front open really effectively on this turn, right? Because Gold Coast could get to here, we could get into Mali. He was offering to support me into Mali. I can get into Regibat. You know,
Yeah.
it's a pretty effective moveset. And like 1-dot just didn't seem like a lot in comparison to that, especially when this is like the only safe area he controls, right? He's not
Yeah,
got
but it's
anything.
more than 1-dot.
He's got this. It's not 1-dot right now.
It's 1-dot this turn. That's true.
Yes.
But it's gonna be your capital, and your position was decent because of how defensive you were.
Yeah.
But losing your capital means that now, you can't hold Fulani anymore. You can't hold the rest of it. Timbuktu is gonna get cracked. No, you're cooked.
Yeah, so I do have one saving grace here, right? Which is that Poland was supposed to support this Dutch unit into Crunchy.
Yeah.
And Poland did not. Poland like didn't tell me about any of this attack. Obviously, they knew it was coming. But then on the next turn, they came to me and they said, "Hey, you know, I didn't help the Dutch attacking you. Do you want to work together and try and take some Dutch supply centers?"
That's great.
Obviously, yeah, the Dutch are attacking me, right? But
Yeah.
at the same time, I'm thinking, Poland, you are really slimy.
Yeah. Slimy bastard, but he's right. You're gonna work with Poland here.
Am I? Am I indeed? So
What? The enemy, first enemy you don't? Like,
this is true, right? But like, I really didn't appreciate that at all. And like, I'd been working with the Dutch for so long at this point, I kind of understood why he attacked, right? Especially if he gets Polish support here. This is such a good stab in the long term. Whereas Poland, I did not feel like would ever be a reliable ally. So my immediate response to that was to say, yes, Poland, of course I will do that. And then I went to Netherlands and said, hey, Poland is setting you up and is about to attack you. You know, you've got pretty good evidence of this from the fact that he didn't support you on the last turn. I am willing to basically commit against Poland still, and we can say all is forgiven here if you just back out of Hausa. And, like, nothing is continuing. And of course I'm going to defend myself anyway. I will bounce Hausa just in case you do go for my capital. But if you just back out, we can say, okay, no harm done, and we won't be at this, like, eternal war with each other, right? Where Poland is just trying to get the advantage on both of us. So I'm kind of curious whether that pitch would work on you as the Dutch. In this position, if you knew that Poland had just betrayed you, right?
so here's where it's the decision as the Dutch. I need to evaluate the entire board. Um, because how effective is Poland? If Poland attacks me and the rest of the board, like, if I don't have to think about the fact that Poland is this massive power that's growing everywhere else, like, and it's just a local thing, I would probably not care. It's like, how big does the analysis have to get to make that decision? Because it does affect everything. And like,
Yeah.
they're clearly working together elsewhere. I don't know if I believe you, right? Like, you might just be lying to me. It certainly seems like I've been working with Poland effectively for a long time now. And so if I'm in game talking to Poland, then you probably not. I'm probably just gonna kill you because I don't flip between my stabs like this. Um,
Yeah.
I basically stab someone and I like twist the knife. Most of the time.
That does make
Yeah,
sense. I mean, yeah. I, with this player in particular, I think he was pretty incensed at the fact that Poland hadn't supported this, right? And
yeah,
also, Netherlands in this position is not going to be competing for the win at any point, right? So
true. Yeah,
basically, why is the Dutch at the top? That's not.
yeah, because it's just the order that they
Oh,
started
right.
in, I think.
That makes sense.
Um,
But they, at this point, the Dutch player is inventing his own win conditions, right? He's like
sure.
going, I can't achieve the win, I'm just gonna do. In this case, he was like, I'm gonna get as many supply centers as I could. But like, when
Yep.
that's not a victory condition, there's a bit of a question mark over, do you really want to continue doing this when someone has just screwed you over, right? Um,
I will
so,
continue to do the thing that gives me the most supply centers by the end of the game. That's basically how I can sleep with myself because like it always feels like I'm throwing to somebody at the end of a game of diplomacy. And so as long as I try to get the most centers, then it's like, okay, if somebody else wins as a result, fine, but whatever. Most of the time. Assuming there's no other like I can't like actually get points or anything from a game. In this case, I don't know. It'd be tough. Like it's a pitch that might work, but also I like taking your capital.
yeah. Uh,
You could
I
just vassalize yourself to me. That'd solve a lot of problems.
I actually couldn't because they don't have enough centers. I think you have to have a certain amount more centers than the person you're trying to vassalize. So
No.
Netherlands only has 16 left, which is more than me, but it's not enough more than me. That's
Okay.
wrong. I think I have 13. But
Sure, whatever. Point is you can't be vassalized by him, so alright, fine.
yeah. So other things going on here. I am continuing in my attack at the Ottomans, and I remember this because they got very infuriated by this because they had again pitched an idea to me, and I had again said yes, and then I let the
And then you again didn't do it.
yeah
Yep.
exactly. And at this point, that becomes kind of a recurring thing because I start thinking. Okay, I started thinking it before this turn. I've stabbed them so much at this point, they are not going to be honest with me anymore, right? There is zero chance they are going to be honest with me. So you can see this in my paranoia of like supporting Hold Tripoli and stuff, right? And making sure that I cut JLo just in case things are going to Tripoli. And meanwhile, Ottoman is actually being honest with me here and moves everything away from the coast. So he's got
I've lied to them so many times. How could they trust me? I must stab them again.
exactly. But I can justify it to myself because they are still trying to get armies into Africa, and that is
But they've been
something
trying to work with you for like 3 turns now, man. Like, dude.
I can justify it. Like they.
Alright. You gotta pay me this Discord, man. Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun getting crushed. This will be hilarious.
Okay. So yes, I am
Oh,
continuing to work with Abyssinia, and I am continuing to stab the Ottomans.
for nothing, right? Just so we're clear, we're getting no dots out of this.
Yes.
What we are getting is we are getting Ottoman to disband armies. Sometimes.
So I should point out that the ways that I have stabbed him is not attacking Abyssinia when he pitched an idea and I said I would go along with it, right? And also by doing stuff that makes sure that if he stabs me, I don't lose a center. So
Yeah,
support
right,
hold and support into JLo. I guess
we're
the
committing
support wasn't needed.
we're committing like 7 units to holding 2 centers that we can't hold if he actually wants to take them eventually.
This is true. But
Instead of like, oh, I don't know, attacking Netherlands, who like built an extra army to clearly stab us. Like, honestly, the fact that you didn't defend probably makes your pitch way better, because you look like such a schmuck that I can stab later. Right? It's like, he just let me build an army here. Like, he didn't defend at all. I can kill him whenever I
oh
feel
my
like,
god.
right?
I mean, you're not wrong. I need to say, like, I feel like I need to defend myself, but, like, you're not wrong.
No, honestly, I understand your reasoning. Like,
uh,
Netherlands, by attacking you, many players, like including me, would have say, "I'm gonna kill Netherlands." No, that's it. Yeah, Poland, let's do it. Let's fucking go. Let's absolutely just crush this guy. Like, I was his only lifeline. I have enough units here. I don't actually have to attack the Ottomans anymore. We're done. All right, Netherlands. I was considering attacking you before, but it's over. You're gonna die now. And because of that threat, most Netherlands wouldn't attack you. But it was the perfect confluence of this Netherlands and you deciding that he is going to attack you, and you deciding that no, you're not going to punish him for it. You're going to work with Poland, or you're going to work against Poland because you hate Poland.
yeah.
And like I attribute that to press for what it's worth.
Mhm.
I think that the Netherlands had better press than the Pole, and so you're going to go and kill the person who's been like insulting you and been annoying the entire game, like lying for no reason and shit. So
Yeah, so I should say that the Polish had pretty good press in terms of, like, convincing us and all this, but their approach to the truth was what made it bad, I think. Like, at this point, they just come across as super slimy, was the main thing in the way that
yeah,
they did a lot of things this game. I think there was another point where they stabbed me on builds, which I can't remember exactly when that was. It was a few turns ago, which also got me really annoyed because it was during a phase where I didn't have any builds. So they just lied to me about their build when I couldn't do anything at all anyway.
yeah. And like that's terrible. And if I assume you've been talking to the Netherlands about how pissed you are at
Yes.
Poland, and you've been trying to get them to attack Poland for the entire game. Um, and so
Yes.
it's like I
So
think it's a reasonable bet.
I should say that this Poland, yeah, they absolutely were a fantastic negotiator, and you can see that up here, right, with how much they've managed to achieve, and with the fact that the coalition against them failed because no one went in apart from Osman. But I think they just decided, hey, Bornu is not necessarily someone I want to work with, so that's someone I'm fine lying to, and yeah, that rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, and then the more they lied to you, right, they also feel committed to continuing the lie and to keep on building their troops base down here.
Which is
And like,
exactly the same thing I'm doing to Ottomans, right?
yep, exactly. It's just like it works. It happens sometimes.
Yeah. So let's move ahead here, unless you've got anything else you want to talk about.
I think we can see the next moves.
Okay, so this will be retreats. I should note. Oh, I completely forgot to talk about this. There was at some point in this game a no retreats club that was set up between myself and the two China powers and Ayutthaya, because we were the only powers in the game who hadn't retreated at all up to that point. And then I think during
Okay.
this phase, this unit here, and there's also one of these gets blown up. Maybe it's not this phase, but these two get kicked out of that group, so it's just me and this China that ended up being in that group. And it became a kind of sense of pride for me that I will not retreat this game under any circumstances. Like, none of my units are getting dislodged. This is, because, like, I can't win, I may as well gun for something.
Okay. Alternate win cons. Yeah, they're a thing.
Yeah, so a couple things happened this turn. First off, this. The Dutch back out of House Estate, and I get into Mali and get into Tukalor, and both of them are blown up. Just like, wow. Just wow. Right?
Amazing. Poland gets his justice. Netherlands makes peace with his good ally, his good friend CaptainMeme. You didn't kill him. He didn't take your capital. You had actually a ton of troops ready to positions. Even if he did go for the stab, you're going to be probably okay.
Yeah. So,
Probably, yeah.
An important thing here, I did tell Netherlands I was going to bounce Hauser with this unit, right? To say, hey, you back out, I will defend myself just in
Yep.
case you are going here. I did not tell Netherlands I was going to these two provinces. Because I figured
Yep.
if I tell them that I'm getting into a position that I can attack them from, they're more likely to just commit fully against me, right?
Yeah, that's perfect because you don't need to tell him about that, right? That's great. And if he backs out, you don't have to attack him. But if he commits, you want to be able to attack him. No, this is. I really like this turn. I think you handled this turn fantastically. Like I would have gotten locked into a war with Netherlands. It would have gone terribly. I wouldn't have gained anything. He wouldn't have gained much. We'd have lost to Poland. But by you working with Netherlands and flipping the script on Poland, suddenly they're gonna take stuff like Great Fulo, right? Can't be defended anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember if this is a build. No, this is the build phase, so they will be able to defend it because they can put new units down here, right?
Oh yeah,
Um,
man, that pouring car is gonna work great.
but at least he's not threatening Timbuktu anymore. The Yeah, I think this is just I am quite good as a diplomacy player when I'm put on the defensive and I have to negotiate my way out of that. Maybe in making plans happen that you wouldn't think are immediately obvious like this, right? Because the thing, I think a lot of people would just go for the obvious way of, yeah, Poland has offered me a way out, I need to take the way out. But sometimes you can put a bit more effort into the negotiation, even if you're in a position of weakness, and get a more satisfying answer out from it for you, right?
Yeah, more satisfying and better. Like
Yeah.
in this case, it has the benefit of being both, but this is a much better position. This is great.
Yes. So this is something I've done well this game. Admittedly, it required me to do a lot of bad things this game in order to get into this position in the first
Hey man,
place.
it's really easy to say that you made a mistake when I can like look back after the fact and be like, man, you should have like it does feel different, right? Like I've made this mistake too in these long games when other people are trying to convince you to do make a mistake. Like people get convinced sometimes. People are lying. They're really good at convincing you to make mistakes. And I have the benefit of not needing to look at that, and I'm seeing all of these things in like a 30-second, right? Like I see the build, and it's like, what's the most obvious thing the build is going to do? Oh, this thing, right? And I don't have to worry about the press. I don't have any of the build up or the negotiations around it, and it's just easy to see. Oh, hey, right? I was talking about that strategy what 3 hours ago. You were that strategy that you looked about when you analyzed the start of this board was months ago for you.
Mhm.
It's really easy for things to change. So like,
Well,
this is great.
I appreciate
This
it.
is kick-ass.
On the flip side, this turn didn't go entirely according to plan, in that this was the turn that I thought, oh, okay, well, Ottomans have been honest to me for like 5 turns in a row now, maybe I should peace them out. And they said, like, their negotiation to me this turn was, I will support you into Hawara and move into Suakin, and then you're out of JLo, and you can just keep these, right? And then we're good, right? And I was like, yeah, okay, this is something I can actually agree to. I'll go for it because I'm not losing anything by trying to do this, right? By trying to
Yeah.
get into Hawara. So I go ahead and I think, okay, he's told me the truth 5 turns in a row. How bad could it be? But at the same time, I was thinking, I'm not going to completely trust him. I'll throw some support holds on Tripoli, right? And
Yep,
it
yep,
ends up
yep, yep.
being a damn good thing that I did. Because he tried. This is the turn where he lies to me and attempts to go for it.
Yeah.
Uh,
And he didn't cut Tunis. He thought his negotiations had worked and he was gonna be able to sneak in with just two. But
yes. And I do prevent another Ottoman army getting into the continent.
success.
But the downside here is I had told Abyssinia I would support them to Hawara, and I did not do that. I moved into Hawara myself, which I then had to play off as a misorder, right? Because, like, what else? Like, it does kind of look like it could be a misorder, I guess.
Yeah.
In
Yeah, it
combination
does.
with I didn't do anything else pro-Ottoman. I didn't, like, throw a support hold on them or anything.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that was a great pitch.
but at the same time, it means Abyssinia loses a unit, which is kind of sad for me because I was hoping they
I
would.
hope it's the unit in Senar.
I don't think it ends up being. But yeah, I don't think they entirely bought my explanation that this was a misorder, because I'm usually very careful with my orders, right? I have not misordered at all this game, so it would be a bit strange that this happens now, especially since this is something we didn't really discuss. I never asked for support into Hawara from him. So, yeah. But the rest of this phase, pretty good. Pretty good all
Yeah.
over. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else to look at here. We've got a nice long
I see some
convoy
vassalization flags going on. Is that...
Oh yeah, so this is Austria is vassalized to Poland now, but that doesn't matter all that much. I guess they have the downside to Austria getting vassalized by Poland is that they have one center left, so their unit is going to come off, and Poland is going to be able to build. So they basically don't exist as a power anymore. They can't ever take anything. Britain vassalized to the Netherlands here, but then supported the Inuits into London, so now they're going to get unvassalized because the Netherlands doesn't own their home, their capital anymore.
Cool. I forgot that was a continual requirement.
Oh, I think I failed to mention that it was a continual requirement, actually.
Sure. Yeah, I thought it was a one time you have to have their capital, you can vassalize them, but from then on you can lose it. But no, it makes some sense. You have to have their capital forever.
Yes. And then the Portuguese, the Spanish attempt to vassalize themselves to Portugal, but they're not accepted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, is there a war between Portugal and their vassal?
Down
In the
here.
South America.
Actually, it does look. No, I think they were swapping centers. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Oh my god, this was huge. So Spain just slips in and unvassalizes this this nation by taking their capital. I remember this because Spain was like talking about how I'm gonna do something super sneaky this turn and it's gonna be fun, and it ends up being just like they were just defending themselves elsewhere, doing normal stuff. You know, they even try to vassalize themselves to Portugal, but at the same time, they just go in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. Like,
Yeah.
because if they actually just go to war, right? If that former vassal state attacks Portugal, like, they can build quite a bit this turn. Because they're not vassals, right? They're going to get that 25% supply cap back.
Yes.
Portugal's going to lose it, and Portugal doesn't have that much. But Portugal is making moves in the south that looks like there might be a war going on down here.
It does. Right? I don't know what's going on exactly on this front. I don't think I ever asked them about that, so...
Yeah. And
yeah.
the vassal is attacking Portugal, so it's possible they were going to break anyways.
I think this was swapping, but maybe not. I don't know.
Well, you can't swap,
you can't
right?
swap.
Because
no, this doesn't... Yeah, you can't take it, center that... Huh.
It looks to me like Portugal somehow knew what was happening here.
Actually, maybe...
Because by moving in, right, they're going to take that center now.
Oh, I wonder if Portugal and Spain had collaborated on this, and this was, like, sneaky in that this tribe was attacking Portugal, and Portugal wasn't able to do anything, and Portugal asked Spain, hey, can you unvassalize them for me so that I can defend myself, right? And so
you could unvassalize someone as soon as they took a center.
As soon as they take a center, but this gets it one turn earlier and gets you this center here, right?
Yeah.
Because it's an automatic unvassalization. So
right, but all of these moves in the south, it looks like Portugal's going to attack, right? That's not...
Yeah.
Right? So many moves down here into position.
This is true. I'm trying to think if there's anything else important. So there are some random drawings that appear on the map at some point, which is like this Inuit unit is being carried by a sled dog, and these Sioux units have quite questionable hats. I think this was people just requesting the GM draw stuff on their units. I don't know if it happens anywhere else, but you'll see it from time to time. It doesn't actually mean anything in terms of the gameplay. It was just something that the board GM was happy to do.
Sure.
Because, like, I should say massive respect for the GM for doing this, because like adjudication took 2 hours or something every day. Every other day, which is a huge amount of work. So thank you again for that.
Moving hundreds of units around every turn, dealing with all of the questions that are inevitably going to come up with these weird rule sets. Not just
yes, yeah. Shall we go ahead to the next phase?
Let's do it.
Alright, so that's blank map. This is... Oh, that was retreats. This is blank map. Here, Inuit hit 100%, so they are starting the PAX timer at this point. No one else is at 100% yet. Ottoman is at 89, Poland at 88, and Ayutthaya actually didn't really grow that 10 very much. So... 87 there, and then obviously you have a bit of a drop down to me down at 37.
So remind me about the PAX timer. Since Inuit hit it first, is it that if they stay above it for the 6 turns, they just win? Or is it that they have to stay above it and nobody else can also reach 100% during that timer?
So they can, anyone else can reach 100%, that's irrelevant to the PAX. The important thing to the PAX is you have to stay at the top of the leaderboard, so you have to have the highest percentage for all 6 of those turns, right? So theoretically, you could counter a PAX by throwing a bunch of centers to someone who's close to the PAX person, so that they overtake them for a bit, right? But the PAX timer is begun at this point, so Inuit has to stay in first in order to get that.
Sure.
An important thing to note here, I think I misspoke at the start of the game with this. The Armistice timer, it's locked out during a PAX, but it's actually only locked out after the first year of the PAX timer.
So we could still call PAX a piece.
You could still call Armistice if 80% of the players vote for it. And actually this next phase, an Armistice vote is requested, I think by Ottoman and Poland. And they say, hey, Inuit is going to win if you don't vote for it here. And I actually voted this one down, at least the spring phase one, because I was like, well, screw you guys, you've been attacking me, right? Ottoman, you just start trying to stab me for Tripoli, and like, it doesn't really matter that much to me. I'm on 37% whether someone wins or not, and I also don't feel great about the idea that you can vote someone out of a victory when they're doing this well, right?
Yeah. I actually think this is a very clever tactic on their end. I don't think they thought there was a chance in hell that the armistice would actually pass. Do vassals still get a vote in this?
So a vassal vote actually automatically goes to their leader, so the leader gets to choose where the vassal vote goes.
Are the votes public?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I should
All
say living vassals, so I don't know if Russia was living at this point.
It says 1 SC.
Oh yeah, they do have 1 SC, they just have 0 units because of their tribute.
Sure.
Okay. But yeah, so this spring armistice gets voted down by actually quite a few people. Ayutthaya votes it down, I vote it down, I think Congo might have voted it down, and was it... There were a couple of other people across the board who were also like, this doesn't feel like a good time to end it. But Ottoman and Poland did indeed vote in favour of it. So, yeah.
I have a feeling this is done as a way to call attention to the fact that Inuit is winning again, and be like, oh my god, people need to team up on Inuit. We can't stop him. Oh no.
I mean, so I'd absolutely agree with that in other cases, but I think we haven't been looking all that closely at the Inuit position. And actually the Inuit position is getting a bit scary here, in that they still have Athabasca as their vassal, right? They have managed to take a bunch of centres in the north that no one can really contest very easily because of their fleet power, and England just supported them into London, so they're trying to vassalize themselves, although it's not... They won't be massive.
Yeah, it's really hard to take centers from them, that's true.
And of course, Poland and Ottoman, on account of starting as much larger powers, have to gain a lot more SCs in order to overtake the Inuits. Yeah,
Maybe
so
it's possible they reveal. I just know that I see people all the time call for draws when they don't need to draw at all.
that is absolutely true. Um, I should say, I forgot that this is a zero build turn for me, of course. I think I mentioned to the GM at this point, this is the happiest I have ever been about a zero build turn. Because, of course, the Netherlands backed out of House.
Yeah,
And I managed to
yeah.
disband these, and, like, Ottoman didn't take up here, didn't manage to take Tripoli.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was it was a good thing. And actually, I'm also adjacent to Mogadishu, completely uncontested. I didn't mention what was going on down here, but there's been
Yeah,
some
and Congo's the
interesting
one
stuff.
who's adjacent to Bunyoro, so maybe they won't even take it from you.
Yeah.
And Portugal's disbanding on this front? Portugal has disbands. Portugal has 5 disbands? 6?
Where did Portugal lose stuff
Well,
actually?
they lost the vassal.
Oh, they lost the vassal, of course. Yeah.
How much supply was that giving them?
That's a good question. Hang on. Do I have the?
Well, they didn't take tension. The way the timing worked out, it didn't happen.
Oh,
It was adjudicated so that way because they were a vassal when it moved in, that happened at the end of the phase.
yes, I remember this now. There was a big discussion about whether that should be allowed or not, right? And the GM came down on this. This unvassalization happens after the build for, like, after the transfer of SCs. So
Yeah, it would be weird, right, for it to be like because the moves have to happen in some order, and it makes sense that it checks at the end of the phase if you no longer control their capital, you are no longer their vassal. Yeah, that's a good adjudication.
yes,
But yeah, so that's part of it,
so they lose 6
and
and
they
they
just
take off
concede
6
the
here.
entirety of Africa.
Yeah. Which is pretty huge. I mean, it's very happy for Congo here. And actually, myself and Congo have a really good, like, alliance at this point, in that we both kind of know we're not going to win, right? And so we're both kind of at that point where we're going. We've worked really well together basically through the entire game, at least since replacement Congo has come in. We may as well just stick together for the rest of the game at this point. And of course,
Sure.
I'm doubly happy about that because this is quite threatening otherwise.
Oh, I mean, not only is that, but they're also going to get a bunch more builds. Like, when you
Yes.
say, how many does Congo need to win?
So Congo
35?
needs 35, indeed. They need
So they
23
need
more.
23.
That is pretty
Yeah.
huge. Yeah.
Because they start with 1 extra unit, they have to get to 7 more supply centers by the end of the game.
Yeah, I think this was a discussion in the post game as well, that it was considered that the 5 center powers need their victory condition reducing a bit, or maybe the 4 center powers needed increasing. I think also discussed was the fact the colonials definitely need it reducing, because no one is ever going to make it to 64 supply centers and hold them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that's why you playtest these things, right? And I should clarify again, this is a playtest game, so the very much not in its final form, this map, and these rules. So, no builds on my front, but Poland does put down some units to defend. He says he puts down a fleet to say to me, hey, you know, I'm your friend. Which I'm like, okay, well, this is a good time for you to be saying you're my friend, I guess. But yeah,
Yeah.
he can still defend Great Fulo with these units, which makes me quite sad.
It is so tilting.
And
But
actually, it means that this core was incredibly worth it for him, right?
that core is great.
But sorry, go on.
Yeah, like the core being able to get 2 units at a time is important if they're trying to make this an area. I think it was still a mistake on his end because it got you so pissed at him. Like, if he didn't core that, if he was more willing to work with you, I suspect he would have been able to find more success in Africa. Or he could have instead tried to like conquer some of the Netherlands stuff, be a little more of a fleet-based thing, and actually have a base of power here. But trying to contest your country by being a land-based African power is just so insane. Like, I suspect the Ottomans put him up to it, and it feels like they were talking about, we're gonna kill him, and we need you to get more armies over there, and that's how this is gonna work. But
Yeah, I mean, I should say this Poland-Ottoman alliance has worked out really well for them up here, right? So that
Yep.
if this was part of the condition on that, it's absolutely worth it for him, regardless of the fact that it hasn't worked out too well here.
Yeah.
I'm also like so on whether it was a bad idea for him, because I think I would have gone in and killed him at some point anyway if he'd left himself vulnerable, right? Just because that colony is never going to be very useful to me, even if they're my friend. But in general, I'd agree. Yeah, it hasn't worked out very well for him in Africa.
Yeah, and like it's a one center thing. If that center, like now it's became three centers, right? Which is okay. But if those were just fleets, right? Because the fleet can take all of those spots, he would not have to defend them anymore. Like the fleets, I don't know. It would still work really well. I would not. It's a strategy thing. Whatever. Either way, I don't know about coring, but it worked. Like he cored it and he got to build. It did its job.
Yep. Right. So, shall we go ahead to the next phase?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, that's the blank map. Let's look at the moves. So here, Ottoman actually does try and support me into Hawara this turn. Like, he makes up for... He was like, oh, yeah, I know I stabbed you on the last turn, but this time I'm really truthfully saying we should attack Abyssinia together. And I was like, I am not taking that bait. I am just going to go for Hawara and position myself around so I can get it myself. And he is telling the truth this time, so it's like the one turn I did trust him was the only turn where I shouldn't have, I guess.
1 second. Let's go, but let's be more interested. Screw the Ottomans. What? We're not. We're attacking our buddy?
Which, as in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, I was like, okay, he stabbed me in Hausa before, right? I do not want to risk him doing that again, so I was just like, I am going to kill him right now. Which is, I don't know if it's correct. I did have the Congo said basically, yeah, I'll help you. Which, this is them defending Bunyoro after I asked them to, by the way. It's not just...
Yep, that's good.
But yeah, I don't know whether I should have done this. I did feel bad about doing it because he had just conceded and like backed out of that, and I'd made some progress against Poland and stuff. But I wasn't actually going to be able to take Great Fulo from this position unless he went to Mandy, which he wasn't seeming particularly willing to do. And I'm like, this is kind of the only place I can go right now. Plus, he has just stabbed me. Like, I think it's kind of justified.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
I think killing him is good, and you got a great turn out of working with him for a turn, so...
Yep.
It's perfect.
It does feel really bad. Like, he did just cut off his attack.
Wait, it feels bad. Hold up. We're playing diplomacy, dude.
That is true.
He attacked you. You convinced him to back out until let you stay alive, and then you got a great turn out of him, and now you're gonna kill him when it's beneficial. Boom.
It does
well
make
done.
for some really funny moments going into the end game. This little war between myself and him, because like he is taking the game seriously in that he is trying to survive on as many centers as possible, right? But because
whereas
he's
you're
on
playing the I will never retreat game.
Yeah, exactly. We both are kind of... We're willing to take risks and do silly stuff at this point just because, like, we can't win, right? So this war ends up being a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
So, we'll see that as we go through. I do manage to get into Mogadishu here, but they do pull back to defend themselves and convoy an army into Marig. So
How are you gonna not let this thing retreat? Dude, that's tough.
What are you meaning, sorry?
Right, you have an army, right? You're not allowed to retreat anything for the rest of the game, yeah?
Oh, yes. This is true.
How are we doing that?
So I should say that was like... It was a thing I wanted to happen. It wasn't like my... It wasn't so much of a goal that I would sacrifice everything else to do it.
Okay. So here, the fun thing that you're going to be able to do is you're clearly going to be able to convince this guy to unvassalize himself, right?
By taking Marique or something?
By supporting you into Marigue. Because he could take Marigue himself.
I really, really wish he would have done that. Or, like, I did not really talk to him at this point because
Yeah, you thought
for
he's
a
just
while,
a
he's
bot.
he's been taking the orders of Ottomans, and that has kind of been it for a while, which has been fair because the position he was in was kind of not great anyway. So yeah, I didn't even communicate with him this turn. I think I was just like, okay, I need to deal with this on my own with Congo's help if possible. And this actually ends up being a very interesting tactical play in this area, but it's probably better looked at on the blank map. So if there's any other moves you want to look over, now would be the time to do it.
Seems fine.
Okay, let's go to blank map then. So here, this is the interesting... so how is Ajuran and Ottoman going to attack this unit? How are they going to attack this unit? Big question.
Support themselves in from Kismayo. Because look, if you support yourself in, nothing can cut Marigue. Boom. It's unblockable. Done. Easy.
Yes, and Sidamo can cover Baidoa so that I don't get a retreat into a center, right? But of course, in diplomacy, you can defend by attacking if you really want to, right? So there is a counter to that moveset, which is Mogadishu into Kismayo. Whoa! It's incredible. So that is what we decide to go for. Myself and Congo, I say, please support me into Kismayo. I know it's, like, not a good move on the face of it. Like, if it actually goes, it's really bad, right? But one, it means I cannot possibly be forced to retreat unless Sidamo supports hold Kismayo, but why would you ever do that, right? And two, it probably counters the most likely moveset they'll use. So
did you not have him also tap Sidamo?
I think they do. I don't actually remember. Oh yeah, they absolutely. Sorry, they do go to Sidamo here. So they're supporting me with Burundi, I think.
Yeah.
Which is
Man,
another
we are
thing
all in on this working.
This is really bad if it doesn't work, because if I dislodge this unit, it goes into Bunyoro, right? If Bunyoro goes here. But I was fairly convinced they would do that, right? Because it's the smartest move, and Ottoman is a smart player, so... Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's much more to talk about. Oh, this isn't even the blank map, this is the retreats map. And this unit is actually really annoying for me, because I'm not friends with Portugal at this point, so I have to protect Berbers, whereas I am friends with Spain. So, yeah... I think we can move ahead to the moves if you're good with that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if the guess works.
That is the blank map. Here we go. It did not work in the slightest. They outguessed me. So
it's not that bad though, because you can still retreat. They didn't cover it.
Yeah, thankfully this didn't.
Oh, but you dislodged yourself. Oh no!
I didn't dislodge myself. Where is this?
Well, sorry, because you dislodged Kismayo, right? It's like you retreated to the wrong spot because, yeah, very sad.
Yeah, I end up in Kismayo, this goes to Mogadishu, and then this gets to retreat to Baidoa, and suddenly that's a wall we can't get through ever, right? Which is really sad, because this is a really nice position otherwise. If I'd have done anything except this, I would have ended up in Baidoa and then been fine. But I would have been forced to retreat, so it wasn't acceptable. That's the justification I'll give. But yeah, sadly I lose Bunyoro to Congo as well. But I think I make up for it by doing this. And this was actually... It was something I said... Hey, Abyssinia, I'm going to support you in Hawara. Do you mind if I take Sennar? And they said, do not take Sennar. You do not dot me under any circumstances. And so I took Sennar anyway, because it was one of those things that, like... I was just telling them that I wanted to do it because I was going to do it regardless. So yeah, that is where I get my replacement build from. And other than that, nothing really happens.
There's war with the Netherlands, right? But
Yes.
nothing.
Oh, so this is important. So the Netherlands basically say, "Hey, I'm gonna be your vassal at this point, and as long as you go after Poland." So they were saying something about, oh, I can't remember what the exact offer was, but it
Okay.
was like, if you go this way, I'll send a shanty into Mandy, and then we can attack Poland together, right? And I was like,
Okay.
okay, I'll trust you on that. And they did not do what they said they were going to do, so they managed to hold this in the most stupid way possible. Like, just by. When I say stupid, it was brilliant, but it was stupid on my part because I could stop this easily. But I
Yeah,
didn't.
you could have like taken a center.
Yeah. Um, so yeah,
Oh
that
well.
that happened. Uh, Important note here as well. There was another armistice vote, and this was the last possible one. And this one very, very nearly made it. I voted yes because at this point, this is the last
Yeah.
possible armistice, and this is
Yep.
also the highest I can possibly results I can possibly get. Right, the draw, and so I would feel bad for voting it down because I would be playing against my win condition at that point. Right. But it got
Yep.
voted down anyway by Inuit, Athabasca, England. So those are the Inuit vassals, and then they
That's
needed.
three. Yeah. And how many countries are alive? How many no votes do we need?
I don't remember. Hang on. This is
Three are dead.
oh, so they needed 5 no votes was the important thing, and they got
Sure.
exactly 5 no votes. So they got Inuit, Athabasca, England, Netherlands, and France all voted against it.
Netherlands voted against it?
Yes, because Netherlands at that point would, I think they had decided their play was to like make the game play out or something. They also, if you look very closely here, hang on, the what's going on here, they're letting an Inuit unit into Amsterdam, so they're letting themselves get vassalized to get further up
Oh.
the leaderboard.
Yeah, that is better. Yep, they're gonna score higher because they got vassalized.
Yes.
They will place higher on the scoreboard. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. Good.
Um. And then
And France can do the same, right? France can be vassalized before the timer runs out as well.
this is true, and in fact, they
Yeah.
do. This unit is moving into Paris right now.
Yep, to get vassalized. Yeah, and because France is Inuit are gonna get so many vassals, they're completely unstoppable.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Which was why I think Poland and Ottoman were panicking so much and trying to push so hard for this armistice, because this was their last chance to get in on the draw. And something
Yeah.
important that also happens here is that despite voting for the armistice here, Ming goes ahead and says, okay, if the armistice doesn't go through, the highest result I'll get here is being an Inuit vassal, so I will convoy this Inuit unit into, well, right next to my capital. So this is
Yep.
exactly what you predicted at the start of the game, right? The everyone starts throwing to Inuit in order to get vassalized by them.
Yeah, but once everyone's vassalized, then you still have to be big. So it's
That's
fun.
true.
Right? It's not a fight for first, it's a fight for second. You're in a really tough position. I don't think you can get vassalized.
This is true. So I actually just stated at this point, because Inuit really wanted to vassalize me as well, because they were like, that would be
Of
a
course.
really cool thing if I managed to vassalize the most landlocked power, like on the other side of the map. I was just
Yeah.
like, no, I will not accept that, because at this point, as like, I'm not really in contention for the win. I'm not really in contention for decent placement either. So I'd prefer to keep my pride and not be a vassal. That was my
Sure.
like my statement at this point. And honestly, I think I was also just being quite salty about various things that had happened during the game. I was
Yeah.
like, I do not like these win conditions. I will fight against it by ruining my own placement. But yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, like at this point, it's just the question of like how much do people actually get vassalized? Um, like technically, the Ottomans and Poles could try to like blitz some capitals. Like if they can steal whatever, Paris and Holland, they can actually maybe get some stuff. And it looks like they're trying to make progress over there, but without control of the fleets and the oceans, there's no way they can make it happen, right?
Yeah.
So,
It's like Inuit just has such a good position here, and you'll see also Sioux, despite Sioux having been fighting against Inuit for this entire time, they go,
yeah.
okay, this is unstoppable now, and let them into the capital as well.
Yeah, right. The pitch like, hey, we have to stop them or it's over. And everyone's like, no, we can't stop them. It's over. So just let's get in there. And as everyone, once the first person does it, it's kind of, right,
Yeah.
contributes and it's a cascade.
I. Alright, so I think that's basically everything relevant to me that's happening. Congo is taking stuff here, and, like, outside
Yep.
of that, nothing really relevant. Ottoman was really annoyed at me for this. Because they were like, I tried to support you into Hawara last turn, why are you stopping me from taking it now? I'm like, at this point, my friend is Abyssinia.
As
So,
you're dotting them and they don't want you to dot them.
yeah, exactly. So my friend is not Abyssinia really, but I'm more friends with Abyssinia than I am with you. I think the actual reason here was I really wanted her Hawara for myself, and I knew Ottomans were going for it, so I was like, okay, if I annoy them enough that they give up on it, then I can take it afterwards.
Yeah, more than that, like you can just you have strength 3 on it now, and
This is true.
this is the more isolated. So it's better for Abyssinia to have it than for Ottomans to have it. Like,
Yeah,
it's not complicated.
that is true.
Easy, done. All right, let's go next turn. I think we can wrap this one up pretty quickly because
Yeah.
Inuit's won, and then probably Ottoman gets like between Ottoman and Poland, it's just about who has a lower win con is probably going to be the person who gets second, and then like yeah.
Yeah.
So
So this is blank map. Here's the leaderboard after that turn. Inuit is on 123.3%.
yeah,
Yeah, pretty substantial.
before vassalizations, right? There's like I think it's the king that are about to get vassalized with their whatever 24 supply centers. And
Yes.
then somebody else they were at war with us. Can you vassalize multiple people in the same turn?
Yep, you can vassalize as many people as you want, and actually you will see that in a future turn with Inuit.
Yeah.
The GM got tired of putting all the flags on, so they just put one multicolored flag that ends up looking like Inuit has declared Pride Month. So
Sure.
yeah, the if we go ahead to the
God, in Poland and Ayuka are both above their own win condition.
they are
Yeah.
yes, but it so technically these guys if Ottoman gets to 100% here because the next lowest person highest person is only at 63, and if King becomes a vassal then the next highest person is actually me at 37, right? They could
Sure.
technically declare the joint win.
But
The Imperial
Inuit, of course,
Unity.
has no reason to accept that.
Exactly, yeah. So, let's move ahead. This is builds. We don't really care about the builds here. Let's just look at the moves. So,
Yep, doing pretty quickly. It's not.
yeah, I do go for Hawara finally, and I'm actually working with the Ottomans for the first time in forever. Uh, and I get Lagos at the same time. But yeah. And, Congo gives me Bunyoro back. I forgot about that, because they're getting so much
Nice.
down here. So,
Yeah.
very nice person. So Africa itself isn't very important on that front. More important things,
Vassalization. Paris gets vassalized.
yes.
Holland didn't declare vassalization?
I think they didn't yet. Where's the Inuit capital? Right
It's
there.
up in
Yeah, so
sure.
they didn't actually even try and vassalize Holland, so I guess they... Oh, it might be because Holland has too many centres? No, that can't be right, right? Because France is also getting vassalized and they have 14. Maybe...
Well, it's possible that they want to take some stuff in the West, right?
that's
Before
possible.
vassalization. I don't know, whatever. It's
Yeah.
mostly irrelevant. There's a lot of vassals. We have stuff. We're getting some centers. We're getting some stuff back.
Yes, and
Cool.
this one is going into Shenjing now.
Yep, of course.
Yes, I think that's pretty much everything here. Is there
Yep.
anything else you want to talk about, or shall I just move
Nah.
ahead? Okay.
Let's move ahead.
So that's blank map. Oh, that was retreats. That's blank map. Here is next turn. So
Sure.
this not very much relevant here. I just managed to snipe Ghana. Well, not snipe, but just
Behold,
take...
we get some more. We get a dot. We get the Gold Coast. No, we don't get the Gold Coast. That's them. Oh, Ghana.
I
But we
get
don't take
Ghana and I
Lagos
get...
again.
No, we
Sure.
don't.
Yeah, but we're fine. Okay, cool. We don't backfill? We
Backfill
try to hold
which? Sorry.
Tunis? Like, I was thinking, like, Grunchi or the Hati states. Yeah, Grunchi would be where I would be thinking about moving. From
Oh, right.
Agadez,
So
moving
this
north.
was another Netherlands thing, right? They said, hey, you know, Poland screwed me over so much this game, I will tap St. Andrews Island for you. I was like,
Yeah, okay.
alright, sure, I'll go for Great Fulo. And then he went back to Gold Coast. Like, at this point, I'm like, okay, whatever, it's fine. But I was actually still pretty happy with him because he did something hilarious here, which was Inuit was trying to vassalize this one down here, the Tel Huchi tribe, and Netherlands, just out of trollingness, dislodges the Portuguese part of the convoy, so it doesn't go through.
Nice.
But yeah. And I guess it even makes sense, right? Because you don't want too many other people to be vassalized to your leader, because then you go lower down on the scoreboard.
Well, as long as they have more play stuff than you do. But notably, he hasn't been vassalized yet.
Yes, that's true. But he is intending to be vassalized by the end of the game. I can't say
Presumably, but if you piss him off so much, you might not vassalize.
that's true. But yeah, I just love this little troll dislodge. It's
Couple
so
of units dislodged.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
that's great.
So shall I move ahead?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Go.
So yes, this is the next
Inuit
Inuit's on
at a gajillion percent.
146.7%.
Poland is at 117%. My God, they're doing so well. Poor guys.
Yeah, they've managed to take a bunch here. They still have their centers here, and they're like pushing in here to try and unvassalize these powers, but they're not going to be fast enough.
They have
right?
no time left.
Yeah. So doing very well, but not well enough is the.
Yeah, and the Ottomans have just been stuck in this stupid war with you forever.
Yep. Oh, and Inuit is in Madrid as well. That's a fun one. But yeah, and I get 3 builds. Nice. Sorry, go on.
Are they vassal? Is Spain a vassal yet?
Spain is not a vassal yet, and Portugal is not a vassal either, but they are setting up to get vassalized, because Inuit took those centers this turn, I think. So this is the last year of the game that is happening now. So, I mean,
Yep.
the result is pretty obvious. This is blank map. Then we get the little Inuit pride flag here of
Sure.
Netherlands, Portugal, Ming and King, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get Beijing as well. So there's an interesting thing that happens after this phase. This ends up being the last phase of the game, which is a bit of a weird one. I do get stabbed by the Ottomans. I had backed out
It's not
of
a
Tunis.
stab.
Yeah.
It's not a stab.
Well,
Can't call it
previously...
a stab when they've been at war with you the entire game.
No. We started working together over here, right? And then on the last turn, they moved into all of these. But I kind of like was aware, okay, they are going to move into all of these. So I backed out of Tunis to try and get into a decent defensive position. It's just not good enough. Like, you can't defend against this many units on the coast.
Yep, it's impossible to hold.
And here I get kicked out of No Retreats Club. Because he forced disbands Tripoli, and also I managed to get dislodged in a bunch of Netherlands things. So on the last turn of the game, I lose my No Retreats Club membership, and the only player left in No Retreats Club ends up being King, I think.
They really not have to retreat. Look at that fight. Look at that front that they had against the Poles. Did they really never retreat there?
I think they never retreated. Like,
Okay.
they certainly
believe
told me at the end of the game that they hadn't retreated, so if they were lying...
they win.
I
did
can't believe it. But yeah, so this was very sad, but it's whatever. And then Inuit, like, got I guess, got tired of getting the packs and basically said to everyone, okay, everyone, I'm going to run a little fun game of chance. Everyone gets a vote on how this game ends, whether it's packs, Imperial Unity, or convoying someone into Equalute so that the game doesn't end and and everyone gets unvassalized, right?
Yeah.
And I'll get 60 votes, and the rest of you can have like equal to the like a lot less votes, basically. And like I don't know, I didn't care too much about this vote, but it turned out that the thing that it wasn't even a vote. Sorry, it was drawing lots. They had the GM draw lots according to how many votes everyone put in.
Sure.
And the one that won was the joint Imperial Unity. Because even though not very many people voted for that, it was the lot that got drawn. So Inuit at this point declares a draw with all the other challengers. So that is Inuit, Ottoman, Poland,
Okay.
and Ayutthaya.
Sure.
I mean, at the end of the day, those powers did really well to get to their
Yeah.
100%, right? So I think it's fair, but it did also annoy me a bit because it meant I dropped below not only all of the vassals of everyone who had vassalized to Inuit on the scoreboard, right? I also dropped below all the vassals of Ottoman, Poland, and Ayutthaya.
Yeah, you finished like last, right?
I finished pretty low down. I don't think I have the final scoreboard. I'm sure I probably do somewhere, but I am not going to bother showing it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Out of saltiness. But yeah, this is how the game ends. And like Inuit could easily have taken a pact, so either way it was ending this turn. I'm honestly a little bit glad that the option of the game continuing wasn't chosen, because after everyone's thrown to one power, it feels a bit like bad to do that.
I mean, if the game continuing, honestly, would have been pretty good for you.
Would it
Like,
would it have been good for me? I think
yeah,
I would have lost all of this
you would have lost Tunis and Tripoli.
and then gained what? I can get like I'm
Yeah,
losing Ghana here. I can slowly get this.
yeah, you'll slowly get stuff.
Uh,
Anyways, it's fine.
but yeah, so that was the Imperial Diplomacy playtest. I don't know why a center changes up there between these last two maps. Oh, it's the retreat. Okay, I see. So this is the actual final board of the game. But it was an absolute blast to play, right? And I absolutely love playing these kind of variants. It is it is great fun, even if I didn't do particularly well in it. And I'm looking forward to seeing the next playtest, to be honest. And Ezio, you have said you will be in them, right?
Oh, I'm gonna for sure join the next one of these things. Absolutely.
Hell yes. So I guess we'll have another commentary after that, either reviewing how much better than how much better
I'm gonna
than me you
crush.
did, or
Yep.
how much better I did than you, right?
Yep. We both have to be the same faction, though, obviously, or else it's not fair.
Well, so then there's a minor issue with that, in that we were having a conversation in the post game about balance changes, and the game designer actually said they're considering removing Bornu from the game because they don't think it makes for good dynamics. Because it's just too defensible and hard to attack, right? By anyone. No one's really incentivized to attack it most of the time. So I may be the last person to ever play Bornu on this map. I
Okay,
guess we'll
well,
see.
I mean, I will say when you play like a hard turtle, it does make it harder to attack. I agree.
Yep. But yeah, it was an
Man.
absolute blast to play. I don't know if you have any closing comments on this.
Yeah, nothing that we haven't already talked about. Like the main one is just the main strategic takeaway. Like if you're playing a map that no one's experienced on, it's really hard to try to power balance, and it's a much easier approach to simply get really big yourself and make other people react to you. And I think this clearly shows why the powers that were concentrated and grew effectively, the Ottomans, the Polish, and then the Inuit, in a different method of consolidation, rather than being close on the map, just had a couple of strategic positions. they grew really well, and then they were able to crush. And then of course the Southeast Asian one. Which were they?
Yes,
Uh,
Ayatollah.
Ayutthaya, right? Like very similar thing. Just grow a lot, be dense, and you're gonna do well. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, yep, absolutely agree. And if anyone is planning to play, take Ezio's advice and not mine on these, because
no,
clearly
no,
it's
no, no.
better
If you're
for
playing
these.
in my game though, you should try to power balance when you're on the other side of the board. Yeah, go power balance that stuff.
All right,
Just
well,
power balance me.
that brings us to the end of the commentary. I do want to quickly mention that I think the Polish player is planning on doing an after-action report on the FloridaMan Diplomacy channel. He wasn't FloridaMan, but he is coming on as a guest. So go check that out. It'll be linked in the description once it's out. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this maddening adventure and me annoying Ezio with my terrible play. We'll see you on the next one.
God, dude, it was so unbelievably tilting. I just can't believe it. Oh God.